Here, I'll do it. Thanks.
Commissioner Benson, can we do a sound check for you, please?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our April 10th budget meetings. This is a special administrative meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Commissioner Benson will be appearing remotely via Zoom. All other commissioners are present. Commissioner Barboa, Vice Chair Barboa just stepped out for a moment. Again, just really want to welcome you all here and thank you for being here for our budget hearings. We're really looking forward to hearing from all of our departments and our DCMs and of course our budget staff on all the hard work that they have been doing and what they're striving to do in the next budget year. So with that, we'll have a moment of silence followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Commissioner Barbara Baca.
The Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, one nation, under God, indivisible, with peace and justice for all.
Thank you, Commissioner Baca. Madam County Manager, are there any additions or changes to the agenda this morning? Okay, Commissioners, any changes? All right, seeing none. I guess we need to do a roll call vote. Madam Clerk, if you could please call the roll.
Commissioner Frank Baca.
Present.
Commissioner Barbara Baca. Commissioner Benson.
Present.
Vice Chair Barboa. Present. Chair Olivas.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we adopt the agenda by a vote of 5-0. And with that, we will go to public comment. So for the public commenters, each person has 2 minutes. You'll be alerted to your remaining time. When your name is called, please make your way to the podium if you're speaking in person. Before making your statements, please state your name for the record. To maintain order and decorum and in the spirit of professionalism and respect for everyone present, speakers must adhere to the 2-minute time limit. If the conduct of the presenter violates the rules, they may be subject to removal. And one other piece of guidance here, I know that there may be some speakers in the room representing some of our collective bargaining units. And just wanted to advise that if your unit is in negotiations currently, we would ask that you refrain from any topics that might conflict with those negotiations, but we absolutely would still love to hear from you on any kind of, high level advice or guidance or comment that you might have on the budget as a whole and the priorities of the county. So with that, Saitani, please call the names.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. We have one speaker signed up today, and I'm calling Ray Kasaldak.
Good morning, sir.
So
If I may, just because you had just walked in, just a word of guidance. for anyone that might be representing a collective bargaining unit, just to be clear, to stay away from any topics that might conflict with ongoing negotiations, but we'd absolutely love to hear from you on any kind of, high-level comments, advice, or questions that you might have about the budget and the priorities as a whole. If you could, hold on one second, let's get your mic on. Sorry.
There you go.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Deputy Michael Alexander. I've been with the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Department for the past 15 years, mostly in the courthouses. I'm the oldest brother of 6 siblings, and I found that the reason I love doing what I do is that I was born to be a protector and a controller. My sibs weren't always cool with that. In the courtroom, my job is to protect the judges, the prosecutors, the court staff, the respondents, the victims, and defendants' families, my fellow officers, and anyone else in the courtroom. We also make arrests, do remands, work the magnetometer and the x-ray machine. When I started in the courts, all of the other officers were retirees that returned to work and were able to receive their pension and a regular paycheck. That opportunity went away in 2010. A version of the return to work option came back last year, but due to too many hoops and restrictions, it didn't bring even one new deputy. If we had more officers, I'm here as the union president of 14 officers that work between the courthouses. Our numbers are bolstered by regular deputies doing overtime, which pays them almost double what we make. If we had had more officers, the incident that recently happened in our downtown courthouse that went viral nationally would never have happened. We're looking for help to make our position safer and more lucrative in hopes of getting more court security specialists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you both being here, and thank you for our meeting the other day. All right, I believe that concludes public comment for this morning. And I just want to say one more time before I turn this over to the county manager and our deputy county managers, how excited we are to hear from all of you this morning. And we're doing this budget a little bit differently this year than we have in the past. I don't want that to add any undue pressure or consternation to anyone. We realize this is all kind of a little bit new, and so we're building the ship as we're flying it here. And so just want everybody to know that we're going to extend a lot of grace in all directions. Everybody just being patient with us and us being patient with you. And I think that we can have a really good, productive day here, and just don't want anybody to be nervous. We want to hear from you. We want to hear your thoughts, your goals, your aspirations, and your challenges, and work collaboratively to try and address those challenges and goals over the coming years. So, Madam County Manager, take it away.
Thank you very much, Chair and Commission. And I wanted to start first by saying how much we appreciate the opportunity for the staff to to be able to share all the great work they're doing, the priorities they have, what their visions are for the future. So thank you, and really want to thank the chair for collaborating on this new way of approaching our budget. We're very excited about it. The second thing I wanted to say is that to all of the commissioners, we know today is a long day. It's a 9 to 3 day. We really appreciate you putting in the time. I know not all of you are going to be here that late. I know. But we really appreciate all of you putting in the time and dedication to understanding the budget, the challenges and opportunities that we see coming in the future. And we know this is a challenging time. It's a flat budget, and Ms. Reagan will explain a little bit more about that. And I wanted to also just acknowledge just how really delighted I am with the staff and the team that you have before you, and I'm really looking forward to your thoughts and questions. One of the requests we have is that we go through each section and you have a list in front of you, and then be able to ask questions after that, just so that folks may be able to respond to your questions through their presentations. What you have before you and online are all of the slides, and that's available to the public also, along with written documents the staff has provided answering 5 or 6 high-level questions about their department. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Shirley, and thank Shirley very, very much for her staff, her finance team, her budget team. They've really done a lot of great work, so thank you.
Thank you, County Manager. Commissioners, good morning. I also want to echo the same sentiments. Thank you all for working with us and bearing with us as we went through this. But a big thank you really goes to the budget team for pulling together all of this information, and to all the departments throughout Bernalillo County who have been very, very engaged in this process and working with us, from the elected official offices all the way down to the departments. So it's much appreciated, more than words could really say. I just want to say thank you, because we're all in this together. And at the end of the day, Bernalillo County is us. I know that's not proper English, but it is us. So what I want to do is start out. It's not advancing. Oh, okay, here we go. Wrong key. This first slide, as we talk about budgets, everything starts with how many revenues we're bringing in, how much revenue. In our general fund, and this presentation will be speaking primarily from the general fund, but there's also other non-general funds that will be spoken to as well. But the general fund is where the majority of the county's expenses come from, operating expenses. So the general fund projected budget for FY26 is $453 million. The largest components of that are the gross receipts tax, which is $249.7 million, which make up 55% of the fund, and property taxes, $174.5 million, which make up 39% of the fund. This represents on average a 3% increase over the FY25 budget. This is just a look at the expenditures. Typically, you have a balanced budget. As you can see here, the expenditures at this point in time exceed the revenue of $453 million at $475 million. We are right now working on getting those things, working on balancing the budget, because we have to submit a balanced budget by June 1st to Department of Finance Administration, Local Government Division. This slide here is just breaking it out by the different divisions, where the money is. You have slides in front of you and information, so I won't go by each division, but that's how it's broken out. This is a view of the budget looking at payroll versus operating. And when you look at that, you can see that payroll and payroll taxes and benefits make up 64% of that $475 million at $302 million. Of that, there's approximately $30.7 million of overtime for public safety. And then 102.5 is the benefits and the payroll taxes. The operating makes up 36% at $173.3 million. When you look at our services, we have mandated services by the state constitution and non-mandated services. I don't know how finance wasn't a mandated, but it isn't. But the mandated departments are the assessor, the county commissioners, the clerk, fire and rescue, metropolitan detention center, courts of wills, estates and probate, and portions of procurement and business services, the sheriff and the treasurer. And so that makes up, the mandated services make up 45% and the non-mandated services make up 52%. The other piece of that is the debt service payments. Because we collect, we have a mill rate on our property tax revenue, property tax. That is 12.5 million, which then gets transferred out of the general fund over into the debt service fund. Budget summary. So as I said earlier, if you look at the revenue, the 453 million, 4.4 million, the operating at 475.5 million, there is a deficit at this point in time of $22.1 million. We are in the process of exploring balancing options, and we'll be able to present those so that we will have a balanced budget when we bring forth that on April the 22nd. One more quick thing I want to explain. As the departments and the divisions go through their explanations of their variances, A large portion of that is related to the market salary studies, because when at the time that the budget was approved, it was held at a summary level to be implemented July 1 of FY25. So as at that point in time, we moved it into the department's budgets. But because we're comparing a point in time from when the original FY25 budget was approved, it wasn't in the individual's department. So you'll see a big, in some cases, an upswing on their budgeted expenditures for FY26. The other part of that is we had a lot of union negotiations, and the collective bargaining agreements were approved in the month of June. So they too were not in the budget, but are moved to the department budgets in 25. So I just wanted to put that clarity out there as you see that in a lot of people's budgets. So with that, I'll stand for questions or.
Commissioners, any questions on the high-level financial summaries? Can you explain what the last two lines here are, the 3.5 million and the 512?
So, as you know, I don't have the detail in front of me. I didn't bring that up here, but when the budget is approved in April, during 26, during FY25, the commissioners approve various actions through FRs. You might accept budget dollars, you might add positions. All of those are things that we have to commit to because they occurred after the budget. So it's those items. I can get you the detail, and it might be in your book, but I can get you that later. And the same thing is with the FY25 approved supplemental recurring budget. So in there, we had put estimates for different items, and then the actuals came out a little bit lower, so that money is recurring dollars that we can use.
Great, thank you.
So I will turn it over next to Julie. And here she comes to do the commission budget.
Thank you, Ms. Shirley. Good morning, everyone. So I have the fortunate task of presenting to you twice today, first with the commission and next later in the agenda with the county manager's office. So good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning on the county manager's office budget for the upcoming fiscal year 2026. Starting with our first slide, budget overview. The County Commission Office has no vacant positions. Your preliminary budget for FY26 is $6,377,647. A significant portion of this budget, 85.45%, is allocated to district-directed funding, with $1,090,000 designated for each district, totaling $5,450,000. We have $50,000 allocated for operating expenses across all districts, and salaries and benefits for the commissioners and their executive officers amount to $877,647. It's important to note that contracts and sponsorships vary by district, reflecting the diverse initiatives that each commissioner supports. Moving on to goals. Understanding that you have the span of a multitude of services across the county as your priorities, we are focused on your office operations and district-directed funding in the following. A major goal for the County Commissioner's Office is to support community initiatives. You achieve this by providing funds directly to community partners and allocating funds to county departments for improvements within your specific districts. The recent increase in district-directed funding has allowed you to expand your support and assist a greater number of community initiatives. Our SMART goal for DDF is to earmark and encumber these funds within the fiscal year to ensure timely and effective utilization. And we track the progress by measuring the amounts encumbered on a quarterly and monthly basis. The specific time frame for these funds is determined by the deadlines associated with each funding request, whether it is support of a community program or sponsoring events. Concerns and challenges. One of the challenges we face is identifying recipients for district-directed funding and determining the appropriate funding amounts for various projects and improvements. This is something that is within your purview with requests that you receive. And of course, if we receive anything directly, we try and share it with you if it was something that you would be interested in supporting. We also encounter challenges related to external factors, such as receiving the paperwork back, that the DDF forms, but we mitigate these challenges and are committed to building strong working relationships with our recipients, which help to streamline the process and ensure timely completion. Opportunities and innovations. We are excited about the opportunity to provide funding to a larger number of recipients thanks to the increased district-directed funding. This increased funding also allows you to support more innovative initiatives throughout Bernalillo County, both at the community and county department level. These initiatives directly benefit our residents by providing funding for community requests and essential improvements such as roads and community centers. In some cases, county departments also benefit from DDF when they experience funding shortfalls for specific projects. Future fiscal year vision. Looking ahead, a primary goal is to continue serving as a catalyst for a high quality of life for all residents, communities, and businesses in Bernalillo County. Also committed to being effective stewards of county's resources, ensuring they are used responsibly and efficiently. District-directed funding will remain a crucial resource in achieving these ongoing goals, and we are excited about the prospect of continued growth and well-being for our residents, communities, and businesses, and we are dedicated to ensuring Bernalillo County continues to thrive. This concludes the Commission Budget Office presentation, and I will stand for any questions with a minute to spare.
Commissioners?
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Julia.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I'll hand it over to Mr. Assessor Lara.
Good morning, Mr. Assessor.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Damian Lara. I am your Bernalillo County Assessor. There we go. I think, well, at least one of them is working. So we are, as mentioned, we'll be presenting primarily on the general fund funding of the Office of the Assessor, but I'm happy to get into some of the other valuation fund options if that is so requested. So as you may remember, our office used to be budgeted for 140 full-time equivalent positions in both the general fund and valuation fund. When I was sworn in on January 3rd, we actually had 85 employees with a vacancy rate of about 37%. In the assessment that general fund, we've now filled most of those positions and are down to a vacancy rate of 16%, as you can see here. Our hard to recruit positions were the entry-level positions. One of the things that was done early on is that we reduced the number of full-time equivalent positions so that we can offer higher pays for those entry-level positions. So we are down to 136 full-time positions, but we're able to pay a little bit more to fill in those entry-level positions. Our major contracts are all out of the valuation fund. We have, I think, maybe $25,000 to $50,000 of actual operations from the general fund. Everything else is made up of salaries and benefits, as is indicated. So our largest contracts are Tyler Technologies, that runs our camera system, Eagle View Pictometry, which is the aerial photography that allows us to do more in-house and not spend so much time on fuel and those things, and makes it more efficient and effective. And of course, because as you may remember, July 1st of 2022, all but two commercial appraisers all retired. And so we had to fill in that gap. The last 2 years was very difficult, but with the use of technology and innovation, we were able to make up that gap. Our goals are to continue to have fair and equitable assessment and treatment of all properties in Bernalillo County, with a specific focus on non-residential properties. As you may remember, when I first did my audit in January of 2023, over a 10-year span, a residential property, which again is capped at 3%, increased over that span of over 44%, while during that same time span, non-residential values had only increased 4%. So we were working very diligently to ensure that coming forward, especially with the state legislature not passing equitable disclosure or a 12% cap on residential property, the mandate is pretty clear that I have to go ahead and go to current and correct with that. So we will continue to work on training and focusing on staff and moving that forward. Our concerns and challenges are, again, ensuring our validation funds. We have concerns with bringing in a lot of people and having to remodel and bring space for those, and workspace configurations, and as well as making sure that we continue to maximize the use of our electric fleet. Mr. Chair, we appreciate the set-asides for funding of electric charging stations, and we really appreciate that. For our opportunities and innovations, again, the two constitutional exemptions for veterans present a particular challenge. Implementing those, changing regulations, and reaching out to our veteran communities will be a good opportunity to reach out. We've also implemented the satellite locations and working with Madam Clerk to do that. We've received the best sort of feedback on that. And look forward to working and innovating and collaborating with not just the elected officials, but to take a page out of Madam County Managers. We really do want to focus on better cooperation and collaboration with all of the county departments, where we can streamline, take advantage of pooled resources. We look a lot to fleet and facilities to be more cooperative, but by the same token, we work very well with real estate on fee contracts. We work with PDS to make sure that their implementation and our IT people can help support that. So we really will continue to try and do more with less. With that, I stand for questions, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Assessor. Commissioners, any questions? I do want to thank you for all your work at the legislative session this year. I know that we weren't successful in the equitable disclosure efforts and some of those other things, but I think that you and your team, along with our lobbyists and our team, were able to help guide some thoughtful legislation and maybe prevent some legislation that would have been unfavorable for us here at the county. So I think really want to appreciate your work and your representation on the NM County's board as well for our county.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you. And next up, we have the Treasurer's Office and Deputy Treasurer. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Assessor. I think we had Commissioner Benson actually had a question.
Yeah, absolutely. Good thing I didn't leave.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Assessor. And just had a question about some of the changes with the bringing up all properties to a more fair and equitable assessment, specifically the non-residential. Does that, do you anticipate that affecting multi-family residences, like apartment complexes? Will those property taxes go up?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson. So my guess is, so the multifamily is classified as residential. So it's not part of the non-residential valuations because they are residential. They are required to disclose sales prices. While they may not have always done it in the past, we've been working well with them. So all multifamily, whether it's 2 units or 100 units, will all remain on the 3% cap until and if there's a transfer or a change of ownership. At that point, they will be brought up to current and correct valuation, the same as all single-family dwellings. We are working with the Apartment Association and key members in that industry to identify ways that maybe we value income-producing multifamily in a more favorable way that may take into account stabilized income over a 3-year term to keep affordable housing available. The state statutes also allow us to take into account valuation for affordable housing. So if multifamily provides affordable housing, then they will receive a more favorable valuation pursuant to the affordable housing valuation in state statutes. And we're working with many landlords and property owners and property management companies to see if they are in fact providing affordable housing, and that they would as a result receive a lower valuation based on the affordable housing valuation.
Thank you. So, perfect. That's really what I wanted to hear, and just wanted the point clarified. So you don't anticipate these new tax levels to disincentivize affordable housing going up, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, that is correct. If there is a concern about that, we can work directly with the property owners to see what other tax saving programs they may have. I do want to qualify that because we are implementing two things that will affect property taxes for the residential properties, including multifamily. One is that the veterans exemptions are going to be shared and distributed within the residential class. So we may see an increase in the mill rate there to keep the budgets flat, and that's only if they're kept flat, right? If the city decides to increase their budget, or MALFCA, FMRGCD, all of the other ones, there may be, even though the county keeps a flat budget, those other taxing authorities may increase that. The other one is that the voters also in 2024 approved the creation of the Ciudad Soil and Water Conservation District. That is a new taxing authority that prior didn't exist. And they will presumably create a budget and submit it and have their taxing authority implemented by DFA as well. So that will also increase property taxes on residential property. So while valuations may not affect that, the creation of a new taxing authority and the voters approving a shared burden to provide better benefits to veterans will probably indicate that residential property owners, including multifamily, will see an increase in the tax rate, even if their valuation is kept capped at 3%.
Okay, gotcha. That understandable. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I wanted to follow up on that question just really briefly. So what happens in a case where you have a mixed use property? You know, ground floor is retail and you've got apartments above.
Mr. Chair, so our camera system, and well, Dave, oh no, there he is, and Dave Martell, our IT manager. The camera system has the ability to split those out. So typically we'll have one property under a UPC, we'll add two additional digits, for example, B1 and then B2 that will incorporate the residential. That will be applied as residential property. The first floor of all of that retail or non-residential space will be valued under the separate B1 for sort of building one or level one. And that's how we split that out. So we can actually identify, even though it's one building, we can split that out into its actual uses.
Great. Thank you. And one other thing, you didn't mention it in your presentation, but are you working on the implementation of the low income property tax rebate as well?
So we do have that. Again, once that is done, and that's kudos to the commission who passed that. So once the taxpayers file their PIT, their personal tax with the state will provide the amount of money that was distributed identifiable to Bernalillo County, and then it will be up to the county manager to go ahead and write them back a reimbursement check based off of that. But we do have all of that information, and as the tax bills come in and the tax returns from the state come in, we will collaborate with Madam County Manager to do that.
Thanks for refreshing my memory on how that works. And Commissioner Benson, did you have something else? Okay. So we'll keep going here, and we can go back to Commissioner Benson at a later time if if need be. So we'll check in with him. Thank you, Mr. Assessor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, next up, we've got our Treasurer's Office with Deputy Treasurer Ryan Travelstead to present.
Great. Thank you. Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm Ryan Travelstead, Deputy Treasurer under Treasurer Tim Eichenberg. He extends his apologies for being unable to be here today. He has an out-of-state appointment that conflicted. I've been with the Treasurer's Office for a long time, been with the county 17 years. I know the budget pretty thoroughly, so I stand for questions. I'm pretty confident I can answer those for you. Starting on the top right-hand side of this screen, work our way down and shift over to the left-hand side. Our proposed general fund budget for fiscal year 26 is $4.5 million. That can be split out between roughly $4 million for payroll and $500,000 for non-payroll. You can see the 8% increase over last fiscal year that Shirley mentioned too was related to payroll. Our non-payroll budget has not increased from fiscal year 25 to 26. Our $4 million in payroll budget is split out between 42 positions. At the time of printing, we had 9 vacancies, but I'm really pleased to say as of Monday, we have 7 vacancies. We filled the last accountant position that's been really tricky for us to fill. So I'm really excited about that, really hope they stay, and really hope the accountants that have been filling in that gap stick around as well. So yeah, super excited about that. Moving our way down, the 5 items there you see for $462,000. That's essentially how our non-payroll budget is broken out. So 91% of our non-payroll budget is made up of those items. Goals for the Treasurer's Office: we come into custody of a large dollar amount. We have a large volume of transactions, so we have a really large target on our back with fraudsters. So we need to keep that in the front portion of our brains to make sure that we're paying attention to that. We also want to timely collect and distribute property taxes. For a lot of the entities we collect property taxes on behalf of, property tax revenues are their prime revenue source. So if we have a delay in collections or a delay in distributions, that could impact them financially. For the county, it's our second largest revenue source. So we want to make sure that we, as the Treasurer's Office, distribute that to the county timely as well. We also want to enhance payment acceptance options across different county departments. A lot of the departments don't have online payment functionality, and as the banker for the county departments, I like to champion that effort to try to get some of those in place. Concerns and challenges, again, top of the list is employee recruitment and retention. Economic uncertainty, there's a lot of changes, things happening in Washington with tariffs, potentially reduce grant funding, and trying to figure out how that's going to impact our local economy, how it might impact GRT collections, and then ultimately, how does that impact the county's investment portfolio? Do we need to draw down reserves to continue to fund services for residents? We also have there's an evolving risk landscape out there. Like I mentioned, we have a large target on our back. Fraudsters are always evolving. A quick anecdotal story is, Mr. Chair, when you were named chair in January, the fraudsters knew that, so we get some fake emails pretending to come from you to say, hey, transfer money, this is me, just let's do this over email. So we're conscious of that stuff. We have to keep that on the forefront, because if we don't have control of their taxpayer resources, everything the county does, it's not going to happen. So that's really, really important for us. Opportunities and innovations. I really want to look into emailing property tax bills. There's a section of statute that allows for it. I think that's going to help property owners get those bills in the manner that they want, and then it'll also potentially reduce postage and printing costs for the county. We also want to continue to conduct outreach events to educate property owners on the different payment programs we have in the Treasurer's Office. And again, like I said, continue to partner with other county departments. So every department that accepts payments, we see that on the back end in the Treasurer's Office, because we're reconciling that activity to the bank statements. So if we can automate those exchanges from the systems the departments use into our system, it makes those reconciliation processes much faster. And then finally, future fiscal year vision. I can't stress it enough: safety, safety, safety. We have to keep tabs on the county's taxpayer resources. We have to keep control on those. And then second and third, we want to continue to consolidate processes with the goal of automation, which in turn is going to drive reduction in paper generation. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Commissioners, questions? Thank you very much, Mr. Travelstead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners. Now we'll turn it over to the Court of Wills, Estates, and Probates.
Chair Olivas, Commissioners, Madam County Manager. My name is Veronica Ortega. I'm the Probate Court Administrator. I'll be presenting our budget on behalf of Judge Carbongal, who is unable to attend today. I'm not sure where our slides are. Sorry. Okay. So for our budget overview, the court's proposed FY26 budget is $518,396. This does include a 7% variance from FY25. Majority of our budget does go to payroll. For the first time in 10 years, the court is fully staffed. For that, that means a total of 6 employees, including the judge. Our hard to recruit position is the court clerk, mainly due to low pay and a lack of growth within the department. Our goals for FY26 are to align probate court services and resources to accommodate the increasing needs of an aging population and their families, to digitize court records at a rate of 5% per year, and to sponsor and participate in more outreach events, providing education about services provided by the probate court. The court's concerns and challenges for FY26 center around the need to increase probate staff within the next 2 fiscal years, locating and securing additional funding to purchase the state-mandated approved equipment to complete our ongoing scanning project, and locating additional space needed to accommodate customers and providing them with privacy. The constraints we face is the court's limited budget to purchase the needed equipment and to hire the additional personnel. To mitigate our space challenges, we will continue to limit the number of customers allowed in our office. Our key opportunities and initiatives the court is excited about pursuing is continuing to work with Parks and Recreation and Open Space in developing an add-on class for their end-of-life and empowerment classes, as well as digitizing all court records. These opportunities will allow probate staff to meet and educate Bernalillo County residents, as well as to better assist them in retrieving the requested court records more easily. The court's long-term vision is to secure budget and space for another full-time court employee, completing and digitizing all of the court records, as well as setting up additional outreach events. We look forward to working with the Commission, the County Manager, and the DCMs and Human Resources to achieve our goals and ensuring we can meet the needs of our community. And with that, I stand for questions.
Commissioners, questions? I want to thank you for your presentation and congratulate you on your non-vacancy, right? No vacant positions. And also just the outreach efforts that are outlined in here, I think are really important with our aging population and the work that you do to help them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
And now we're going to jump back to the assessor real quick for Commissioner Benson's question. I think we have him back online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, this question is for Mr. Assessor. Regarding your re-evaluation of property taxes, how do you anticipate kind of stopping any kind of tax sliding for the multifamily properties so that the shock isn't too high?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, so as I alluded to a little bit earlier in my response, state statute allows us to use 3 or a combination of 3 methods of evaluation. The cost approach, which is typically the one that we have the most information on, that's typically what you would insure your building for. So cost to replace new, less the depreciation. We also are allowed to use the market income approach. What would this building generate as far as rentable income or that type of valuation? And then, of course, the sales comparison approach. For most residential property, the sales comparison approach may be what's used. What could you sell your home for? We understand, and working directly with key members in the multifamily industry, particularly at the two tax lightning events, which is when the building is first constructed and when the property transfers. That's when state statute requires us to hit them with tax lightning. For the former, we are working on perhaps looking, instead of what the cost of construction was, and using the cost approach, using the income approach with a stabilized income. So that the property owner who is building this doesn't get hit with tax lightning in their first year, but still has zero rented out apartments, right? They've got 100% vacancy. They don't typically stabilize income until 2 or 3 years after the initial build. We are looking at to see if it is appropriate to do a valuation based on a modified income approach rather than the cost approach, where they get penalized that in that first year, have to eat the cost of the taxes and then distribute that to the renters over the next 3 to 5 years to make up that difference. And so that would soften the tax lightning event for new constructions. For the former, we're looking at valuation and with the cooperation of the industry to ensure that we are provided the sales transfer affidavits, so we have a good sales comparison approach, and then taking into account any obsolescence or with our new initiative of cost to cure, if the property owner is looking to invest money into upgrades or amenities of that particular building that they've purchased, then we would take that off of the valuation and further incentivize providing either affordable housing or revitalization or investment back into the building for the benefit of the tenants. So those are the two ways that we're hoping to work with the industry to ensure that there is still affordable housing and more, and generally just more units to rent in Bernalillo County.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Assessor. I appreciate the explanation, and thank you again, Mr. Chair. Sounds like there's IT difficulties, but our IT department has been working on it. Thank you.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, I'm happy to meet with you or any constituents that you might have to explain the tax savings programs, whether that's the stabilized income approach, the cost to cure, to ensure that people are investing into their properties for the benefit of their tenants, or anyone in general who would like to know more about how we're handling multifamilies dwellings.
Thank you, Mr. Assessor. I do appreciate you've always been willing to meet with me, either there at the county or off-site, and with concerned constituents. So I appreciate your flexibility, including our last meeting that we had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Benson.
Thanks for coming back, Mr. Assessor.
Yeah, and if I'm needed, I believe my deputy is going to stay for the rest of the meeting. We are sending out mailing notice of value, so if you do excuse me if you're needed, I'm happy to come back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, we will continue in the order we're moving with the Office of the County Clerk and our clerk, Michelle Kavanaugh, to present.
And as our clerk comes forward, I just wanted to remind the staff that when the commission gets up, they can hear the entire meeting behind them. So don't be concerned if a commissioner gets up and goes to get coffee or take a quick break. They can still hear you. And I'll also remind my colleagues that are in the room that we have a refreshment area for all of you in the conference room to the left of me. Thank you. You can hear in that room too.
You can hear in the bathroom, which is a little creepy the first time you go back there. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Commission, and Madam County Manager. Thank you very much for giving me, Michelle Kavanaugh, the opportunity to talk to you all a little bit about the clerk's office. I think anybody who knows me knows it is near impossible for me to say anything in less than 5 minutes, but I will try, and I promise I practiced. So In the clerk's office, you all probably know this, you may not, but we actually have two major functions, and we're split up into two different departments. One is the Bureau of Elections, and the other is recording and filing. Both pretty self-explanatory. We run elections in Bernalillo County, but recording and filing, I think, is a little bit more nebulous for some people. So I just wanted to tell you what that really is about. We are the official record keeper for the county. And so what we do is we take maps, plats, real estate documents. We're the clerk for the commission, and we will record just about anything that anybody wants to bring in as long as they pay that $25 fee. We are happy to record it for you officially. For anybody who has spent any time in the Alvarado building, you have no doubt noticed that the clerk's office is the busiest customer service department in the county. And I think on any given day, we're looking at about 60% of customers are coming to the building to see us. So we're extremely, extremely busy. Luckily, we all really love what we do. So it makes it a little bit easier. I'll go quickly. Sorry, did I go forward? Oops. I'll go quickly over the overview here. We have currently 61 positions in the department across both divisions, 14 vacancies. Now, that's a little bit deceiving because I believe in our Bureau of Elections, we're at about 2 or 3 vacant positions, and that's pretty normal. It's attrition. It's a pretty exciting department to work in, so we never really have any problem keeping those positions filled. But in recording and filing, we are struggling. Salaries are low. Work is hard, and as we are the busiest department, it can be overwhelming for folks. So we definitely do tend to have some issues filling those positions. In particular, and this is where I really am hoping that the commission is listening, we are having issues filling those positions, because we do not have the space to house all of those positions. We would love to hire for all of those positions. We literally don't have the footage that we need in the building. So we can't handle any more employees for that particular reason. And then we are divided on 2 floors, and that is really difficult for folks who are doing customer service on either of those floors. We're kind of disconnected. So we're really hoping that we can get some funding to help fix that issue. Okay. You can see our fiscal year 26 budget is about 12% higher than 25. That's primarily due to salaries as well. But we do have some technology issues that we are working on too. Oh my God, I have 1 minute left. Okay, so our goals are accessibility, being informative, being educational. That is for both of those divisions. We are working tirelessly with the Treasurer's Office to implement a self-service tool for recording and filing, which would help customers pull up their documents themselves. Right now, it's a very manual process, and a lot of our time is devoted to doing that for them, so that we're going to change that. We are also going to be changing the function of our mobile voting unit, which doesn't see a whole lot of voters, and so we're going to turn it into an educational tool and hopefully take that around the county and educate voters why they need to make sure that they're voting. Now, also, the budget increase has to do with the fact that we are unsure what the feds are going to do with any federal grant money. I think we all know elections are really, really under scrutiny right now, and also the SOS is tightening their belt. Everything we do is statutory, so whether we have the funding for it or not, we are required to do it. So that is definitely a challenge. We are asking you for money to help us reach that goal. We are currently the #1 state in election administration in the entire country, and as the largest county, I would like to give credit to our staff for making that happen. So please help us fund those programs to help make our department even stronger going into the next year. Okay, questions? Everything else is in your book.
Thank you so much, Madam Clerk. It looks like the Vice Chair has a question.
Hey, thank you, Madam Clerk. So, thank you for the great presentation. So, I was, please remind me, because you're talking about footage needed. I thought that we just did, oh, sorry. I thought that there was a building or something. Can you? Yes.
Yes, I had to cut that out of my very succinct presentation. But yes, so the Bureau of Elections has recently, with the help of the county manager, with Shirley, with real estate, everybody has really been so great in helping us with this. The Bureau of Elections is currently in a warehouse that is really, really old and does not suit the needs of that office. It's not even really set up to be an office type building. It's more of a storage building. So we were able to locate a building over near the Carpenters Union and Main Event. You guys probably all know that general area. It will have a really decent amount of square footage. We're in the process with real estate of figuring out what that looks like, how we're going to configure that. There is currently another tenant in there. Brinks is leasing out about a quarter of that space right now. And the Brinks lease brings in some money to the county. So we're not real anxious to let go of that. But that's primarily going to be a Bureau of Elections building. Hopefully we'll have some recording and filing folks over there. But I know that our previous county manager and Madam County Manager, Cindy here, really have this vision of Alvarado Square as being a one-stop shop. And so recording and filing, because there is so much walk-in traffic, the primary function will be here. Also, sorry, Mr. Chair, Madam Commissioner, I just forgot what I was going to say. Walk-in traffic is primarily here, and I just lost it. I'm sorry.
Well, maybe I'll, if I may, Chair. So the building is mostly going to be elections, the other building, and that's still in progress. And this footage that you're talking about in your presentation is needed for here, for the walk-in, for the customer service on filing, and yeah.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair. That was the point I was going to make, is actually it's going to be, we're looking at 2 more years before that building is really ready and totally functional. We do have some Bureau of Election services that are done here for folks who want to walk in and do voter registration with somebody in our office. We house our absentee registration folks here, in voter registration folks here. And so some of them will need to stay here as well, simply because there is a lot of walk-in traffic here. We're hoping that, if we're able to discuss with Madam County Manager and some of the other departments, we're hoping that we can talk about remodeling, maybe give a little bit of our stuff or a little bit of their stuff. Just, I think really the primary goal is making sure that our department is together so that these folks can cover these folks. There can be more cross-training. There can be more collaboration. And I think that more than anything is really what will make the difference for our folks. But being split between 2 floors, 2 groups of people doing very similar things is extremely challenging.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. If I have another question, so thank you for having ideas to put the mobile voting to use. I think we've talked shortly, but we should talk officially about partnering on that. I want to know, I've actually been quite embarrassed for the last 4 years here to say why we have a mobile unit that isn't usable. Why have we not been able to use that?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, thank you for the question. So it's not actually unusable. The idea behind the mobile voting unit, as I understand it, was being able to bring the voting process to folks who might not be able to get out to a voting convenience center. So senior living facilities and that sort of thing. The goal was to, be able to go to each of those and talk to folks who are, maybe shut-ins or unable to leave. Some of the state statutes have prevented us from being able to do that. We have to come and notify you all ahead of time, 90 days ahead of time, of where that unit is going to be, where any voting unit is going to be. And so that ended up being a little bit of a process. Then we were able to find a location at the state fairgrounds, and we worked very, very closely with them to make that a great central Albuquerque location for voting. And I think that it's worked well, but we're just not getting a lot of traffic to it.
Yeah.
And for such an incredible piece of machinery like this mobile voting unit is, if anybody hasn't seen it, you will, because it's going to be an educational tool now. It really is state of the art. And so we would rather it not sort of sit in the parking lot for 9 months out of the year and only be brought out for election season, where 30 people may go vote at the state fairgrounds. We want to make it a tool to go to schools, to go to the mall, to go to homecoming games, to go to UNM or Summerfest. We really want to make sure that we are highlighting and cheerleading all the work that Bernalillo County is doing and making it so familiar to people in our community that it's just second nature to go out and vote. They see our logo and they, feel excited about being involved. We really are trying to encourage excitement in the process.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, I'd love to talk with you more about that.
Yes.
And I guess I just want to ask the county manager and our Madam Clerk that if there's an option to make that voting mobile unit during, I love the ideas of the non-voting times as elections, but to make it actually highly used during election time, I would, if that's a budget need or whatever prohibits us from doing that, I'd love to see us work on that.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair.
A state-of-the-art thing that we're not putting to its full potential.
I would like to discuss with you all what areas you find to be the most in need of voting convenience centers. We have identified some holes. We're working with some APS charter schools on perhaps using some of their locations as voting sites in the future. If you see a particular need in your community, please let me know, and we will talk about it. And there's nothing, I think, to say that we can't use it for both. I think that there's an opportunity to use it as an educational tool and continue to use it as a voting tool as well. We just have to make sure that we find those areas that are most in need.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That's all, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Anyone else? Thank you so much for all the important work your office does, of course, on the election side, but also the reporting, filing, a lot of important good work that helps our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And I believe next up we have the Sheriff's Office with Sheriff John Allen. Good morning, Mr. Sheriff, and good morning.
Good morning, Chair and
Your
Commission.
new command team. Welcome.
Does this just come up right away? It's still the clerks. All right. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commission. Let me put on my timer here. So as you can see at the front, of course, the variance of 8% is due to salaries, just like pretty much every elected official. It's a 7 to 8%. But I will, if you go to the left, under the budget overview, thanks for all the efforts and for all your support for BCSO sworn deputies. We are only 25 short. And that is a huge deal for us as we move forward with all the mission and things that we are attempting and trying to do even in the incorporated areas, but making sure that the unincorporated areas are the most important where our main focus is. As you can look at all of the other vacancies, those are around normal, but the hard to recruit positions, as you've heard earlier, court security is very difficult for us to fill. That is a red flag for us. We have 12 vacancies. And we have tried just about everything to recruit. The last session we can do is probably go to the Fraternal Order of Police for what we can do for retirees to come back for at least 3 years to help fill the void. But it's very challenging. And what we can do as we move forward is it takes a huge chunk out of our overtime budget. It is always about a little over $1 million to make sure that our courts are secure. So that's always a concern for us and affects other agencies within the county and affects us for our general fund and our overtime budget. Major contracts, as you have in your book, we have numerous major contracts, and we're always looking at those quarterly and making sure, other than an RFP, that we are making sure that it is efficient for what the sheriff's office does. And since we took office, we have canceled multiple contracts that were not efficient, or was it very budget savvy or responsible for what we were trying to do and what our mission was. As we move forward, the most crucial goal is, of course, to retain sworn personnel, the technologies that we're implementing, which also requires a lot of civilian support as we're bringing in license plate readers. We're bringing in our Fuchsia Center with our real-time operations center. We do need civilian support. Civilian is the backbone of any law enforcement agency. To affect these goals, the allocation will directly support the recruitment and retention of sworn personnel. We don't have difficulty retaining our personnel. We have retirements, which will have at least 1 to 3 retirements, and of course, any other disciplinary issues that we have. We're more concerned about recruiting and filling the vacancies and maybe possibly expanding as all the challenges that we have in the incorporated areas and unincorporated areas for law enforcement. Specific, improve the ability to provide requested services to the public while ensuring efficient operations. As explained later, the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Office, we're a team here at Bernalillo County. We are no longer siloed here. So we work along with zoning, we work along with MDC. We want to make sure that their needs and the funds or the requests and services that they need from the Sheriff's Office, that we are always there and working together. Achieve a 95 response rate for public service. We are pretty good at responding to calls for service. That's what I'm talking about here. And also completing internal audits. We want to make sure that that percentage stays very high. We don't go below 95%. We want to make sure that we're efficient to everybody that we serve. Achievable with the proposed budget, recruit and retain key personnel. As I explained earlier, all the new technologies that we're implementing, better civilian support, and also the mission to ensure public safety, accountability, and responsiveness. We always want to make sure that we carry a very high standard as we move forward and make sure that we can also support surrounding our sister agencies with the Albuquerque Police Department. This slide here I've explained a little bit more, but I will tell you insufficient support from state and federal grants. I have about 3.3 million stuck because of a continuing resolution for grants that we were provided by our New Mexico delegation. We are putting in for those funds once again, and hopefully a budget is passed nationally for us to move forward. And we always have an optimistic outlook. Hopefully to secure earmarks, which we have just done, and we're completing again this morning to resubmit those funds. And for instance, our Metro Air Support Unit, $2.1 million in capital outlay and grant funds. We will not have that anymore, which will leave us $1.2 million short. As you can see in your book, that's why I requested for $450,000 reoccurring. We also attempted with the state legislature with House Bill 2 to fund that. We will be looking at other ways to fund it so the burden is not on the county. We will do everything possible, but our Metro Air Support Unit is doing 3 missions a week with everything that we're doing in the international district and all over the county. We are working together also as a team to meet McClendon standards and hopefully as a county as a whole to help the Metropolitan Detention Center. We know that booking people with all the operations we're doing, we don't want to overwhelm MDC. Everything that you see up here, again, it impacts our partners, other county offices. We want to make sure that we're helping zoning, everybody that we even see on Aparito Mesa and issues they have there. There's a lot of things for us to take care of there. Furthering technology, internal efficiency, and resource shifts. Focus on filling the requested positions. We have 25, and we're going to make sure that we can make sure we recruit and go further. Other than that, everything else I explained before, and I will leave it open for the several questions you might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sheriff. Questions? Commissioner Frank Baca. Mike.
Like to congratulate you and your staff. I had the opportunity to attend your promotion ceremony recently. It was just very moving, and really appreciate the dedication of you and your team and the culture that you've developed. I just would like to say over the last several years, I've been out and about campaigning and talking to people. I've had very positive reports from the community about the responsiveness of your officers, the professionalism, the way they're dealt with, and just continue, congratulations to you that, and just really appreciate that culture that you have developed. I have a couple of questions. So in terms of your court security officers, are they required to be certified law enforcement?
Yes, they are.
Is that a statutory requirement?
It's statutory, and it's different. As you can see, for court security specialists, it is statutory, but they will have different responsibilities as far as arrest powers and as far as leaving the grounds for court services. So that does hamper our mission.
And I'm asking because I just don't know in terms of your use of what the city, I believe, calls PSAs. Is that something that you use in part of your, and if you could maybe just briefly explain that?
Yeah, so the city uses PSAs. We call them community service aids. We are CSAs. We have started to expand that, and that is for people to get a response. I really don't find it appropriate for someone that gets in an accident wherever you are that they have to call a phone number and fill out the form themselves. I want a face-to-face interaction for the professionalism, and people are shook up and they want a service. So CSAs cover that. They also help us with traffic control. Also, I'm pretty sure this summer if we have to shut down parts of the Bosque, they will block certain parts of roads where they are safe, but they assist our deputies so our deputies can go to higher priority calls.
Thank you. And also, I wanted to acknowledge the use of technology. We've had an opportunity to tour your facility, very impressive. And just it was something we've talked about in terms of an issue that I've seen. It's just a major issue, at least in my district, and I think probably all over the county, if not elsewhere as well. It's just the whole idea of speeding and what seems to be an epidemic of people concerned about the speeding and then all the other potential issues that come from that in terms of traffic accidents, crimes, et cetera. And so I just wanted to mention to you, I've had some conversations with the county manager, and I know your use of technology, and I've learned personally of other technology used in other locations that seem to be very promising. And so one of the thoughts we had is to have a discussion in the near future about the use of technology and to what we can do to help you and our agency and our department to really be up to date, because I think ultimately that is how we're going to address that issue, is through the use of technology. We just simply can't have an officer at every corner. So just to give you a heads up on that, something that we'd like to continue the discussions with.
No, thank you, Chair and Commissioner Buck. Yes, that is the number one complaint that I have right now is speeding enforcement, and also in reference to fatalities, whether it's automobile or pedestrian. That is something with traffic measures and having deputies and doing extra TAC plans that will help. We're on the interstate. We're all over the place. That's going to continue. It will become a problem until we start hitting it a little bit harder.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Vice Chair Barboa.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Sheriff and Undersheriffs and your team. Just to echo what Commissioner Frank Baca already said, nothing but good do I hear when folks have to. And you've done lots of operations in my district, and wow, what a difference in how folks feel both treated and opportunities. And thank you for leading with the opportunity for behavioral health options for folks that are maybe not doing those big violent crimes. So I just really want to thank you for that. On your in your concerns and challenges, you mentioned lack of civilian support and potential need for programmatic funding. What are you talking about there?
So in reference to all of the technology that we do, that really demands civilian support. I don't want to take a sworn deputy out of the field to answer calls for service because that will take someone away for either being our responsiveness. When I've asked for the 95% efficiency rate to respond to calls, I don't want to go below that. We've had a history of holding that and responding to calls. Civilian support is very important because you also don't get the turnover when someone promotes out of that position and then I have to retrain and ask for more funding for training a new person. I just don't think it's efficient for a long-term goal. And for funding for one time, for instance, our special weapons and tactics team, because of grants and everything that we're going to be short on because of what's going on federally, we will be short through OEM grants, through any federal earmark grants, through state grants. They demand high equipment. I would rather pay up front and pay now as opposed to a lawsuit for litigation. We saw that the Metro 2 crash that we had, we're still dealing and reeling from that with the what we were not doing responsibly before. I know it's a huge ask and there's other asks for the county, but I would rather protect our agency and the citizens of Bernalillo County financially and also litigation-wise upfront.
Thank you. That's all, Sheriff. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We're going to go to Commissioner Barbara Baca and then Commissioner Benson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Sheriff. And I too was able to attend your promotional ceremony, and thank you all for filling the need and rising to the challenge. It was quite amazing to hear about, just the culture of your organization, and I attribute that to your leadership and to your team here. So thank you very much. Two areas of question I have is one is on the Metro Air. Can you go through those numbers again? So you're lacking federal funds, and then what is your ask?
So our ask is $450,000 reoccurring. The budget previously with the current, the last administration, when we did the line item budget, we're talking about contracts, everything was funneling to the Metro Air Unit from different parts of the budget, thus leaving special weapons and tactics spec ops short. Because of our $2.1 million that we're going to be losing on capital outlay and it has run out and no further grants coming in, we'll be short about $1.3 million. And we are running 3 operations a week with our air support unit to include drones. But with auto theft, with what we're doing on Route 66 within the International District, the Padito Mesa unincorporated areas, their missions have gone up, and that costs a lot more because of also inflation, because of fuel prices, and also because of the Metro 2 crash. We had a lot of incidents and problems that we found and weaknesses, such as OSHA standards of not cleaning our people's uniforms, them having a washing machine. All those costs go up for as far as what the structure in place is for the whole Metro Air Support Unit. Now that it is there, we are starting to see the discrepancies in funding that wasn't addressed earlier that we are trying to make up for. That explains it.
I guess so. So the work, you mentioned Route 66. Can you talk about the work you're doing on Central Avenue?
Yes, absolutely. So in the International District with the unhoused, with the crime that we're seeing with the narcotics, with the fentanyl, with the opiates, the heroin, the cocaine, all of the crimes in the neighbors that have been taken advantage of for years and it's been rooted, we want to make sure for a county that we're leading the way along with the District Attorney's Office and the New Mexico State Police to clean up that area. Given a little bit of tough love, it's been going on for a long time there. And the crimes that we are seeing is pretty much strapping down the neighborhoods and the businesses. We did phase 1 and phase 2 and had a lot of information there. And it was pretty much to the point where the laws weren't really being enforced. I'm not talking about calls for service, just proactive policing. But what that is also uncovering is the drug addiction, the housing, as you all know, and the behavioral health issues that we have. We work very well with our behavioral health folks here at the county. It's uncovering a bunch of rooted and root cause problems that we know we're going to need to address. We're not going to rest our way out of it, but the people that are committing felonies, smoking fentanyl in the open, going to put pressure on the judiciary system. We have to address it. We can't let it go any longer. And I want to make sure that we give that community relief and also make sure that also helps and relieves the Albuquerque Police Department for them to be able to answer calls for services. That's their responsibility.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so are you focused only on the International District? Are you
We
looking
are
at
focused
downtown and west side too?
Yes, we are focused on all of Bernalillo County. There are numerous missions that I don't put out to people because of the undercover operations, because of the dangerousness that we are also seeing with certain gangs and people that have infiltrated Bernalillo County. I will come out with that and be transparent about that later. But we're also working with our federal partners, CORS and ILIF, CORS Corridor, Rio Bravo. We are all over Bernalillo County. The main focus, because it's in the media, is Route 66, though.
Thank you. And my last question, Mr. Chair, how's your open space unit going?
It's going very well, and actually we all patrol out there a little bit, so we're waiting for it to get warmer. We'll let our guys be a little cold. No, it's going very well. I just had a constituent call last night, and they were at the Tramway and Copper open space area, and our deputies actively patrol that area. We know as it becomes warmer, there will be many more people, but that also goes into the search and rescue that we have in the East Mountains. People are going to hike, they're going to become dehydrated, they're going to break something, become injured. That's very important to us to keep going to make sure people feel safe and actually not know we're there, but see that we're actually there, because open space in Bernalillo County is a large amount of square mileage. So we're all over the place. Eventually, from the funding that you gave us 2 years ago, now that our numbers are going up and only the 25 vacancies we have, I'm hoping to be able to add to open space as we start moving forward.
Music to my ears. Thank you.
Commissioner Benson. Uh-oh. All right. We keep having these issues, and only when I call him, right? Okay, I think we got you back, Commissioner Benson. Commissioner Benson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Sheriff, for being here. Great to see you, and for all the work you all are doing. You know, one of the things you mentioned was the number one, or one of your number one complaints is enforcement of speeding. And, you know, we rolled out the speed camera ordinance as really as a force multiplier. You know, as you know, we're not law enforcement. We write the laws and you then enforce it. But really it was an effort to multiply your efforts where we could in an automated way. Now, there's cameras just don't compare to live officers, but they can relieve some pressure. So my question is, well, an observation actually. One is that you've got cameras that we can move, and we've located them around the county based on just hard data on where accidents are happening, where speeding violations are happening the most, and then we also can move them based on constituent request, assuming that it then can be backed up by data. But if there's any feedback you can give us also on, and it doesn't have to be here, but any additional locations you would like, or hot spots that you've noticed that that the county could benefit by putting a camera, we'd love to hear it. Public Works runs that aspect, so we'd love to hear from you. And then I guess this is the question for you: are there any modifications or changes that you would like to see with those speeding cameras, just from your perspective in law enforcement?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson. Yes, I'll have my staff look at some more of the traffic data. I spoke with Deputy County Manager Elias Archuleta the other day. We are very concerned, just not about the speeding, but we're really focusing on where we're looking at pedestrian deaths and automobile accidents. Specifically in your area of concern, it's always about drag racing, speed racing. Issues there would most likely be on the tramway and Paseo corridor to slow people down, because I can't always do some type of what we call a wolf pack and have all of my motorcycle and bike unit out there to have the presence to ticket everybody every morning or to slow people down. It's shown that it does slow people down, and we're starting to see the data that's coming from the South Valley speed cameras, that pedestrian deaths and some speeding and also automobile accidents, specifically course south to Padito, are slowing people down because they're cognizant of people who live in that area that those are present. So we will continue to look at the data. It's a new program. I think we need, at least from my experience, at least another 2 to 4 months to look at further data and look at the hot spots, because as we know, as it becomes warmer, we're going to see much more traffic and pedestrian traffic. So I would like to wait through at least until around the fiscal year starts so we can focus on that data and be more specific where we want to place.
Great, thank you, Sheriff. And Mr. Chair, also, I am a little concerned. We saw in our last report that the folks that aren't paying, we don't do collections. The city does. There are folks that aren't paying. My goal is not to bring in revenue with this. is to decrease speeding. But I'd like for us just to keep an eye on it, making sure that speeding does go down, because if it turns into something where people just ignore the cameras, speeding returns back to where prior levels were, and there's no people aren't scared of any kind of financial penalty, then it defeats the purpose of even having them. And our goal is to create safer streets. So I just want to throw that out there. If we could just kind of keep that in mind, and Public Works, if you can, Mr. Deputy County Manager Archuleta, if you can kind of keep that on the radar too, in terms of the feedback on effectiveness. Number one, is speeding going down, and are pedestrian injuries and deaths going down? And then two, is there any correlation with whether or not people are or are not paying? If they don't pay, but speeding is going down, then ultimately we hit our goal. But if speeding starts returning back to prior levels and people aren't paying, then we need to relook at it, I think. And Mr. Chair, that's all. And thank you, Sheriff, for your time. And of course, thank you for everything you and your department do. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. And Mr. Sheriff, I just have one sort of thing I wanted to talk about. You touched on it briefly, but the court security situation. I had the opportunity to meet with some of your very dedicated officers there and learn a little bit about their work. And I didn't even realize that we had 2 locations that we were securing. I didn't really know about the juvenile court. And I'm really concerned, according to your numbers here, 15 positions filled. And just kind of based on our informal conversation, roughly half of that, close to half of that being at the juvenile facility. That leaves our much larger district court facility very poorly staffed. And then you mentioned that you're drawing on over $1 million in overtime to backfill those positions. So not only is it a greater expense to the county to pay time and a half for those deputies, but I think it's also an impact on your field operations and your special operations and things like that you are doing. So I think that's really important. And I know that we're in a flat budget year, but that's actually an item that an increase may lead to a decrease kind of thing, right? If you actually are able to get more people in those positions by making them more competitive, you may actually decrease overtime, and it ends up being either a wash or maybe even a savings to the budget and increased services. So I guess what I'm asking you, hoping you give some input on is that vacancy, your overall vacancy rate is 11%, which is, I think that's incredible for a law enforcement agency. I'm pretty sure that's really good. But if you go down into the numbers, you're at basically close to a 50% vacancy rate in those court security positions. So I'm really concerned about that and wondering what input you have on how we make that more competitive.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, to make it more competitive, it's of course a cost, but we need to be more competitive with the security at Metro Court. Their hourly rate between District Court and Metro Court, which Albuquerque Police Department runs, it's not sufficient, nor do we match. We're going to have even more of a vacancy rate, as we know we have older personnel there that are probably going to retire. It's very difficult to recruit within the court services when the pay is not as competitive, but also their job functions due to state statute of what they can and what they can't do. We are trying to get people in here who just want to have weekends off, have holidays off, and protect our courts. We're going to try some other advertisement. We're going to try to push some different culture out there for people to come into the courts. I mentioned earlier, I'll be talking to the Fraternal Order of Police. I think a lot of it is advertisement also for retired law enforcement that might want to come back and just basically work in the courts for a regular hours job. Yes, they have to work overtime, but these guys do a lot of great work, and the culture we had to change and we have here is these guys in the back, they're part of our family. They were always siloed and they were always thought of as different. I do not think that way. I don't think of any of my personnel that way. But for the support they're asking for, I want to make sure that they're safe, just not at YSC, but Chief Judge Marie Ward is always asking for more security. I can always give her more security, but I'm very cognizant of the cost that comes on the county for the overtime rate for our deputies. to let you know, we've cut a lot of overtime out as far as ranked positions, being lieutenant and sergeants. I got rid of that. Then we started losing personnel, and for the security that would not sign up for the overtime, I do everything in my power also for the morale of my agencies not to force overtime. So we allowed sergeant overtime and lieutenant overtime to a point. We always keep an eye on it, but if we can fill at least 5 or 6 more deputies, which we have two in the academy now, which is unheard of, we will see progress, but I will be very upfront with you. It's going to be very slow progress. I'm looking at trying to get the $1 million budget from overtime down. I have looked at security. I don't want to anger the courts. I'm trying to look at every avenue, but I do know there's some, we need a meeting at the table with the judges to be realistic about what we can do and what we can't do. I think I heard mentioned earlier reference to low manning and why the incident occurred. That's not technically why it occurred. We had a pretty quick response time, but there's some other issues that I need to meet with Warden Kai Smith on in reference to court security, people being armed from MDC in the courtrooms. There's a lot of different facets to where we can correct and work more efficiently in the courts.
Really appreciate your candor on that. And one thing you didn't mention that I would like to highlight is you mentioned the gap between Metro Court officers and our officers. We need to address that, absolutely. But our officers should actually be paid more, in my opinion, because the severity of the offenders in district court is significantly greater. I think you would agree with that, than in Metro Court, where, you know, Metro Court is misdemeanor level crimes. Am I correct about that?
You are correct, and that's, you know, the murder. If we have a high-profile murder trial or any type of murder trial or homicide, that is going to request more personnel. I leave that up to our sergeant, our lieutenant over courts, but they will ask for additional resources. I will emphasize in direct comment to that went viral and what happened in the courtroom security. It also affects MDC personnel. So I want to make sure that we're sufficient, that judges feel protected, but to make sure we prevent any violence and to make sure we have the right levels of manning that's at the courts. That is a project to do, but yes.
Really appreciate that. County Manager, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I did. First of all, I wanted to say how very, very much I appreciate Sheriff Allen and his team's leadership, because as they're looking at how to resolve and address issues, they're looking at it in the most holistic manner that we can. And so just to let you all know that the warden, the sheriff, and I have begun some discussions, and Chair, as we've discussed with you, even as we're starting to do a better job of coordinating, even on the capital side relative to public safety and how we're prioritizing, all of these discussions are beginning in earnest now, both to address the point that you raised relative to what are the steps that we can take to reduce overtime, and as importantly, in fact, more importantly, is doing it in a way that actually does increase safety for all involved. And so I'm excited to continue on that journey with the sheriff and his team, and with Warden.
Thank you very much.
Obviously.
Appreciate that. Appreciate you, Mr. Sheriff. And I would just close this out by saying, I know we're in a flat budget. We're in a very difficult situation. We have to make, you know, there's a lot of trade-offs, and I think this is one area where we really have to dig in deep and think about where, if and when and where we can make targeted investments. And I think this is one of those areas where, you know, we stand to receive funds by reducing overtime, but also improving our the security of our courts and our community at large. So I just want to flag that. And thank you very much, Mr. Sheriff, for being here, and to your whole command staff for their presence.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to move on. That concludes all of our elected officials, and we'll go ahead and move on to the County Manager's Division. Ms. COO Julianne Baca to present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to welcome anyone here from the County Manager's Office and Division to join me. So, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and Commissioners, I am presenting the County Manager's Office budget to include the Compliance Office, CIP to follow, and to follow by Criminal Justice Reform. Currently, we have 6 vacancies out of 18 total positions, which represents a 33% vacancy rate. I'm pleased to report that 4 of these vacancies are in various stages of the hiring process. We do not have positions that we've identified as particularly hard to recruit at this time. And our proposed budget for FY26 is $2,930,822. This budget covers salaries and benefits of the county manager's office, capital improvement program, and the compliance office. Key contract allocations include funding for our local and federal lobbyists, geo bond advertising, and the Code of Conduct Review Board attorney. Given the anticipated budget constraints for FY26, we are not requesting any budget increases at this time. Goals for the county manager department. One of our crucial goals this year is to issue an RFP for federal and local lobbyist contracts. This is particularly important given the current national climate. We will also focus on identifying and pursuing federal grant opportunities to support the county's strategic objectives. Promoting transparency and accountability by adhering to the Code of Conduct is another key goal. Along with aligning budget constraints, we're adhering to the parameters of FY25 budget. Our SMART goals include identifying objectives for the 2027-2031 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. Additionally, we aim to complete 100% Code of Conduct ethics trainings by all county employees. Concerns and challenges. We are concerned that the current national climate could impact state and local funding, which may affect our departmental operations. Even though we are adhering to the FY25 budget, we acknowledge that unforeseen factors could present challenges. To mitigate these concerns, we plan to remain at or below the proposed budget and strive to keep expenditures low and ensure we maintain the quality of service our partners and constituents expect, deserve, and require. Opportunities and innovations. We are excited to explore developing a new strategic plan for the county. We believe this will help us excel in leading and serving our community and ensure critical services such as public safety remain a priority. Another key innovation is the implementation of a new capital improvement plan database. The database will integrate with our SAP accounting system, providing real-time financial information and project status updates for every capital project in the county. These initiatives will benefit residents by potentially creating new opportunities, reducing costs, ensuring the delivery of essential services. The other county departments will benefit from increased transparency, enhanced efficiency, and improved customer service. And our office has a proven track record of adhering to strict budgeting and implementing cost-cutting measures when necessary. Final slide, future fiscal year vision. Our long-term goal is to establish a streamlined process with procurement and business services to improve the efficiency of the multi-award RFP for nonprofits, the execution of nonprofit capital grants, and the spending down of those grants by reversion dates. To achieve these goals, it's crucial that our budget allows team members to continuously learn and apply new knowledge and ultimately improving their daily work. And we are excited about several future prospects, including leading the county towards continued excellence. We are also focused on continuously improving our capital outlay, capital improvement plan processes to maximize efficiency and ensure timely project completion and expenditures. Finally, we are looking forward to offering a Code of Conduct video library and expanding our anti-harassment training programs. This concludes the CM office presentation, and I will now move on to the criminal justice presentation. So budget overview. The Criminal Justice Reform Department is currently 100% staffed with no vacancies. Our proposed budget is primarily allocated to contracts with key partners, which include the 2nd Judicial District Court, Metropolitan Court, District Attorney's Office, Public Defender's Office, and the University of New Mexico Institute for Social Research. All 9 of our contracts are important and play a key role in ensuring McClendon compliance. A few highlights for the contracts are the Judicial Supervision and Diversion Program, Probation Violation Docket and Pro Tem Judges, Metropolitan Court Background Investigations, the Competency Evaluation Program, contracts with the District Attorney's Office for felony and misdemeanor, along with the Public Defender's Office for the same, and our contract with the University of New Mexico Institute for Social Research. The goals for the Criminal Justice Reform Office are ensuring that all contract deliverables are met, and these are integral to the meeting McClendon requirements. Supporting our partners so they can continue to provide crucial diversion programs for our community. To that end, our budget allocations include a 3% contract increase for our partners, and our SMART goals are receiving MDC population counts by UNM ISR, continued legal service and pre-prosecution diversion program PPD for the district attorney's office, and continued legal services and warrant forgiveness workshop events from the public defender's office. These workshops are highly effective, quashing an average of 75 to 85 warrants per event. Concerns and challenges. A primary concern for the upcoming fiscal year is our ability to meet the FY26 legislative salary increases. It's important to remember that our partner programs are funded through the county to ensure they can help us meet the McClendon requirements. And although the legislature approved a 4% legislative salary increase, we are mitigating this challenge by identifying funding within the current contracts and our current budget to provide a 3% contract increase for our partners. Opportunities and innovations. We are excited about several key opportunities and innovations in the upcoming fiscal year. First, we are partnering with the City of Albuquerque to address and reduce homelessness in Bernalillo County. Second, we are partnering with law enforcement and legislators to explore the use of criminal drug profit seizures to fund rehabilitation, detoxification, and a continuum of care for adult and adolescents. These initiatives will benefit Bernalillo County residents by contributing to homelessness reduction and by funding crucial rehabilitation detoxification programs without burdening taxpayers. Future fiscal year vision. Our future fiscal year vision centers on creating a comprehensive continuum of care environment for individuals in drug treatment and rehabilitation. Continued funding for our partners will be crucial in achieving this vision. These endeavors will be achieved through strong collaboration with our CJCC partners, including the 2nd Judicial District Court, the DA's office, the Public Defender's Office, MDC, Metro Court, UNM ISR, City of Albuquerque, PCSO, APD, and various diversion programs and community treatment partners. Ultimately, we anticipate these efforts will contribute to reducing both the MDC population and local homelessness population. This concludes the CM Office, CIP Compliance Office, and CJR budget presentation. I will stand for questions after the CM division presentations conclude, and I will happily hand it over to our legal department.
May it please the Commission, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, Commissioner Benson, County Manager, and colleagues. I'm happy to present the legal budget overview today, and I'll try to go through it quickly and then allow you time if you need it. Also, you should have in your inbox some of the statistics on McClendon, and we're also always happy to do individual meetings and or, as we do plan regularly, closed meetings with regard to some of the bigger litigation matters. We have noted that we have the budget is listed there of $5.9 million. It's broken apart, and we have our positions that are filled. We have a 13% vacancy, and that's mostly because I'm currently saving a couple of positions just to view where we need it. The practice of law is always emerging and changing. So I have one legal position open and then an interim position. The hard to recruit positions are, and I noticed it was on Shirley's, this new type of person we look for called a records specialist, which isn't necessarily a paralegal position, but it's more of an IT position where a person's able to do Boolean search logic and go in there and go through the data and gather documents that are being requested. We also wanted to create a project coordinator for the IPRA office, but we paused both of those pursuant to the manager's instructions, so we're willing to do the pause as we wait to see what the budget looks like. You, of course, are very aware of our major contract is the McClendon case. This has been going on since 1995. Very complicated. Data completion is based on many factors, and as I said, that's currently, those issues are in the inbox. I have to state the county manager and the warden are doing a great job of working on this very hard. And you guys also gave me the additional position, starting with former county manager Julie and the current county manager of having an in-house lawyer out at the jail, Mr. Joseph Sanchez, which is what I really think it takes. We also have the code of ordinances that we buy. Unanticipated legal issues, as you note, are very important. We have an open contract for investigations and contract negotiations. Our goals are to continue to work on McClendon for disengagement by domain. There are 3 domains. This is collaborative effort with county manager, our office, Warden Smith, and our contract lawyer, who's the best on this in the state, Taylor Ron. We continue to manage IPRA, which is always growing, and I think we're keeping in front of it, but hopefully it's a thing that I have to look at almost on a daily basis. You noted, as we've discussed it with you, that insurance coverage is a major issue, especially for us, but it's also statewide and national. We are very aggressive about making sure we're covered so that our risk is not overwhelming and it doesn't create a huge problem for you as the commission. And we're doing it by arbitrating, mediating, and litigating to make sure that our coverage stays in place. The McClendon case must be funded by federal court order. So that's a specific challenge. It takes a lot of work to do that. And we do review all the billings on that to make sure they're done appropriately and request reductions where appropriate. We especially want to make sure we ensure all departments receive legal assistance in a timely manner. I was looking at the list of presenters, and that's my list of clients. I'm blessed and lucky to have the best clients in the state of New Mexico because these guys are professionals and they're great to work with. I think the relationship between county legal and all our agencies couldn't be better. And of course, that starts at the top with our county commissioners and our county manager. I think I went too far. Opportunities and innovations. We did a big one. We moved the utility litigation in-house. And thank you guys for that because we also reported to you on that. That includes the rate case hearings. Mara DeMule and Valerie Jo did a great job on that, including getting the Good Neighbor Fund having more money in it. So that's been important to us. We continue to work on IPRA compliance. And I want to go kind of to the end and say that the important things to look at. Continue with the opioid litigation. We just passed the opioid plan for publication the next. We still have more out there, public benefit managers and the Sackler. Continue McClendon and continue on the evolving developments in practice and law. I want to thank the leadership of the commission and the electeds and the manager, and of course introduce my 2 #1 allies here, Natalia Sanchez Downey and Carol Thomas, who's fiscal, so we can answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. County Attorney. Commissioners, any questions? I think it's, on some of these, it may be easier if we break them up a little bit, if there are questions, but I think we're good with legal. Thank you, Mr. County Attorney. Actually, Commissioner Frank Block, yes. Your mic.
And I'd just like to thank County Attorney Martinez for his responsiveness and the responsiveness of his staff, including a question I posed to him this morning, I think at about 7:30 or so, and getting an answer by the time by 8 o'clock, I think, or 8:30. And I also appreciate the use of specialized contract attorneys where necessary, and just the balance between in-house staff versus the need for real specialized expertise, and I think that's a delicate balance. I didn't quite appreciate that, I think, when I came in, but as time went on, a few months I've been here, I've learned to really understand that and appreciate that, and just want to commend you for your work.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair.
I just wanted to do the same. Thank you for your leadership. I think you have an excellent team that feels so reliable. I always feel so confident when I'm able to meet with anyone from your vast team with such expertise, and so just thank you for that. And the McClendon stuff is really hard and complicated, and thanks for navigating it all this time.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks, Carol. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Marcos Gonzalez from Economic Development. So we'll go over our pieces. As indicated here, we actually have 5 employees in our department, and we are fully staffed, so we have no vacancies. As you can see to the right, we have a mix in our budget between general fund and fees and PILT funds that our department generates. So majority of our funding that we use in our department is self-generated outside of the general fund, and our major contracts consist of working with Albuquerque Regional Economic Alliance, the Partnership for Community Action, Taft, our Bond Council, Impact Data Source, our Economic Impact Analysis Group, and BFD Consulting, which is our third-party review for all of our major economic development projects. To jump into a dive a little bit more into what makes up the self-funded portion of our department, and is majority of it is into one-time contracts, whether that be sponsorships or other contractual items we're working with. And then once again, that large piece within from the PILT that comes from our large contracts that we covered before, and then our smaller amount of our department, which is the payroll piece. Within our goals for our department, this piece is on, we're looking at redoing our economic development policies and procedures. So we'll be embarking on that adventure here pretty soon with the community dialogue groups pieces, which will be very informative about how we're doing economic development going forward. And then as we continue to build out our affordable housing development division and continuing to cover gaps that may be into that. And as well as we did ask for 3 new positions in the next in this budget cycle, but if not, we're prepared to cover those with our own funding as well. And then the I-40 Trade Port Corridor, we have grant funding that we'll be budgeting for a grant coordinator to work within that group as we march towards the breaking ground in the phase 1 of this project. Unique challenges that we see on the headline is just being able to respond, continue to respond to the business needs in a quickly manner to our customers within Bernalillo County, which is anybody that wants to be able to be in business in the county. We welcome them with open arms and work with them to navigate the different traps, whether that be internally or externally, in making sure that they have the way to do the speed of business. The other piece is, as many folks have said, the delays that we're currently seeing with the federal government and delays of getting our money that we've been allocated for the I-40 Trade Port Corridor as an example. And then lastly, we see is ongoing legislation that was signed by the governor with House Bill 6 is just what implications does that mean for the county in terms of responsibility for monitoring IRBs that are now seen as public projects with prevailing wages. Our opportunities that we see as we are hoping the HB2 gets signed tomorrow or today, depending on how the governor feels. There's $40 million allocated there that we are ready to and committed to spending in creating more affordable housing for our community, and are continue seeking more investment for our trade port project that House Bill 19 was signed, as well providing over $50 million to trade ports throughout New Mexico. For our future vision that we see is increasing capacity, whether that be through the housing division or through internally on our I-40 trade port piece, being able to codifying what the new policies and procedures mean for our going forward in economic development, and finding reoccurring funding to continue to fund many of our different projects. We're most excited for being able to show to having some more flexibility for supporting small businesses and finding out how we can do that. It's not using our traditional tools for economic development, which I say were never meant for small businesses, but how do we create new tools that are meant for small businesses and being able to help them grow in our community further. And really just seeing again, as we continue our work in the affordable housing ecosystem space and the I-40 trade port space as well. So with that, thank you, and stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director. Commissioners, Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Marcos, thank you so much. It seems like we have been working quite a bit together this past year and look forward to next year. But I just wanted a big shout out and a thank you to you and to the county manager for embracing this idea of this community dialogue opportunity to reshape and take a hard look at our economic development approach. And I'm really excited to hear you mention promoting small businesses as well, because that is, I think, the backbone of the future of Bernalillo County too, and creating good jobs. So thank you for your work. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair Barboa.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Excited for the things you're excited about ahead. I want to also just thank you for the openness to work with the new economic development, and also working with us this year at UN Legal for working with us to develop the Affordable Housing Act, ways we can take that to another level, its full potential. Do you anticipate any budget needs in that, in seeing that project hopefully grow? In the work with the Housing Collaborative.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Barboa, we besides the 3 positions that we've asked for within the Housing Development Division, we don't see any additional positions after that. But if that, looking at the budget, if it's not possible within the budget, we've looked internally to see how we can fund that either through our PILT funds or working with behavioral health and being able to fund a position out of there until we get to FY27 and some more stability within the markets and within the budget cycles too. But it's something that we recognize that we need right now to be able to making sure that we're deploying not only our funds, but also looking at being very aggressive in terms of what other funding opportunities are there to develop additional affordable housing, whether that be through the Senate bills that provided BHI funding or look at other federal funding, and also matching other foundational money. But our goal is to be very aggressive in being able to develop additional housing along the continuum.
And if I may, a follow-up, I was trying to see it because I know you're told to go really effectively through these
You tell me what you need to know, Commissioner.
What was I think you said HB6? Can you expand on what that is and what we're expecting?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Barboa, so HB6 was providing that industrial revenue bonds would be viewed as a public project, so they'd have to do the prevailing wages for the construction employees. It's just very unclear at this point of who does the monitoring of that, to making sure of who actually monitors that the employees are actually getting the prevailing wage, whether that's state workforce solutions or if it's on the locality. But once it's my understanding that once rulemaking is opened up, we will definitely be there to advocate that the state do the tracking and provide some type of certificate of compliance with that for our own auditing purposes as well when we audit these IRB projects.
And I think one last thing, just to, and thank you for making affordable housing a priority for the Economic Development Department. Thank you. You see the need in our communities and are addressing that as a priority. Thank you so much. I think to Commissioner Frank Baca's, and I'm really proud of Commissioner Barbara Baca's leadership and yours with our housing collaborative. And I think to Commissioner Frank Baca's points that he's made the last couple of meetings is around our growth. We have had zero growth, and we can definitely identify, and then my comments always around sort of the county being the social safety net. I just want to, I hope that when we're thinking about that 40 million or future of our collaborative, that we're really thinking about supportive housing and how we play into that, because that's the long-term stuff that we just can't avoid, because we're seeing them somewhere, we're covering them somewhere. Let's find a stable place that and hopefully really make a dent in what we're seeing in our streets. So I just want to plant that seed. Thank you again for making it a priority. And
Madam Chair and Commissioner Rowe, yes, it is a big priority with being able to recruit companies and different groups here, of being able to know that they have not only a workforce, but also a great place for their workforce to live. And so we'll see that becoming a dire important piece about the companies are asking when they're looking to come here is, where's my workforce going to live, and is it going to be a quality piece of that? And so we want to make sure that that's as well, and then as well as the permanent supportive housing piece that you're also talking about. We're working on that too. So the whole continuum, we're busy all over it, but thank you for your support.
Commissioner Benson. Commissioner Benson, I think you're muted. Oh, it froze again. Every time every time we try to go to you, it has to freeze. I can jump into my questions actually.
Sure, go ahead.
We can try to get him back on. Some of them are more of comments, but I wanted to say on the trade port corridor, I just want us to be really cautious on that. I know that we've been very excited about that project and there's been a lot of activity on that, but things have changed drastically at the federal level. And I've been working with a group that had secured some funding through the climate law under a very different political climate. And that's all gone. I mean, all of it. And it has devastated their programming and their ability to achieve the goals that they wanted to achieve. And so I don't want to see us get ahead of our skis here, even though we've had a lot of success and a lot of progress on this under the last administration. This is an administration that doesn't believe in climate change. So, I mean, we're talking about a diametrically different view. I mean, they signed an executive order on bringing back coal. So this is, I just want to be really thoughtful about that. And this is saying grant coordinator will be funded by federal funds. I think that needs several asterisks there because I just don't know that that's going to happen. And I want us to be very careful about that because I think this may be a project that may not happen. And that's unfortunate, but that was a decision of our national electorate. And then the other thing that I just wanted to say in general, because you mentioned it several times, the sort of enterprise fund portion of your department. And I just wanted to be clear that that enterprise fund is still a budget approved by this commission, correct?
Mr. Chair, you're correct. I just wanted to give the balance about what's coming from the general fund versus what's coming from fees that are raised by the department. But correct, as part of the general holistic budget.
Very good, very good. I think that's all I have. Really looking forward to seeing what this steering committee is able to do. And, oh, I'm sorry, there was one more thing. You mentioned HB6 in here, which this commission supported. I very much support. I hope the governor signs that in the next few days.
Chair, she signed it last night.
Oh, okay. Even better. So, you know, I think that is, obviously you mentioned that there may be some compliance issues there, making sure that we're able to comply with that, but I do think that is a very good thing for our community, and I'm glad to see that we had that move forward. Commissioner Benson, I think we're ready for you now.
Yes, sir. And I've been told that the IT department has a potential fix for their IT glitch right now that they will be working on over lunch. So I apologize for my breakups. If there's something I could do, I would. Director Gonzalez, thank you so much. And I'm excited to hear you talk about creating new tools for small businesses. I think we can, all of us on the commission would love to see that happen. And hopefully through our community dialogues, we can make some progress helping local small business. Just curious about that HB6 with the prevailing wage. Two questions. If the state does not audit their own prevailing wage standards, I assume that would be up to us. And do you have the current staff that you would need to do that? Also, what do you anticipate the change to this in the IRB process to be, if any, with the signing of HB6? Do do you anticipate any increased demand, decreased demand, or just the same as we've seen?
Sure, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Benson. So if the localities were have to actually do the monitoring of the prevailing wage pieces that are set by the state workforce solutions, we probably would need to add additional staff to either my team or the Public Works' team to be able to do the actual compliance and review of the payroll and review of the bids and those items. And talking to DCM Archuleta, we may need to add up to 3 positions to cover this. In terms of the companies or developers using the IRB tool, it probably would be dependent on the exemption rate. We probably would see their request for exemption rates to go up from where they currently are at, just to cover the additional costs for them to also comply with what had not been prevailing wages in the past in the administration. But that's just where we see that probably going, but we'll see other communities have added such items as well, so we'll just see how this continues to roll out. Additionally, the legislature did pass site readiness funds, so a lot of the funding, a lot of the requests for IRBs are to exempt property taxes because a project's having to use additional capital to ready either on-site or off-site infrastructure. So now that the site readiness bill provides money from the state to be able to develop that infrastructure, of how much the need would be as well. So we have a few new tools to work with in the economic development toolbox as well that the legislature adopted this past year.
That's great, and I'm super excited. Although I don't love more regulation to try to incentivize business. Typically, it has the opposite effect. So HB6, I'm worried about that. But the IRBs, like you said, the whole goal was to try to incentivize businesses to come and then do the infrastructure that other states already offer that we don't. So with this, I am very excited that the infrastructure bill was signed. And with that, can you give a little clarity on, would that be funds that the county would then decide on what sites should be invested in terms of preparing them for new locations? Or would that be driven by the state? And yeah, kind of give us an idea of what that could mean and how it would be used for increasing business creation, job creation.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Benson, the site readiness piece would be controlled by the state in the funds, similar to LEDA funds through the State Economic Development Department, and then also the infrastructure funds available through the Tradeport Act, HB 19, would also be controlled through the State Economic Development Department. We would have to actually apply to the state to become a state designated trade port, and there's up to $50 million this year that's available for deployment of infrastructure as well. So there's a couple of different infrastructure bills, but it's all controlled through the State Economic Development Department.
Okay, and then would we make requests of the state?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Benson, correct, with our different projects, we'll be making requests. So we'll be working with different industrial parks or different business parks within the county that need additional infrastructure to become more feasible for development to happen.
Great. Well, I'm excited about that. Hopefully it works well. And thank you, Director Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Benson. We're going to do one more question, then we'll move to the next issue here so that we can keep moving. Commissioner Baca, Frank Baca.
Thank you. Marcos, I do want to appreciate all your work as well. And your small office is the hub of really the confluence of some major projects that we're all looking at in terms of economic development at a large scale for what I would hope would be high quality, high paying jobs. as well as for the development, as you know, Commissioner Bach has been supporting and proposing of the small businesses, which becomes potential for a career and livelihood for an individual and their family, and also jobs, and sort of the confluence of those with housing, because the whole picture is related, and to develop the sort of, I think, what is kind of our, at least my own personal mantra, is sort of a healthy and vibrant community. All those pieces, you know, fit together and are really, really important. So you have a very small office and you have a lot of tasks and responsibilities. So, you know, I just hope that you have the staffing that you need to carry on these really important projects. Yeah, that's basically all I want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, thank you.
Next up, we have Human Resources.
Good morning, Chair Levis, Commissioners, Madam County Manager. I'm Don Hill, Senior Manager for Labor and Employee Relations, and temporarily acting as HR Director. Since I've been in that position about 3 hours now, I'm going to defer to our Operations Manager, Ken Sanchez, who will present our budget proposal. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Commission, and my colleagues. My name is Candice Sanchez, as Don Hill said, and I'm the Operations Manager here with Human Resources. We will start with our budget overview. As you can see, we have 52 positions to include our one executive position, our director, with currently 9 vacancies that we're working on the hiring process of. Our general proposed budget for this year will have a 22% variance over FY25, leading us to just over $9 million. As you can see, we do have major contracts that are utilized by our department. This is in reference to our self-funded healthcare, and that will include Presbyterian at about $25 million, Blue Cross Blue Shield, our Presbyterian Pharmacy, and our Quad Graphics. That is our in-house healthcare, which is housed on our 7th floor. Our crucial goals for the department this year will be our new hire experience, focusing on retention. Most of the retention challenges are significant within the new hire probationary period. Recruiting strategies. Continuing to recruit for vacant positions countywide using job boards, virtual job fairs, rapid hire events, while supporting the growth and retention of current employees and the community's efforts to find rewarding employment. The labor market. Continuing to watch the labor market to ensure we are remaining competitive to attract and retain talent. The 2024 compensation study provided Bernalillo County with valuable market data, enabling us to develop a targeted strategy for salary increases that prioritizes our employees' retention. To remain competitive, it is essential that we continue to monitor and adjust our compensation practices to ensure alignment with our market trends. Next, we'll see our unemployment claims and our grievances by department. The upcoming budget allocation may affect these goals if we are unable to provide salary increases for the current employees and make any necessary adjustments, based on the labor market. SMART goals. To conduct target job fairs that are occasionally based in the effort to find the right people for the right jobs. That is aiming at our hard-to-fill positions, just to list some and not limit to our mechanics, corrections officers, youth detention officers, and our veterinarians. Our concerns and challenges. Maintaining to be a competitive labor market. The 2024 compensation study provided Bernalillo County with valuable market data. Our retention, most of the retention challenges are significant within the new hire probationary period, and capacity building. Programs like the Foundation Learning Alliance for Maintaining Employment, aka FLAME, and the job rotation programs. This creates a more intensive hiring process and work environment while creating opportunities for the community. So what are our limitations? Staffing. How we plan to mitigate these challenges is to maintain a competitive labor market by ensuring Bernalillo County remains competitive to the labor market, continuing to assist departments to address retention while bridging the knowledge gap between those retiring and the new employees. And lastly, capacity building, ensuring Bernalillo County has the capacity to respond to the growing community needs. Some of our opportunities or initiative for the upcoming fiscal year is retention strategies, empower leadership training by celebrating leaders in the organization and emphasize the leadership of the feedback-driven and the accountability culture for topics to include coaching models, ethics, emotional intelligence, relationship building, motivation, and performance management, along with leadership adaptation, growth, and communities. Our apprenticeship program is the innovation program to create and engage to the youth of the community, and mentorship to develop a mentoring program structured and designed to be paired with individuals with more experience, for guidance, support, and knowledge. All 4 initiatives provide foundations for current employees as well as community members searching for a fulfilling employment. Sorry, Dawn took 5 seconds, so I'm going to go with it. Our long-term goals is our organizational structure. We also are looking at cultivating strong workforce, employee well-being, and I want to emphasize that. Implement additional programs that support employee health and wellness, both physically and mentally, contributing to a healthier and more productive workforce. Lastly, how is these investments will be crucial to achieving the goals? Funding. And what are we most excited for the future? Continuing to support building a strong, skilled workforce to ensure the organization can achieve its goals and objectives of Bernalillo County. Thank you. I stand for any questions if Julie says I have some time. And I bring Dawn up also just in case.
Thank you very much. Appreciate all your hard work and allowing the whole organization to fulfill its workforce needs. Any questions, commissioners? All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, fellow colleagues, and County Manager.
All right. Next up, we have MDC with Warden Kai Smith to present.
Good morning, Chair Levis, fellow commissioners, and Madam County Manager. I'm Kai Smith with the MDC. With me today that'll be presenting will be Deputy Warden Otero, Deputy Warden Munez, Deputy Warden McCann. I'd also like to acknowledge Major Aragon and Major Alanis in the room. In addition, some of this presentation today wouldn't be without Michelle Facitelli, I'm pretty sure I butchered that one, Miss Madrid, and Mr. Rodriguez from Budget. And also the MVP for me is Miss Ronaldo, and I would like to confess that probably the only name I pronounced correctly was my own. So in saying that, I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Warden Otero to present the first section.
Good morning. Our proposed general fund budget for MDC in our budget overview is $79,469,134. Our fiscal year 25 was at $72,364,447. The variance from fiscal year 25 are attributed to the increases in our current medical contract positions. We have a total of 577 funded positions. We currently have a 15% vacancy rate, and that's 64 vacancies, and this is including just, like we said, our funded positions only. Our hard-to-recruit positions are our correctional officers, as we heard from Human Resources as well. We do have several incentives that we are trying to recruit those positions. We have sign-on incentives. We have referral bonuses, and of course our recruitment department is out there trying to billboards, TV commercials, those types of things so we can get those positions. Our major contracts are medical, which is UNMH currently, our food and laundry, which is Summit, and our commissary, which is Keefe.
Good morning. I'm Deputy Warden Munez. I'm going to go over the goals of MDC with this budget. The two goals of the department, major goals, is improve financial oversight and staff retention. How the budget allocation would affect these goals is evaluating effectiveness and budget allocation. SMART goals is going to be trend changes and improving staff retention. I'm going to defer to Deputy Warden McCann for the challenges that we face.
Good morning. Some of the primary concerns and challenges we anticipate at MDC are related to our increased population. We are currently averaging a daily population of about 1,850. Our staffing rate with a competitive job market, we face recruitment and retention challenges that will impact our ability to attract and retain qualified personnel. Increased cost to medical, increased cost to daily commodities. That's currently seen a trend of about 2.4%. The way to mitigate some of these challenges, we are looking at cost containment, exploring vendor negotiations, bulk purchasing, and alternative suppliers to manage our expenses, operational efficiencies, identifying areas for process improvements, and leveraging technology to reduce costs. Some of our strategic staffing solutions, the Deputy Warden Otero mentioned, were enhancing recruitment strategies, offering competitive benefits, and cross-training employees to optimize workforce utilization. Warden?
2 slides, less than a minute. Some of the key opportunities and initiatives, we're going to be leveraging technology. How will that benefit us? Currently, we have 4 operating systems. We're going to look to get them down to 2. Combining those, one of them is a jail management system, and that'll allow the officers more opportunity to interact with the population. The other one is a new early warning system that not only looks at the incidents within the jail, but it also looks at fatigue factors that could lead to mental health or possibly issues outside of work. We want to take a proactive approach to our staff. And when we say that, it's supporting everybody. When you hear us talk, it's not security, it's an entire team out there. So we're looking at that technology so that we can help get ahead of some of the things that may get us in some liability issues. Creating efficiency in our leadership staff is one of the goals. In saying that, we were able to identify some data trends. We were able to identify some data trends. We gave some example, and that's just through training. For example, in our our food contract, 2 years ago, we were at approximately $90,000 for line items in it. Went down to 75. And then when we started looking at it early last year, we're projecting approximately 18,000. And it's just teaching us to start looking at our line items and work with trends. So that's the goal of the administrative team. Fiscal year vision, we want to look at considering a new jail. We understand the funding implications of that, but we'd like to go from warehousing to actually producing a better quality than what we get. But that is going to take a whole new model. The current standard of jails that we're working with are all warehouse models. You'll have feel-good stories every once in a while, but if we truly want to be innovative here in New Mexico, we have to consider changing the structure of our facility to allow us to offer better programs that will benefit, because reentry starts inside the jail, not outside. In addition to that, we are looking at body-worn cameras. We do feel that leadership training is essential, as we just talked about with one of the line items, that just through some training that I've had and some that Shirley's team has been able to get us, and Kathy Corton training, we're now passing that on to the leadership team so that they can start to understand it and get ahead of trends. Some of the resources investments, dedicated funding. We are looking at alternative strategies to ensure that usual line items in the industry of law enforcement and public safety, such as when there's budget crunches, training usually is one of the first things that we cut. It's probably one of those vital things you shouldn't cut. So we are looking at alternative strategies. That way we don't have to do such things. In addition, we are going to have to continue to seek state and federal funding because, as we've heard earlier, we want everybody else to pay our bills so that we can use our funds for other fun projects that I will say, because you know, the MDC is what it is. It's a jail. So we'll try to get them funds so that we can support you guys on your mission outside in the community. Last but not least, what are we most excited about? For those of you that understand it and have heard of it, it's the man in the arena, Theodore Roosevelt. Everybody from the outside has an opinion of what we do, and we do listen to it and we value it. But the reality is, this team behind me, the officers that are here, the support staff that are here, we get the bruises, we get the dirt. So I look forward to working with them to continue the change at the MDC. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Warden. Commissioners. Commissioner Frank Baca. Vice Chair Barbour, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Warden, and to your team. I am truly grateful. I got to meet with some of you before and hear, you know, why you do this work when it's really hard and tough, and you're the one that gets the dirt and gets the bruises. And I was just so inspired by the way you all talk about your work to service and why you do this job. So I just want to be appreciative to all of you and your staff. And I have just seen so much. I'm a little emotional, Warden Smith, because I just didn't think I would see in my lifetime, especially within I think this part when we're talking about a new jail that is actually thinking differently about outside of just a warehouse model. I'll use your language because I don't know the language otherwise. And this work-life balance that you're prioritizing, it's here in front of us. Everybody can know it and we can see it. And I totally agree with the idea that training, it's what staff needs and it benefits us all. Like we're trying to get out of McClendon, we're trying to do all these other things, and we can't do that without these things you put in front of us. So I'm just really thankful for your leadership, for the things you're prioritizing and the way you're looking at this. And I want to be a partner in it. Just thank you.
Commissioner Frank Baca.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to echo what Commissioner Barbara said. I had a feeling that's where she was going, so that's why I wanted her to say it first, because I think she'll do a better job of that. But yeah, I think, you know, my limited experience in meeting with you and observing from afar is that, you know, I'm impressed with the culture that you're promoting and developing. It is a tough job. I'm familiar with that myself as an attorney, being on both sides of the fence, defense lawyer and prosecutor. I get it. It's tough, and it's tough for your employees, and I appreciate that. It's also a very difficult environment to work on a day-to-day basis, but I think the recognition of the opportunity to make a difference for your residents, if I can use that term, to improve their options or give them opportunities, I think is really important, because if we really want to make a difference, we have to make some changes in individuals and so in terms of giving them opportunities, whether it's for education or behavioral health treatment, medical treatment, whatever. I mean, I think that is you have a captive audience and there's opportunity, and I appreciate your devotion, dedication to that. And I just have the questions are: is your population? I think you said it's averaging about 1,850, and your capacity is in the 1,900s. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Benson, it is 1950 is the court order cap, and we are currently right now sitting at 1832 when I pulled the numbers this morning.
And is that trending up or down over the last few months, say this year, for example?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Benson, so that trend actually started in June when I got here. Previous to that, I'd have to look back there, but I'm comfortable saying around the mid-1600s coming into calendar year 24. But by the start of fiscal year 25, we've seen a spike, probably 250 to 300. We were hoping that it was just a summer, incident, but other than that, it came down a little bit in October, but no, it's holding steady, and we're making all our plans and decisions based on this number holding steady.
And just a question, just in terms of, I don't need a specific number or just but just a ballpark figure in terms of either amount or percentages of your budget that does go to rehabilitative programs, including education. Could you just give me a ballpark of that?
I would actually have to defer that. I can tell you our inmate welfare fund, which does primarily service that question. We have to pull that from the general fund, but to get you specifics, we'll get back with you and we'll answer that to the entire group.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right. I want to just appreciate you and your whole team for the important work you do. I think this is another one of those areas, sort of like the court security deputies that we talked about earlier, where an investment, a targeted investment in this area and your staff in this department actually pays dividends. Because if we go back to the legal presentation, the amount of money that we're spending on McClendon, the overtime that we often have to do at that facility in order to appropriately staff it, I think that there's a very clear path where greater investment may lead to less need down the line, both need in the community and need in the budget. So just want to appreciate you and all of your staff for your professionalism and the important work you do.
Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners, thank you.
All right, so that is going to wrap up our county manager division. If there's any further questions on that, I do want to just level set for folks. Time here is about 11:36. We're going to try to get through public safety, which is a pretty big task, but we're going to try to get through that and then take a quick lunch break. So just so everybody kind of knows where we're going over the next hour or so. And I wanted to say one thing, it's just a comment on the county manager division. When I stepped in the back, it was mentioned about the need to do an RFP on our lobbyist contracts. I think that's a very important area, and I'm very interested in hearing, I believe it's at the next meeting, we're going to get an update on the legislative session, you know, the outcomes, capital outlay, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's a really important nexus between the administrative side of the organization and the political side of the organization up here. And that lobbyist is kind of the in-between in many ways, right? Working between the political arena and the administrative executive arena, because all those things are so intertwined. So I just wanted to say that I think that's a really important area to have some strong goals and expectations for what is achieved there and how it is achieved. And so looking forward to working with the county manager and the team on that. And now we have Deputy County Manager Greg Perez to talk to us about public safety.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Always a pleasure to be in front of you. If I could real quickly just have all the members of public safety staff stand up if you're in the room. I see a bunch of you out there. Just want to make sure you get recognized. Thank you all for what you do every day. So I have the honor of representing one of the largest departments in Bernalillo County, being public safety. So public safety has an actual support division, which is what I'm going to highlight in my 5 minutes here at the podium. So in our support division, we currently have 22 positions. Of those, we have 2 that are vacant. Hardest positions to fill for us is our crisis clinician and our individuals with any kind of two-way radio experience for our radio shop. We currently have 4 major contracts that fall underneath the public safety support, which is Motorola for all of our radios, Allied Universal, which is the security contractors, not only for this building, but for a number of other sites across the entire county. Fire Ed, which is our public safety academy that is shared together with our partners at the Sheriff's Department. And then CCS, which is our janitorial contract. So as we look at our goals, the goals for public safety as a whole is increasing our site security, permanent site for our radio shop, and right now they're working out of a multitude of different areas, but we want to get them a permanent site. And then, of course, increasing the recruitment and retention of all of the organizations that fall underneath the umbrella of the Public Safety Division. So with increased funding, we can improve on our site security across all of our facilities. We can maintain adequate staffing levels by remaining competitive and enhancing our recruiting efforts through more diverse campaigns. Right now, we really just focus on New Mexico. We need to broaden our horizons and look at our partner areas such as Colorado, Texas, Arizona to find the best of the best if we can't find them in our own state, which we normally do, but we need to expand our reach. We want to make sure that we have a safe place for our employees to work through security efforts, and we also want to see a reduction in our vacancies and, of course, in our overtime expenditure. If we can fill the vacancies across all of the public safety areas that are hurting for people, we will then reduce that overtime, creating a better work-life balance. The main concerns that we have right now is staffing. It's the ability to recruit and retain qualified employees to keep up, and as well as keeping up with technological advancement. I know the sheriff talked about it, and he is on the cutting edge of technological advancement, and we want to make sure that we're ready to help him in that area, especially as it relates to emergency communications and some of our other areas. So definitely one of our concerns is are we able to keep up with it, and what needs to happen internal to make that happen. The other piece that we see, let's see here, is the future. Basically, in the future is it's paramount for all these areas. Considering that our budget allocations, we plan to remain effective and efficient in our budget usage. We know that we're in a flat budget, and we're very mindful and cognizant of that. We'll continue to make public safety a great place to work through non-monetary creative solutions to continue to help create a good, positive work-life balance for all of our departments. Our opportunities and innovations, we're excited to pursue the completion of the state-of-the-art radio program. We want more training for our public safety employees and greater public safety outreach to the community, as well as internal to our own department. If we're successful in capitalizing on these initiatives initiatives, we will create a safer place to live for the community, a great place to work for our employees, enhanced emergency communication for our first responders, all while building lasting relationships with all of our partners, not just within Bernalillo County. Lastly, as we look to the future, I say the future is bright for public safety. We look forward to continuing to close the vacancy gaps in our existing departments. We'll continue to work towards a proactive approach to emergency situations, be it man-made, natural, while we're keeping a very close eye on the ever-changing climate, which is going to have an impact on us one way or another, and we have to be mindful of that. What excites us most about the future is the potential growth and the continued partnership both inside and outside of our county. Thank you for your ongoing support of my division, and I'm proud to introduce our Emergency Communications Director.
Good morning, Chairman Olivas, Commissioners, Madam County Manager, and all of our Deputy County Managers. My name is Robbie McCormick. I am the 65-day-old Director 2 of Bernalillo County Emergency Communications, or BCEC. I'm pleased today to provide a high-level budget overview, our goals, challenges, and opportunities for our department. BCEC has an allotted 48 FTE with a 79% staffing rate or a 21% vacancy rate, which is a little bit different than the report because we just hired 3 of the 13 that are represented on the graph. The challenging vacancies that we have are for emergency communication officers or the ECO positions. Those are entry level. It's a challenging area of staffing primarily because of our current organizational structure and some of our classification descriptions and training program, all of which affect a timely promotion of ECO to ECO1 and ECO2 positions, leaving these entry-level positions only sporadically available for posting. BCEC has 4 primary goals over FY26: increase facility security through more fencing and an improved surveillance system for a 360-degree perimeter view outside the building, and a public-facing window that allows checking of credentials for visitors prior to entering the operations floor. Development of certification and agency-level instructors through the Association of Public Safety Communication Officers, or APCO. The revision of the BCEC training program to meet national standards and improve mission-critical skills, professionalism, and professional development and promotional rates. Promoting a positive work culture and work-life balance and maintenance of national standard staffing levels for the center through implementing the industry standard 12-hour schedule. The appropriate budget allocation will be used for the customary payroll and operational needs, as well as the increased security measures and cost-effective training and increased skill sets. Over the next fiscal year, there are 5 primary challenges, not all influenced by budget directly. However, we have a completion of the state's next generation core services, for which BCEC was selected by the state and Motorola to be the beta test bed for the other 45 centers in the state. The full implementation is expected in August of 2025. Completion of all the necessary security measures and equipment to ensure continuity of services through continued hardening of the center's physical plant. Revision of the training program for national accreditation. Continued support and protection of the positive work culture and environment to increase retention and job satisfaction, and maintaining national standard staffing levels. We are mitigating costs and these challenges through the following efforts: continued use of the 911 surcharge funding provided through flow-through agreement with DFA E911 Program Bureau, which has increased since the last session. Utilizing the State Homeland Security Grant Program for portions of our surveillance equipment. Defraying cost of training through in-house certified instructors. Working through vendor and other member services to defray registration and accommodations for our necessary certifications and recertifications required by the state and federal rules and regulations, as well as our advanced training of our ECOs. BCO has many opportunities and innovations at and over the horizon that will increase our support services to field response units and the citizens of Bernalillo County. Early adoption of the next generation core services, which improves location-based caller responses, faster cloud services, and eventually image-related caller information to better prepare response units for scene safety on arrival. Early adoption and pilot partnership with GovWorks Comms Coach for an AI-driven quality assurance and improvement program through evaluation of every single call received and dispatched. innovative recruitment and scheduling, and other work culture-driven efforts for hiring and retention to include a larger and more attractive social media presence and campaigns. Longer-term goals over the next 2 to 5 years are building expansion to allow more personnel and technological possibilities that can better serve a collaborative work with sister agencies, streamlining all the internal processes that cause optimal mission-critical tasks to be performed more efficiently, as well as creation of additional career advancement opportunities and professionalism. In conclusion, BCEC is committed to becoming the state's premier emergency communications center. We are focused on strengthening our staff, improving our technology, and delivering the best possible service to the citizens of Bernalillo County. We're excited for the work ahead, and we look forward to achieving these goals with your continued support. Thank you for your time and attention today. And now I turn the podium over to Deputy Chief Lardy to speak for BCFR.
I just wanted to say that it's very nice to meet you in your new role here. Welcome. And I also just wanted to congratulate your team on the beta testing effort. Speaks volumes to you and your team.
Before I leave, though, I would like to introduce our comm center manager, who held the helm in the search for a director and did a wonderful job. She prepared the great way for the work we're doing now.
Thank you.
We do have a question for you, actually, so don't run away too fast. Vice Chair.
Thank you. I'd rather ask questions now because I realized in the last big chunk of stuff I forgot some of the earlier presentations. So thank you. Great to meet you. I'm glad you're here. Excited. Thank you for the hiring efforts. I just wanted to make sure. So this emergency includes dispatch. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay, making sure I understand this. And so but previously, and Chief Pettis might be those since you're so new, but there was an issue regarding dispatch being able to dispatch to like ACS or some of the non-critical behavioral health needs. Has that been addressed within the department?
Yes, we are, Chair and Commissioner. However, in my 100-day, I gave myself a 100-day plan to review and get caught up on everything and move forward with some priorities. And while I have looked at that, that is not something that I can readily speak to as far as the status or going forward. DCM Perez might be able to speak to that more fully right now, if you would like to discuss it now.
Well, I'm okay with the follow-up. I just want to make sure it's in all our awareness, right? That, you know, there's so many pieces that to our public safety needs that one little thing, and it's not a little thing, it's a big thing, but that one thing can interrupt what the sheriff's trying to do, what our CARES campus is trying to do, you know, so
correct.
It just all works together.
If I could just follow up quickly. So the 311 and 811 are something that across the nation, emergency communication centers are looking at to incorporate. 811 is going to involve one of two things, a very robust referral situation or the intake. And of course, that's going to connect with the need for a clinician. A lot of centers are having in-house clinician for an actual triage for 811 calls that come directly in. So there's a lot of opportunity. I just, again, would like to have a better formulated answer and plan going forward after my 100 days.
Totally understandable. And I just wanted to also think, I know I was witness to a pretty severe accident and everybody was online. It was in the city, so everybody was trying to get through to the city's dispatch. We weren't even getting an answer. And I want to think, I've heard nothing but good stuff about Bernalillo County's dispatch and our call and response and all of that. So thank you again to that. Go ahead.
I think they wanted me to correct. I said 811, I meant 988.
That's what I was hoping. Good. Okay, great. I see social media content creation. What type of social media is that mostly for recruitment or just to promote the office or?
911 is the best career secret out there. And we're trying to reintroduce the public to the great work that we do, just from a lot of media, social media exposure, and being able to talk to the public in general, but those specifically may be interested in that career choice to enlighten them better on what we do.
Agree. I learned about it only in this job, and I've been trying to get both of my kids interested in it. The last question, I see you talked about a perimeter fence. Where is dispatch located and what is the threat to?
Chairman, Commissioners, we are located at Holly and Eubank, on the very edge northeast up by the mountains. We do have some security perimeter fencing now, but some of it is older chain link fence, which isn't necessarily a security, great security. It can be clipped and cut through. We have some wrought iron and metal railing around the building in general, but it doesn't encompass all of our parking spaces, nor does it help protect some of the infrastructure and critical things that we need, the generator, our RF shelter for radios, even our solar panels that are on the roof that are carrying power down. So to continue the metal fencing around that area would increase the security of the building, and then having a 360 view, which we do not have now, looking from the inside at the outside of our building, is also a deterrent for anyone that would cause harm to the facility or the staff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Deputy Chief Zach Lardy from Fire and Rescue. Thank you for the opportunity to present our FY26 budget priorities for Bernalillo County Fire and Rescue. As you can see on the slide, our authorized position count as of the building this document was 325 full-time positions. The majority of the FY26 general fund request of just over $42.2 million will be used for salary and benefits of our firefighters. You can also see that we're showing on this document an 86% staffed rate with about 46 vacancies. That has actually improved in the last couple of weeks. We just recently started a new fire academy, and that rate has fallen. We're closer to 8% today, and around 92% staffed. One of the most challenging positions that is an ongoing challenge for us is a paramedic firefighter position, which carries just over a 20% vacancy rate. Our FY26 proposed expenditures reflect necessary increases due to salary adjustments from the FY25 market study. These increases were essential in FY25 to remain competitive and retain talent in a challenging labor market, as I'm sure you can imagine. Among our major contracts at Fire and Rescue are Siddons Martin for fire apparatus, JK Ambulance Services for rescue units, Henry Schein for medical supplies, and UNM for medical direction, the latter of which is the primary impact for the general fund. Our department is focused on 3 primary goals this year. Number 1, enhancing the skills and training of our current employees and our new hires. Number 2, improving firefighter health and safety. And number 3, ensuring supervision for special operations like wildfire response and technical rescue type incidents. All of this is in alignment with our 5-year strategic plan that the Commission has seen before. It's important to note that our FY26 budget does not include adequate support for staffing our fire training academy. When a firefighter or paramedic retires, is promoted into a supervisory role, or otherwise leaves the organization, they must be replaced by a new hire firefighter or paramedic. Our training division trains those new employees. We anticipate continued growth and challenges related to recruiting qualified applicants. This leaves us under-resourced in the critical area of field operations as we borrow from the field to reinforce the training division. To address this, we requested 6 key positions in our initial budget requests this year, including 3 battalion commanders to provide focused supervision over the training division, health and safety and special operations, 1 captain and 1 lieutenant to reinforce our training pipeline, and 1 senior administrative support assistant to help manage the administrative workload of our growing department. There was not adequate resources available in the FY26 budget to fund these requests. Fire and Rescue is also contending with an applicant pool that requires more training than it has previously to prepare cadets for their careers as firefighters. An example of this is the addition of EMT training into our fire academy. which is an adaptation to the way we operate necessitated by the lack of qualified applicants over the last several fiscal years that already possessed an EMT license. To mitigate this new challenge, we're temporarily assigning field personnel to our fire academy. We are also exploring hosting community trainings and classes in advance of recruitment to better prepare applicants for what they will experience as they begin their careers in firefighting. Despite these challenges, we're excited about our opportunities. This year, we'll see the opening of Fire Station 66 on the far west side of the county and the rebuild of Fire Station 36 in the North Valley, on which we broke ground on Thursday of last week. Both of these initiatives will help improve response times in their respective areas, including responses to MDC. We're also finding internal efficiencies by using current personnel as trainers on overtime and by partnering with higher education institutions for workforce development. Looking ahead, our long-term vision is to increase staffing at our fire training academy and to add personnel to engines operating in the high-risk areas of the county. Achieving this will require continued investment and budget support, and we're confident that with your partnership, we can realize this vision. We're genuinely excited about the future. The growth of the department combined with advancements in technology means better service and greater safety for the residents of Bernalillo County and our firefighters. Thank you for your continued support. With that, I'll turn this over to our emergency manager, Tom Walmsley.
I'll have you pause there just real quick for a comment on my part.
Okay.
I'm excited to see in your future vision the addition of additional staff to engines in high-risk areas. You know, I think that's stating the four-person engines being a priority in sort of a phased approach. I hope that eventually we can, basically remove high-risk areas, right, and just say to all engines. I realize, with fiscal constraints and such, that may not be in the current, 2, 3, 4 year outlook, but I really hope that we can continue to move that direction. And then just a question on the staffing issue at the training academy. How are we doing training right now? How does that work currently?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, so the way that we're handling this problem currently is we've pulled field personnel from field operations to assist with training as it relates to training our new cadets. That's where the largest draw happens. That process has been effective for the last 2 years of Fire Academy, but it's something that we need to reinforce longer term in the budget to make sure that we have adequate resources consistently available to train and continue to grow the organization, like you mentioned, to address those issues like adding additional personnel to our engines.
Okay, very good. And then the last thing that I would say, I mean, you mentioned it as you talked about the additional salary increases and stuff like that, but in our last budget workshop meeting, I myself and several of us, maybe all of us, really indicated that this is a key area where I think, I stand behind your department. I think we all do, and we don't want to see us being second fiddle, so to speak. We need to be proud of our organization and proud of our people and make this the best paid, best trained, just all around the best agency as fire relates in the whole state. I think we are, but in some areas, right, on salary, there may be some differences and stuff, and so I know that we flagged that issue to our finance team and such. So I think that we need to continue to have that conversation. I don't know that question's really been answered as to what is actually in here. Frankly, it's not even a question or comment for you, but I'm getting really confused as we go through all these departments that we're saying it's a flat budget, but then almost every single department is seeing like an 8% average increase. And we're talking about last year's budget. And anyway, I'm having a really hard time with that because those two things just conflict. I mean, we're saying that there's an increase, but then there's not. So that's confusing across the board, but I really want to know what we're doing for fire salary specifically, whether it's now or later on as we go forward.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think that's probably something we can get back with you on, and we can fill you in on where we stand with that. Some of that is relative to ongoing labor negotiations.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a comment down here? Okay, Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners, County Manager Chavez. I'm Tom Wamsley, the Director of Emergency Management, and thank you for the opportunity to present the FY26 budget for our department. We're currently fully staffed, which is good news, but as a small department, we are managing an increased workload with one employee on an extended military leave. When we do have vacancies, we find these positions can be difficult to fill due to the wide range of experience that's required. Our proposed general fund budget for FY26 is just over $1 million, which is a 24% increase over last year. And again, like every department, primarily due to the market analysis. Our top priority is maintaining operational readiness, using the tools and staff we currently have. This means maximizing our existing resources, integrating systems, and ensuring full functionality during emergencies. We've placed a strong emphasis this past year on continuity of government and continuity of operations planning. Over the past year, we've worked with every department to update and exercise their plans, and really that's for ensuring the ability to maintain essential services during disruptions. We've recently been working with P&M on public safety power shutoffs for the East Mountains, are in a constant state of readiness for what could potentially be the driest conditions we've seen in years this fire season. This budget allows us to maintain our current operations, but it does require us to work more efficiently and place long-term goals as capacity grows. A major concern for our department is the reliance on federal preparedness grants, which make up a majority of our operating budget. Just this past week, I was informed by the state that 2 of our primary grants are under review, and many of the current eligible activities may no longer be supported. The current federal approach is shifting more to a state and local-led approach to disasters, with FEMA in a state of limbo at this time. Our federal grants have always fluctuated, but now we're becoming more restrictive and harder to rely on for long-term funding, especially as our risks continue to grow. Additionally, many of our systems have shifted from one-time purchases to recurring expenses, which is no longer eligible under our primary grant sources. Without local funding, our ability to maintain these tools and the readiness that it supports is at risk. To help address these challenges, we've started transitioning some of our key costs into county budget. For example, our grant funding was used to implement the continuity of government and continuity of operations software, and we were able to transition that into county budget to ensure sustainability. We're currently expanding the use of GIS through a federal preparedness grant to improve risk assessments, planning, and real-time situational awareness. This includes developing a countywide critical infrastructure plan to better understand and respond to the impacts of major disasters. While we received great support from Planning Development's GIS team, they're being pulled in many directions across the county. To build internal GIS capacity, we've been working with the GIS team to cross-train our staff so that we can be more effective and support the functions that we need to do, such as evacuation planning and hazard mapping. We've applied for FEMA's hazard mitigation funding to reduce risk in our communities. These projects have a high return on investment. For every $1 spent, it's approximately $9 that's returned in cost savings. However, we do lack the bandwidth and expertise to fully manage these projects. We had requested staffing in our budget this year, but we'll look to future years for growth. Looking ahead, our vision is to modernize how we manage emergencies by adopting software that streamlines operations, updating our emergency operations center, and investing in staff to meet the growing demands. We plan to request funding to update the county's hazard mitigation plan this year. It's required for grant eligibility, and it's critical to reducing some of our long-term risk. The plan was updated in 2022 and is due for update in 2027. Rising temperatures will continue to drive more frequent and severe disasters with disproportionate impacts on some of our most vulnerable communities. These challenges will affect all of the departments across the county. That's why we're preparing for a future where we rely less on federal preparedness dollars and more sustainable funds through the state and the county. In closing, we're thankful for the support we receive from the county under your leadership. We know disasters are no longer a question of if, but when. And we're committed to staying ready, supporting our partners, and protecting the community where it matters most. I'll be followed by tomorrow, Mercantile, with Youth Services Center, unless you have questions.
Vice Chair Barboa.
Sorry, I'll try to make it quick. I just, thank you so much for your services and preparing this. Looks really good. I understand emergency management is difficult and unpredictable, but I love that we're prepared. I did see, separate from this presentation, we also received this book, and in here it specifically talks about staffing requests that supports key mission areas, including, and it has a number of things, but one of them is Homeland Security Specialist that enhances intelligence sharing and coordinates with law enforcement to address evolving security threats. I just want to hear more about that. I'm, of course, red flag for me, given I think our state, our county, our city has made clear that we won't participate in President Trump's grotesque attempt to criminalize immigrant individuals and their families. I just wanted to hear what that means for your budget request.
Chair Levis, Commissioner. The Homeland Security role that we look at is really focused on terrorism. And so when we see things like the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans, the expectation in our agreement work with the Sheriff's Office is to be able to take information from our state and federal partners and be able to advise and provide information or recommendations to them of what we will take from a proactive measure. So it's, I guess, probably much more focused on a terrorism component than anything else that you're seeing right now.
Okay, thank you. That's what I just wanted to hear and make sure we hear out loud. Thank you. It does say another section under goals, Homeland Security Coordination, but I assume that's the same.
It's all, Madam Commissioner, Chair, Commissioners, it is all threat assessment. It's making sure that we've got our ear to the ground with the partners in Santa Fe. They typically get warnings in advance, and then it's passed down through our emergency management, who then disseminates that out to the Sheriff's Department, who typically already has the information, but it's just a redundancy to make sure that if we know that there's something that is a potential threat to our communities, we get that well in advance of it happening, sometimes 3-4 days before there may be a protest that's going on, so that we can prepare. Numerous times we've actually had to have people leave our buildings down here knowing that there was a protest that could potentially turn violent. So that's really what that whole piece is, and that position is focused on the communication with each of our partners. It's not tied to any type of immigration or the stuff going on via the Trump administration currently.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you for the work to have us prepared for emergencies.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Vice Chair, Commissioners, and Madam County Manager, good afternoon. I'm Tamara Marcantel. I'm honored to serve as the Director for the Youth Services Center, and I'm here today to present our FY26 budget request. Vacancy rate is currently at about 32%. The primary source of our vacancy lies with our youth program officer positions, and they provide direct supervision to our residents. These are very difficult jobs. They provide frequent mental challenges, long hours, and always that nagging potential for verbal and physical assault. Our major contracts are direct care services for psychiatry, medical, food, and laundry, and the proposed budget is $12,457,904. This year, our goals are really foundational goals. First, we must optimize staffing, and this is multifaceted. As you are aware, just this calendar year, our population has neared or been at capacity several times. In one instance, in a matter of about 36 hours, our population increased almost 20%. It's imperative that we increase our staffing levels to operate the facility at maximum capacity and maintain the required ratios without having to use excessive overtime. Next, by reorganizing our staff structure and redistributing the workloads, it's our hope that communication will increase, productivity will rise, negative behaviors will decrease, and overall job satisfaction will improve. We must continually assess operational security and programming needs, And we will also be updating our policies and procedures to promote accountability and transparency, to reflect best practices, provide operational clarity and consistency, and allow management to guide operations without constant oversight. When we look at the changing landscape of juvenile justice just even over the past 5 years, our challenges are significant. 54% of our staff are currently on probation. 70% of our staff have been with us less than a year. Our average daily population has increased 46%, and the average length of stay has increased 95%. 22% of our population has been detained with us over 365 days, and 20% of our population is at least 18 years old. 45% of the current population is charged with murder. The level of violence our youth is committing is staggering, and we must find a way to balance meaningful consequences with support. For youth that are housed in our facility for more than 30 days, Medicaid is suspended, and that means that YSC becomes responsible for their medical care and cost. And all of this requires that we have sufficient budget to reflect these changing needs. Despite the increase in our FY25 budget, we still have both recurring and non-recurring funding needs of about $500,000 due to new services implemented, a growing population, inflation, and security and technology upgrades. Our opportunities this year include enhancing the use of technology and systems to increase accuracy and efficiency in our work processes and data, reviewing our contracts to ensure service delivery, creating a compliance unit to help us measure our compliance against communicated expectations and strive for continuous quality improvements, evaluating our cost of care agreements with 25 other counties and the 3 pueblos, and continued utilization of the Correctional Officer Grant Fund. I think we can all agree that having a strong behavioral health system is critical for supporting juvenile justice and enhancing public safety. We have already taken steps to expand our medical and mental health services. This will benefit the community by promoting accessibility, timely access to care, and foster social inclusion and recovery. This can provide a pathway to early intervention and assist those that are transitioning into adulthood. In closing, the greatest asset we have is our staff. So we took the opportunity to ask them what they were most excited about as they look toward the future of YSC. And consistently, their responses included opportunities for career advancement, greater engagement with the residents, and planting seeds for positive youth outcomes. I thank you for your time today, and now I'll turn it over to Director Misha Goodman with Animal Care Services.
All right, I think we're going to have you hold up there for a minute.
Darn. Tried to get out of it.
You tried. Vice Chair Barboa.
Thank you, Director Mercantile, and thanks for welcoming me at the Youth Services Center. And it was really a pleasure to see you interact with the youth that are there and that they could talk to you and feel comfortable around you. I really appreciate your leadership. And thank you for taking this opportunity. You've been here less than a year now, or how long?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, yes, ma'am. I've been here about 8 months now.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I know you bring a breadth of experience with you. Would you say that for the hard to recruit positions that it is about what makes them hard? I mean, I know security and law enforcement in general we're having struggles with, but and I know because is it about competitive pay? Would you say throws that there?
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, absolutely. Pay is always an issue. I mean, we're competing with MDC, we're competing with Department of Corrections, we're competing with the Children, Youth, and Families Department and their secure facilities. As I said earlier, these jobs are very difficult. We're working with some very challenging young people. And when we see population increases, sudden population increases that requires us to open an additional unit that we're staffing on 100% overtime, that provides a level of exhaustion as well. And then our staff don't have an opportunity to be able to go home and take that break and refresh and be able to come back and serve those residents. So it's a combination of all of those factors.
Thank you. I hope we can figure some of that out. I mean, it's so important. And I see here, and this might be a question, I've flagged this cost for medical care quite a few times, and it's quite a few times in the more detailed, again, this thing, is that, the cost of medical care being 40%. Also under number 4, under the increased budget, is identify major contracts. UNM medical psychiatry is one of many, including the food service and other things. So I was told, because I spoke with former Representative Rick Mieta, that before YSC used to actually just automatically enroll youth in Medicaid. I know you talked about the 31-day drop-off, but he said they had done work before with the legislature to ensure that youth that are detained at YSC are pre-adjudicated, so they're not actually in the incarcerated, like they're not in corrections, they're in detention. So anyways, also more recently when I brought this up, Dr. Lindstrom mentioned that rule is going to be overturned, the Medicaid cutoff at the 31 days.
Mr. Chair and Madam Vice Chair, my understanding, Medicaid's very complicated, so I don't want to present myself as any type of expert on that. However, it is my understanding that the state did submit an application for Section 1115 of the Social Security Act that allows them to be able to provide additional services that they wouldn't normally be able to provide. However, it's my understanding that in the first phase of that, they're only focusing on the state-run agencies. The county-run detention centers, that will be a focus in 2027, based upon our conversations with HCA.
Okay, so we won't have Medicaid services in this year or next?
Mr. Chair.
Beyond the 30 days, okay.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, that's my understanding, yes.
I would love to work with you all further to see if we can do something about that. Obviously, we have a request from the state to hold more youth. We have this data that shows us that youth are staying way over the 30 days. So I think we need some flexibility from our state government there. Thank you. And to the goals, I thank you. I see that to include the goal is to increase programming services by 20%, to include violence prevention initiatives and educational program. I did hear from folks that were providing the education. I'm not quite sure how everything works over there, but that there's like Vision Quest, which is right outside. I don't even know if I have the name right, but there's right outside the facility in the barracks, the education that is provided to youth coming out of or that have just been released from detention, and there was a threat to that education being cut. That Vision Quest, Vision.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, I think that's run at a different school.
Okay.
It's not on our campus.
And it's not it's not in relationship to what we do at the jail.
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, no.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Barboa, so the principal, and this may be where some of the confusion is, I believe our principal of the school inside of YSC is tied to Vision Quest, but it is not part of the curriculum or anything that is done on our particular campus. It's sole and separate, but he is involved in that particular I don't know if he's the principal of that, kind of on the side of being the principal of our school, but there is some tie to that. I know you brought that up once before, and I think we responded, but that is the only tie, if there was any at all, at YSC, is that the principal of our school is also involved with it, but it is not part of the curriculum on our campus.
Okay, thank you. And then last two, I did bring before, and I think I might have mentioned to you, like the education component. Right now, APS runs the education. Thank you for the data that more in-school hours have increased. Has that impacted the budget, or I don't see anything? I see educational programming in here. I'm assuming that's working with outside contractors, but so far our relationship with APS and getting the detainees to school is going better. And
Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, yes, we're working very hard to ensure that they're in school. We're also, given the length of stay that our residents are with us, we're trying to look at options to meet their educational needs once they're able to obtain their high set. historically, we really didn't have graduates from high school. We've had in my 8 months, we've had 3, and we have 2 more taking their high set right now.
Congratulations.
So we're super excited about that. But as they're waiting, for their court hearings, it's imperative that we try to find ways to continue to advance them in education. Our APS team met with the state over at the Youth Development and Diagnostic Center to learn how they did their post-secondary education. And so we continue to work for solutions there. We also purchased curriculum for OSHA, and our youth is about a 10-week program that they can take. And we just had 2 of our residents earn their certificates there. And we've got a 3rd one that's completing it and a 4th one that's starting.
That is such great news. Thank you so much. Thank you for answering my questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
I will be very quick because I know we're not following our own rules here and we're going way over. So this isn't really a question for you, Director, but I wanted to thank you for this very difficult challenge that you have. And so my statement is really to all of us as a county. We just passed a plan for our opioid settlement monies, and I said this then, I will say it again. I think that the county as a whole and the state need to address the problem that we have with this violence that we're seeing in our youth. And I know we have the role of that you have at the Youth Service Center, detaining them. We also need to have a very strong effort in directing some of our monies and our resources and our energy on prevention. We've really got to have some more work, and this isn't, again, it's not a question for you, it's more of a statement for us as a challenge to all of us. We need to have our resources really focused on prevention, much cheaper than incarceration for these kids. So thank you for what you do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, Commissioners, Madam County Manager. I'm Misha Goodman, Director of Animal Care Services. We currently have 9 vacant positions for a vacancy rate of 16%. We are in the process of hiring 4 right now. Veterinarians and behavior specialists are the most difficult positions to fill. This is because they're specialty positions, but also because there is a national veterinary shortage that is affecting us. Our major contracts include spay and neuter, medical supplies and testing, emergency after-hours vet care, animal food, and our cat trap neuter release program. Our goals include the renovation of the mold-affected areas of the shelter. This will allow us to bring animals that are currently being housed at Expo, New Mexico back to the shelter. We outgrew our space shortly after opening about 6 years ago, 2019. Since then, we've seen a 125% increase of animals coming into the facility. Currently, 98% of all of our adopters reside in the South Valley. Another space would allow us to increase adoptions by 50% and draw upon customers that we're not currently reaching. To address this, we recommend a secondary building in a highly populated area of Albuquerque, to operate an adoption center and public education space, as well as expanding our foster care and placement programming. This will reduce the need for euthanasia and overcrowding. We continue to work towards a 90% live release rate. Essentially, this is a national standard where 90% of the animals that come in go out alive. And this will increase our options for grant money as well, if we can meet that. The allocations that we've requested will support all of our programming. Our challenges and concerns: the timely completion of the mold area, as our agreement with Expo New Mexico is going to end June 30th. And we are coming into spring and summer, which are our high volume seasons of animals coming into us. We're concerned about the increase in highly aggressive and dangerous dogs in the community, causing severe human injury. We must have available space to bring those animals in and house them pending their court cases. However, it's important to note that these cases have long timelines, and some of these animals are held well over a year. Our concern about staff turnover is high, caused by compassion fatigue, an emotional and physical exhaustion that results from prolonged exposure to euthanasia primarily. Euthanasia of highly adoptable animals due to lack of space can enhance these feelings. We need additional personnel to build our capacity for foster and placement programs. We're concerned, very concerned about the price increases in food, medical supplies, medicines for daily care. Our challenge, of course, is funding needed to support these projects and programs that are imperative to meeting our goals and objectives and continuing to provide resources to the community. We are researching national buying options that might reduce some of our costs by about 75% on supplies and food, and we are actively recruiting for a second veterinarian. Staff and our customers are excited about getting the mold area complete so that animals can move back in there. It will make the area a much more inviting space for the public. A phased second location where we can be creative and innovative will increase community engagement through volunteering, adoption, and educational programs that focus on responsible pet ownership and building the relationship between animals and their people, hopefully keeping those animals in their homes. Together, these projects will provide the needed space, improved housing and customer experience while increasing adoptions and reducing euthanasia. We're also looking at our quality of life fund and ways to make it more accessible and timely in funding some of the services that support our programs. As animal populations continue to rise, which we are seeing every day, it's imperative that we meet state-required shelter standards and capacity for care to maintain our licensing. To do this, we will need to work towards solutions for more space. Space is also needed for the overall growth of the department. We're also continuing to train our staff, and this year we will be getting them trained in fear-free protocols, ensuring ongoing humane handling of all the animals in our care. We also hope to build the relationship between attorneys and judges to increase the understanding of some of these animal cases and the effects of long-term animal confinement to shorten the average length of stay. We're excited about what we've achieved in the last 6 years. We went from nothing to this amazing thing that we're doing now. And I'm done, but thank you for your time. Chair Olivas and Commission, the Public Safety Division stands for any additional questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Misha. Commissioners, questions? Vice Chair.
I promise I'll be quick, but thank you for hosting me the other day at the center, and I just see such a strong, incredible staff, the work you're doing, all you're doing with, I always say, like, folks that are willing to do so much more with so much, not enough. And I see your space overflowing. I love these ideas. I don't know how we fund them, but you have my support. And I just want to thank you for doing so much, so important, people's pets and the animals, and we have to provide the kind of care. And so just wanted to thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you and thank the entire public safety team. I think it's really unique that we have our animal care services division in public safety, and that is truly what it is. Because of that component with aggressive animals and the link between animal abuse and human abuse and serious crime issues. And so I think it's really actually a very thoughtful placement of this department in the public safety realm, and you guys you're all connected in that way, and I think that's really thoughtful. Just appreciate all the work though that your staff at Animal Care does, and all of the flexibility that you all have shown over the last year with the mold issues, and continuing to offer your programming and services while adapting to that in a really dynamic way. So just want to commend you on that, and tell you that I do fully support your adoption center idea. I think this is the data that you cited with such a huge percentage of your adoptions happening in one area. Little different than some of the other public safety departments. I think your department has a little bit more of a business side, right? Most of the other departments don't necessarily, I wouldn't say generate revenue, but they don't really have a public facing component as much as yours does. And so I think we really have to think about it in a little bit more of that direction, which is where you're going with this adoption center. Sort of what populations do we want to target? How do we make this convenient for the public as they're going to make these kinds of decisions on adopting a pet? but also meeting that with other services, like you said, education and medical services. So I think it's a really good idea, and we need to work together as a commission and management to find creative ways to get those resources for you to do that. So, all right, we're gonna go back to
Thank
the.
you. I just want to make sure the mold stuff, is that in this budget? And I'm sad it's there in the first place because I think it was mismanagement before, but is the mold stuff in the budget to revolve?
Chair, Commissioner Barbeau, that would be a question for DCM Archuleta. It's a project that his group is actually managing.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Barboa, the mitigation aspect of that is, which is getting the removal and stuff has been completed, and restoring the existing space to where it was is in the budget. The further improvements are still being programmed. And we're still working with the staff to see what that future kind of more build out, like they said, the facility itself basically was at capacity within was it 6 months
Yes.
of them moving in. So we're looking at the future for that, but the mitigation side of that has been completed. It's just building out that we need to work on.
And I understand and support the future stuff, but also the mold and getting it back to at least the minimum.
That's been the mitigation, that's taking the mold out and stuff has actually been completed.
But now they have open, I was just there the other day, so now they have open spaces without no walls. So is the renovations?
To basically put it back to where it was is in the budget.
Okay.
For anything else is not.
Okay, thank you.
All right, big thanks to, okay, we have one more. So go ahead, Commissioner Frank-Baca.
Just a quick comment.
Your mic.
I've toured most of your facilities there and been very impressed. Haven't been to YSC, but I plan to do that here in the near future. But there's some recurring themes that I've been hearing throughout this presentation this morning, and I think your department is a leader in some of those, and that is the use of technology and also the concern you have for the welfare, health, and welfare of your employees. I think that's something I'm hearing with the warden, I hear from the sheriff's office, and I'm sure I'll hear others speak it out as well. I think that is so important, and so, you know, I mean, I just reinforce that and support that, those two objectives. And then, of course, you know, the recruitment issues in terms of competitive pay is also something we're obviously hearing over and over again this morning. But anyway, thank you for all you do, and I appreciate your professionalism.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break, but I want to just level set, particularly for colleagues up here. We're an hour behind schedule at this point, partly my fault, but there's been a lot of good questions, and I've tried to sort of let people go. We're going to have to really claw that back, and so I think we're going to move to one, each commissioner is going to get one shot at speaking if they want. That'll hopefully help a little bit, but we're really going to have to push ourselves to be succinct and be thoughtful with those questions so that we can move through this a lot more quickly and efficiently. So just level setting for everybody. And so we're going to try to keep our lunch very brief. Let's try and do 20 minutes to be back. So let's try and be back at 12:55. All right. We're in break.
So for our colleagues in the room, if you head over to the
It's so kind like that, you slow down time and everything's just fine. I was ocean swimming with just wishful thinking of my life, the vision drifting by until I found a lighthouse in like a beacon of bright stars. I was in a life wandering far until I found a lighthouse guiding me out the dark. When I'm scared, I send a flare and you're here in a flash. When I ask, oh dear love, where did we come from? You say the light, the sun. I had the will and mission, but the wrong position. I was open, praying for a sign, until I found a lighthouse in your heart, shining like a beacon of bright stars. I was in a life wandering far until I found a lighthouse guiding me out the dark. You guided me out the dark.
IRS e-file is now open. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. File now. IRS e-file is now open. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Plus, get your biggest refund. Roughly 37% of filers qualify. Simple Form 1040 returns. No schedules except for earned income tax credit, child tax credit, and student loan interest. File now.
That's all I know. Don't test me. That's all I know. After that, it's all backwards. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, yesterday, my dad did. I was the telemarketer called his cell phone. So I answered it, and they kept repeating it, so I kept saying it to them, and they said, what are you saying? And I said, oh, I'm talking to him, and so they felt the same.
What does that mean?
The Spanish parents talking. So I asked, did you understand what I said? And she said, no, the code's not working. I love that. You guys ready after lunch? Yes. It was like a little taste of Stop.
All right, everyone. I think, are we rolling on the cameras online? All right, so we'll come out of our lunch recess here, and we will jump right into the Behavioral Health Division with Deputy County Manager Dr. Wayne Lindstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, County Manager, and my fellow DCMs, and the rest of the staff that are present today. We're here to present on the new Behavioral Health Division. And I have with me Amber Salazar, who's been our senior manager overseeing what has traditionally been our behavioral health initiative. And behind her is Jessica Artemio, who has been the departmental director of behavioral health services that oversees the Care Campus. And also we have with us our finance manager, Fran Martinez, and she's here to answer any budgetary detailed questions that the rest of us can't answer. So with that, let me proceed. With regards to my particular office at the DCM level, the strategic plan called for my position, which of course is filled. It also called for an executive assistant and a special projects coordinator. I'm proud to say that somebody that most of you know, Isabella Trujillo, has accepted to be my executive assistant, and she'll be starting in 11 days. So nobody's more thrilled about that than I am. We've gone through 3 rounds of recruitment and hiring and making offers for the special projects coordinator, but the position that we had was a term position. And when people learned that it was term, they quickly exited and weren't interested. So at your next Board of County Commission meetings, one of your agenda items will be to basically reclassify that position to perm. And we've got people that we've already scheduled for interviews and can assure them that's a perm position. And this time it's going to get filled. So thank you. In terms of funding for those positions, we're talking about $421,000 plus, and that will all come from the behavioral health gross receipts tax. The next slide is just a very high-level table of organization that includes the 3 behavioral health advisory entities who were called for in the ordinance. The Behavioral Health Advisory Board, appointed by the Board of County Commissioners, the Education and Awareness Committee, which is appointed by me. Both of those bodies have almost full membership at this point, have convened for a number of meetings and are actively doing business as we speak. The Technical Advisory Committee is still in the formation stage. And then we also had 2 other advisory bodies that were already activated a number of years ago, and that's the Addiction Treatment Advisory Board and the DWI Planning Council. The next slide is just an organizational chart, which you saw in the Behavioral Health Strategic Plan that outlines 3 departments. The Department of Operational Supports is going to include what we used to call the Behavioral Health Initiative, as well as consolidating a number of operational functions within that new department. The Department of Integrated Services, that I'll talk more about subsequent to our other presentations, is intended to meet the mandate in the strategic plan that we build out a more comprehensive behavioral health delivery system in a full continuum that's more accessible, available, and efficient and effective, etc. And lastly is the Department of Behavioral Health Services, which is the operation of the Care Campus. Next is our implementation timeline. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of those items with you, but just briefly, the highlights is that we do intend to leverage Medicaid. I can't say to you today what Medicaid is going to look like at the time that we do this, so stay tuned on that front. But we're also looking to leverage a number of other things. At the time that we did this presentation, we didn't know whether there would be a passage of Senate Bill 1, 2, and 3, and that there'd be the allocations within House Bill 2, the budget bill. So we're hoping to ultimately be able to show that we're going to be able to demonstrate community impact. And with that, I'll move on, and Amber Salazar can present on the Department of Operational Supports.
Good afternoon, Commission, Madam Chair, County Manager. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 26 is $19.4 million of the behavioral health gross receipts tax. We currently have 33 positions and 3 vacancies. One of the major critical agreements for fiscal year 26 is the UNM Hospital Crisis Triage Center startup services at $8.7 million. In addition to this budget, the department will be managing the opioid settlement funds at $16.9 million. This year's, our fiscal year 26 budget is a 7% increase from current year fiscal year 25. The goals for the Department of Operational Supports are to hire a director, as outlined in the Behavioral Health Authority Strategic Implementation Plan, amend the procurement code for an exemption to allow for building a behavioral health provider network, and then implement an administrative services organization. And lastly, the opioid settlement fund work plan implementation. Concerns and challenges with this new department, it would be securing adequate office space and other necessary capacity and infrastructure. Finding and hiring qualified personnel is challenging and may delay the hiring process. Continue to work to decrease the fund balance. And then, of course, federal policy, regulatory, and financial shifts may impact funding allocations and resources, necessitating adjustments to the department, structure, procedures, and responsibilities. These challenges can be mitigated through adequate planning, preparation, setting realistic timelines, and adjusting to unforeseen challenges. Opportunities and innovations, we will streamline operations and increase efficiency, build a system that uses information to improve care through data collection, analysis, reporting, continuous quality improvement, a public dashboard for transparency and accountability, support to sustainability and scalability of service providers, the utilization of the opioid settlement funds, and then to engage in resource development and access to other fundings through the Administrative Sources Organization, the ASO, Medicaid building to maximize sustainable funding, and then, of course, the opioid settlement funding. We are working on the reallocation of vacant positions to support the growth of the department. We will address workforce challenges by advocating for behavioral health pipeline programs, career opportunities, advancement, and skill development. The future fiscal vision, we will have operationalized the ASO and will ensure the Behavioral Health Authority's strategic implementation plans are fully executed for this fiscal year 26, 27, and 28. We will implement the opioid settlement funds work plan. And then, of course, annually, per the Behavioral Health Authority ordinance, the Deputy County Manager will report to the Commission on progress of the strategic plan, all behavioral health spending contracts and data metrics, staff vacancy rates, contractor compliance ratings, a detailed list of all fund reversions, and an overview and evaluation of all prevention, intervention, and treatment efforts, as well as unutilized service rates by category of service. That concludes that portion.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, County Commissions, and County Manager. My name is Jessica Jaramillo. I am currently the Director for the Department of Behavioral Health Services. And this is our overview regarding our budget. Of course, for this year, it's a little bit less. We do have a variance of 25%, just based on, we had 1.2 million moved from Mobile Crisis Team. That's now with Department of Operational Support, so they're overseeing those contracts. Also, our vacancy rate is at 27%, which is phenomenal. I think a couple of years ago, it was at 67, so we're doing great. Our hard to recruit is, of course, our direct care staff. So our substance abuse technician positions, those are always hard just because that is a 24-hour facility. And our lovely generation these days don't like to work graveyard. But, of course, our clinical staff. I believe we've heard that across other departments that, hiring clinical staff has been a challenge. I think what we've done in our department is we have offered them incentives. Of course, with their pay. So a 10% incentive that helps them with their getting to their CEUs as well as their licensure, and then as well as a 5% hazard pay. So that kind of increases our hiring rate as well as our retention with our clinicians. A couple of critical agreements that, of course, we have is our University of New Mexico Hospital. So we do contract with UNM, and they provide medically enhanced services, also including medicated assisted treatment over on our campus. They've also started medically withdrawal management in our observation and assessment. So we are now having a 24-hour nursing staff and our observations to be able to start individuals that may be waiting for a bed in our detox, to allow them to start medications while they're in there, and then be able to continue to move them so that we're not having to take them to the hospital, for withdrawal. We're able to start them right then and there. And then, of course, our Duke City Toolbox Recovery, which they are our outpatient clinic. All right, some of our goals for our department is, of course, expanding our detoxification services. So we decided to kind of grow our crisis stabilization unit. So we know individuals have co-occurring disorders, and so we want to be able to address substance abuse as well as mental health. And so we are excited to be able to expand some of our detox services into our crisis stabilization unit, which will allow our clients to have semi-private rooms, but also increase our capacity from 30 to 46. Of course, our main goal is to achieve Medicaid billing, and so we're in the process of working with a contractor to start billing for our Medicaid services for our campus. Of course, obtain accreditation for an adult accredited residential treatment for our supportive aftercare. This will also allow us to bill Medicaid for our services. Increase our young adult program referrals, and of course, increase utilization for our peer-run living room. Some concerns and challenges, of course, our social mental detox is primarily funded from the liquor excise tax, 1.7 million. However, over the years, of course, with all the services that we provide, it has increased to 2.8 million. Our lovely fiscal manager, Fran, has a way of working with money, and so she's able to allocate funding so that we're always operating and not having to disrupt any of our services. We're also hoping that Medicaid billing will offer opportunities to increase our revenue as well to kind of help alleviate that increase. Timely hiring, of course, we are scheduling interviews every Tuesday and Thursday. We have about 6 to 7 individuals coming in, and unfortunately our employee specialist from HR has left for another position within the county, so poor Melissa Pino, who is now seeing our large department as well. So she's been working hard and making sure that we are not losing any individuals during the hiring process. Of course, this year we also discovered that the ASAM criteria is also removing the 3.2 withdrawal management, which is what we utilize for our detox grant. And so we are decided to make the change to a 3.5, which will be more clinically managed. And so that will also allow us to bring in more clinical staff and be able to have those clinical services. And I think it's about 19 hours weekly of clinical services that they will be providing to our clients. Oh my gosh, I'm running out of time. Staffing concerns, of course, increasing Bernalillo County staff as well as nursing staff within our observation and assessment. I've kind of already talked about a lot about these, but the biggest thing is our harm reduction vending machines that we currently have on our detox and our central intake that we'll be working at. Also, our outreach events that we have in collaboration with UNM. Which our first one is May 1st, so providing immunizations, wound care, and other services. And then, of course, we are looking into dashboard reporting to do our key performance indicators and reevaluating our staff and client ratios for first responder drop-offs. And then we currently, of course, work with Golden Opportunity in collaboration with the city for medicated assisted treatment outside in the community. And I've kind of already, our future goals, of course, is to continue to expand our detox services, increase our workforce, of course, renovate our supportive aftercare community, which it needs a little bit of an upgrade, and of course, possibly building a new transitional housing facility on our care campus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lastly is a totally new department within the division. It's the Department of Integrated Services that I referenced earlier. We're starting out in the first year with 5 positions. We want to hire the department director and some key office managers related to clinical supports and services, an Office of Intervention, an Office of Recovery Supports and Services. And you have in the strategic plan, if you'd like, a refresher in terms of what the various functions will be in those departments. But the idea is in this first year that they will be building out the functions in each of these offices and how they want them staffed and what the position descriptions would be. And then we'll build a budget in 27 to support those additional positions. So initially, this is going to mean a budget of $684,505, and that's all again behavioral health gross receipts tax. During this next fiscal year, this was all came about by approval of the behavioral health strategic plan. So I pretty much covered all of these various positions. So I, in the interest of time, will just say that the major function of this new department is to fulfill the mandate to build a more comprehensive behavioral health continuum of care across the entire spectrum, beginning with a primary prevention and ending on the other end with ongoing recovery supports. And this will align with a variety of priorities that we've established, not only with the strategic plan, but also with the opioid settlement funds. So we'll be focusing on crisis response, primary prevention, harm reduction, treatment recovery, and stabilizing supports. And I don't know that I need to reiterate much of this as well. It seems to be all pretty self-evident. So with that, we're certainly open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for saving us a little bit of time, but still giving a very thorough presentation. I'm just going to make a very quick comment. I really appreciate how well aligned your budget presentation is with the ordinance and with the strategic plan, and I think it really shows what happens when we work together, management and commission, to build priorities that align with what our community needs. And then you've gone the extra step of aligning all of your budgetary requests and priorities within those goals and plans. And so I just think it's really amazing to see that coming to fruition. It's taken a long time, but with your leadership and your team, I think we're there, and I think we're going to see some really good things. So I know that Commissioner Barboa has nothing to say on this. Go ahead, Vice Chair.
No, thank you. And I was telling you briefly, thank you to everyone who worked on this. Thank you to all the staff who I was literally like getting emotional, bringing to tears, reading the details in here, just that it truly matches, what we need to be successful, to see a dent, and to make, I'm so excited about it. So thank you, Dr. Lindstrom, and to all the staff working so hard. I know, I know it's hard, but I really know that everybody that does this is do it because they care, right? So thank you. I think I'm so excited about what we're gonna see. I love your goals. I'm not gonna go into all the things but I did. So I have hearts all over my little thing here. Love the way the golden opportunity, the partnerships we're doing, thinking about competitive salaries. The one question I had is, I don't know where was it? A public safety, one of these things says public safety center. What is the it says on a harm reduction vending are now at the CARES campus. A second vending machine is planned to be at the public safety center.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Chair. So we are currently working with the Public Safety Center right now, which is at 401 Roma, to put our second vending machine. And so I've been working with Gabriel Nims. We attempted to kind of see if it could fit on the first floor, but there's not enough room. So he's been talking with Tanya Tijerena to have it on their floor. And so we're just looking at the logistics on when we're able to move it there.
Wonderful. And that's where folks getting out of, diversion court, whatever, will have direct access. Thank you so much. So smart. And then I'm not trying to get more work for everybody. I did have a question, just the school-based mobile health units and RRC, what do those fall under? And I know we do work in the jails, or maybe we contract that out.
So the contract for school-based mobile clinics will remain with operational supports as a contract. And then RRC will fall under the Office of Recovery Supports under Integrated Services.
Okay, thank you. And MDC is also a contract, the behavioral health care that we contract at MDC, or?
For ATP. Medication assisted treatment.
The
medication assisted treatment?
Yeah.
So that actually wraps up at the end of June.
Oh, okay. I want to learn more, but yes. Thank you. This looks excellent. I won't take up any more time.
Commissioner Frank Buckle.
I just want to say the I'm still trying to get caught up with the details of all these different initiatives. There's a lot there, and I appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I mean, lots of plans, lots of councils, lots of initiatives, and they all kind of run together in my mind still, and I'm still trying to sort them out. But I just want to quickly appreciate all the work you've done, but I also want to just point out something that I've mentioned before that I think is really important. Because we have so many councils, I suspect that a lot of them are volunteer councils, and there's been some discussion about kind of standardizing the treatment of the various councils. You know, I've been on the DWI council myself in the past, and just in terms of what we expect of them and how we treat them, if you will, in terms of staffing, in terms of the website, in terms of reporting to us, because I feel strongly about asking citizens to be involved. I think that's extremely important, but I also feel very strongly about making sure that their input is valued, and to get some input back directly from them in a report, whether it's written or a presentation to council, I think is extremely important, and it shows that we do value their community and public service. So thank you.
Commissioner, did you want a response? That sounded like a comment. I wasn't sure it was a question or not.
If you like to comment, go ahead.
Sure. The three behavioral health related advisory bodies came about as relative to the ordinance, and so those are all recently been formed, and built into the ordinance actually was something that we didn't have previously, and it was to provide the option of a per diem to support childcare and other expenses in order to be able to attend in supporting us in our mission, et cetera. And there are also opportunities where these advisory bodies will be presenting to all of you as well. And you will have an item presented to you at the next county commission meeting with regards to a request from the Addiction Treatment Advisory Board about reconstituting some of their representatives from the community, because they've struggled, I guess, for years and having a full advisory board because they just haven't been able to fulfill the positions as they were in the original charter for their purposes. And so we're hoping that what they're going to be bringing with recommendations about changes, we can reinvigorate and get full participation on that board.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barber-Baca.
Just super quick, thank you, Dr. Lindstrom. This is just poetry in motion to me. I mean, it's really an example of good public policy and good planning, and they're going to bring it to fruition, and we're going to spend every penny for a huge need in the community. So bravo. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you to our Behavioral Health Authority team here today.
Thank you so much.
All right, we've got Public Works up next with Deputy County Manager Elias Archuleta.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I'm Elias Archuleta. I'm the Deputy County Manager for Public Works, and today I'll be presenting our Public Works Division Support Budget. The Division Support section, which consists of 9 full-time positions, including the DCM, and we also host 2 part-time college-level interns that can be placed anywhere within the Public Works Division. Our division support staff, some of whom are standing right here behind me, provide much of the administrative support for the Public Works departments, including the processing of human resource actions, BCC agenda items, and contract documents. They also are responsible for timekeeping, issuance of clothing and boot vouchers, and processing travel and training requests, as well as the purchase of any specialty supplies. Our proposed operational budget supports these administrative functions. At the division support level, we don't hold any recurring contracts, but what we do with part of this budget is we sponsor the ACE Leadership High School Equipment Rodeo every year. And we also covered the clothing voucher costs and the printing costs for our annual road inventory budgets. Over the next year, the goals for myself and the Public Works Division will be revising the county's capital improvement plan, which will include evaluating the existing CIP ordinance and processes and revising as needed to create both short and long-term priorities for all county infrastructure. Our second goal is to establish an apprenticeship program to support our staffing needs in our building trades, mechanics, and heavy equipment operator positions. And as we look into the next year, we have two significant challenges that we're going to be tracking as we go through here. And that's many of our public works sections have a significant percentage of their staff that will be retiring within the next couple of years. So maintaining staffing levels, preserving and transferring institutional knowledge is going to be a challenge. The second challenge we are facing will be managing the impacts of the tariffs being imposed at the federal level. If ultimately implemented, and I'm saying that due to recent activities because they put them out and pull them back, but if ultimately implemented, we are anticipating these tariffs to significantly reduce the buying power for our fleet operations because over 80% of our vehicle parts and purchases are somehow tied to Canada and Mexico, even though we do buy American branded vehicles. Our building and road construction and maintenance operations will feel a similar strain due to the materials and labor costs increasing while our funding remains flat. We have opportunities to address these financial and staffing challenges, and these opportunities are directly tied to our goals. First off, establishing an asset management plans based on field verified inventories will support the development of a data-driven capital improvement plan. These asset management plans will provide us with a true accounting and the corresponding condition of our existing infrastructure, which will aid in determining and prioritizing the most appropriate work needed to maximize our limited funding. And regarding our staffing challenges, establishing active outreach and recruitment programs will increase the chances of finding qualified applicants who may offset the skills and knowledge we lose through attrition. Likewise, establishing relationships with our area high schools and trade schools will help create a consistent pipeline of interested workers to fill our trade positions, and this will also help us capture potential employees when they're still enthusiastic about launching their careers. And finally, my vision for the future of public works is to establish and maintain a commission-approved capital improvement plan. We also will establish the lasting relationships with the local high schools and the trade schools in creating sustainable pipelines for our public work trade positions. But what I'm most excited about is building consistency and continuity in our public works maintenance and construction programs. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and move into our next one, which is our fleet and facilities. And we'll hold our questions till the end. And so, again, I'm Deputy County Manager Elias Archuleta, and today I'm going to be presenting for Director Devitt, who is out on medical leave. And I also have with me Rudy Plaza, Cherie McKenzie, Kyle Young, and Matt Zamora. Since I'm speaking for the division, they may help me with questions depending on what you ask. So the Fleet and Facilities Department consists of 146.5 positions with a current vacancy rate of 8%. Our hard-to-recruit positions consist of our mechanics, our construction workers, and our remodel crew, our HVAC and HVAC digital control technicians, plumbers, electricians, and low-voltage technicians. Our $35.1 million operating budget keeps the county's buildings and fleet operations running smoothly. Our major contracts, which are Hodges Oil, Wright Express, and Cemetery Energy, are tied to our fuel needs for the county's fleet. Our goals in the next fiscal year include effectively managing and prioritizing the design and construction of several program facilities projects, the continued fleet electrification, sustainability initiatives, our programmed building maintenance projects, and the implementation of an asset management software, all while balancing our budget. To achieve these goals, we will develop a comprehensive strategy to allocate resources to secure alternative state and federal funding where possible to offset the shortages we have in our budget. Our challenges with staffing in many of our critical positions, such as our trades and some professional teams, which could result in delayed project schedules and potential inefficiencies in operations due to delayed preventative maintenance. We will mitigate this with targeted recruitment and retention efforts, such as increased training and employee development programs. With the decreased funding for the purchase of new vehicles, our ability to maintain an adequate and reliable fleet may also be affected. So prior to the recently announced tariffs on the federal level, we were already experiencing increased costs for vehicle and purchases and repair, which going into this budget cycle was the basis for our request for an additional $2.7 million. But with a flat budget, we will need to prioritize any new vehicle purchases to our most critical needs because we won't see that increase. We are also seeing similar increases in the building industry, and over the past few years have been addressing those increases as they occurred with one-time funds. Unfortunately, with a flat budget, those one-time funds are not going to be available to us. So we will need to reprioritize our building maintenance program, which will likely result in some project delays and deferrals, which also increases our risk for unanticipated emergency repairs. We do, though, have opportunities and innovations as we look forward. While our jobs in the upcoming fiscal year will be a challenge, we do have several opportunities to capitalize on the many skills and talents of our staff. We will continue to focus our resources on our most critical needs by building in new technologies, sustainable construction features, and capitalizing on strategic partnerships to extend our limited funding. Continued electrification of our county fleet will not only reduce our emissions, but it'll also contribute to long-term cost savings on fuel and maintenance. By investing in an asset management plan, we will be able to use a risk-based approach to prioritize our funding and staffing resources where we will see the most impact. This includes balancing critical preventative maintenance and new capital construction. And finally, by implementing more stringent cost control measures in the procurement and vendor negotiations, as well as leveraging our diverse construction project delivery methods, we can free up resources to focus on essential projects. So our long-term goals include enhancing facilities infrastructure by completing key construction and renovation projects to improve our public spaces, pursuing grants and one-time funding for essential construction projects, fleet replacement, and electrification efforts, and investing in recruitment, cross-training, and workforce development to ensure the department has the skilled staff needed for the diverse projects and reducing dependency on specific roles. Thank you. Oh.
Well timed.
And with that, I will hand it over.
I get 10 minutes, right? 10 minutes, right? No, seriously, I get 10 minutes, right? Okay, well, it says 5 here, so I just want to make sure. All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Commission, and County Manager. My name is Antonio Jaramillo, and I'm the Director of Operations and Maintenance here at Public Works. I want to acknowledge some of my staff that's here today. There's a couple that left because they had to go do what they do. But I have Lynette Lovato and Amor Solano here with me. She's the one that gives you all the information on weather-related issues and the road conditions. All right, so currently, Operations and Maintenance is experiencing a vacancy rate of 35%. We have a total of 92 staff members within Operations and Maintenance, of which 32 positions are funded out of the general fund. Of these positions, some of the more technical positions that require specialized knowledge and experience are hard to recruit, such as our senior traffic engineer and our engineering technicians. We also are finding it is challenging to fill our maintainer positions due to limited amount of individuals that have the credentials necessary to fill these positions. Competitive pay with other agencies and private companies is a constant battle, and it's something that we struggle with on a daily basis. Our operational budget is comprised of a small portion of general funds, with the remainder is comprised of our road fund, which is funds that we receive from vehicle registration and gasoline tax fees from the state, as well as our speed enforcement revenue. ESGRT and solid waste funds round out the majority of our budget. It is our intent not to have any significant changes to our budget in comparison to previous years. As presented on Tuesday at the commission meeting, we plan on spending down our franchise fee funds and road maintenance through our road maintenance projects throughout the county, and our speed enforcement revenue funds on safety projects. As you can see, our general fund balance it did increase, which was due to the request of the general fund monies to help kickstart our speed enforcement program. The request was for 2 years and we only ended up needing it for 1 year of the requested amount and was able to be self-sustained within that time frame. The remainder of the funds were due to an increase in cost of materials from our traffic section. Some of the goals that we have for the next year are to decrease our vacancy rate to at least 20% by the end of the fiscal year. Through the implementation of our asset management program that Elias alluded to in his presentations, we plan to proactively program our funds to update our outdated infrastructure. Another goal is to begin construction of our green waste facility at the East Mountain Transfer Station by the fiscal year 27. The renovations will help with safety around the facility and reduce the amount of regrading and ponding that we are experiencing currently. As mentioned previously, the increase in material cost and loss of personnel due to retirements, our goal is to continue with the lever operation response with the current staffing that we do have. We also would like to push for the retention of qualified staff through incentives and set up a succession plan for those pending retirements and loss of institutional knowledge on all levels. We currently, with the current state of material costs, we are forced to limit the amount of infrastructure we will be able to maintain with the budget that we have. We are seeing price increases in upwards of 50 to 70% higher than we had a few years ago. Although we had a mild winter, relatively speaking, minus last week, right? We are seeing an increase in more severe weather as it relates to floods, wind, and rain. Without an increase in our budget, we will need to prioritize corridors we can handle with the amount of funds that we have received and hold off on others. By deferring maintenance, it does have the potential to increase the cost down the road because we did not perform the preventive maintenance that was recommended. We are also seeing the effects of the change in policy as relates to CDL drivers. We may need to relook at our job descriptions to see if CDL licenses is necessary based on the duties that are required for the position. Another change is to increase the infrastructure maintenance without the proper adjustment to equipment needs and personnel. One last challenge is the unfunded mandate that is imposed on our department to maintain facilities that are not on our roadway or owned by Bernalillo County. We are obligated to maintain infrastructure such as traffic signals and lighting on state-owned facilities. We would like to entertain the ability to retain the revenue that is sent to the state for our speed enforcement program and use those funds to maintain the responsibilities on these facilities. We have been experiencing great success in compliance with the speed cameras, and we have had in operation for the number of months. The amount of citations issued have dropped, and compliance is increasing. We would like to, I did, just as a side note, we did have, I did reach out to the company, and we are receiving probably a 40 to 45% compliance rate in individuals paying for the citations. We would like to increase our fiber network interconnect to interconnect our signals, storm drain, and other infrastructure to remotely monitor these devices and be able to adjust real time. With our new solid waste education coordinator position, we are looking to expand our outreach to schools and to our community, and to promote the idea of recycling and combating illegal dumping throughout the county. And I just wanted to introduce our new initiative. This is hot off the press. We developed a coloring book for an educational purposes, and we do have we're introducing a new character, Bernie the Roadrunner, and we have Dumping Dog and Polluter Pig. So look forward to that. We look to incorporate our asset management plan, which will use data-driven based information to program our maintenance activities and utilize our funding to its fullest potential. Our line locator position is also a position that we'll be utilizing with being more efficient with our resources. Before, this position was split up amongst several individuals by having a dedicated position. And by having a dedicated position, this allows for faster response times and less violations, all while allowing for others to be focused on other critical tasks. We will also continue to apply for grant and capital outlay funding opportunities and encourage constituents to reach out to their legislators to advocate for funds for their respective projects. The vision for operations and maintenance is to be an organization that is more proactive than reactive in our approach for operations. We would like to have a 2-year fiscally constrained program that ties down our funding and projects, all while being ready to respond to those unforeseen projects and tasks. Utilizing innovative technology to help with our efficiency and safety of our infrastructure, such as our smart signals, street lighting, school flashers, and storm drain SCADA systems. Exploring the use of the non-ad valorem tax benefit to help with our solid waste fees be included in the tax bill to help reduce the amount of write-offs, as well as to reduce the operating costs of having our vendor do the collections as part of the residential waste collections. We can expect a significant cost savings by doing this, by doing something like this that other municipalities are already doing. As mentioned throughout my presentation, invest in an asset management plan to help with properly planning our funding and performing projects that addresses corridors that are in most dire need of rehabilitation. And finally, the goal of the department is to provide the residents of Bernalillo County with an efficient and up-to-date infrastructure that enhances the daily lives and keeps safety at the forefront of everything that we do. Thank you. And I'll hand it over to our technical services department.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Madam County Manager. I'm Brian Lopez, the Technical Services Director with Bernalillo County Public Works, and today I'll be presenting our fiscal year 26 budget, covering budget overview, goals and priorities, challenges and mitigation strategies, and our future vision. We currently have 59 positions with 4 vacancies and 1 frozen, all engineering positions. A notable challenge has been in recruiting for our drainage engineer position, which has remained open for 6 years. In response, we have reclassified some positions to create coordinator roles for better section support. Our general fund supports construction activities, transportation planning, and NRS initiatives, while construction contracts are our largest by scope. Operations account for our largest general fund expenditures. The goals for fiscal year 26 are to leverage bonds for funding. We aim to secure $44 million in grant and formula funding by leveraging $12 million in bonds. This will be an over 3.5 times return on investment for infrastructure projects. The second goal is to deliver projects on time and on budget. Our target is to complete 90% of the funded projects within approved timelines and budgets, maintaining a cost variance of no more than 5%. Budget is critical as it allows us to match grants keep projects moving and address rising construction costs. Concerns and challenges. Our primary concerns or challenges the department will be facing in the upcoming fiscal year include changing guidance, approvals, and processes at the federal level, unknown issues with grants, continued escalation in construction pricing, including tariffs and scheduled delivery. As stated previously, changing guidance, approvals, and processes at the federal level are concerns, and we will look to mitigate these by monitoring FHWA updates and maintaining strong Mid-Region Council of Government relationships for early insights. The concern involving unknown issues with grants will be addressed by aligning project language. We'll look to use terms like pedestrian path versus bike path to better match grant standards and to avoid using some of the flag words. We have concerns with continued escalation in construction pricing and tariff impacts. We will attempt to mitigate this by locking in pricing with the recently approved construction on-call contracts. We will use value engineering to reduce costs without compromising quality where possible. And then there also is a concern with schedule of delivery. We have had issues obtaining bids and fitting projects into contractors' availability. We will attempt to mitigate this by doing risk assessments during scoping and then increasing schedule float during bidding to try to absorb any of those unforeseen delays. Opportunities and innovations. A major focus this year will be to accelerate project plan completion, so we're ready to act when unexpected funding becomes available. Additionally, our use of the on-call construction contracts will help us with price stability and faster project starts by cutting down on bidding delays. Looking ahead to future fiscal years, the department remains focused on maintaining consistency and continuity in our long-term strategic goals. Due to the funding structure and essential nature of technical services, our budget goals are designed to remain stable and aligned with past objectives. Some of the resources and investments that will be crucial for achieving these goals will be maintaining and expanding staffing. Elias kind of touched on this earlier. We're going to look to recruit and retain skilled professionals to help improve project efficiency. We are looking at succession planning, where we'd like to expand or retain institutional knowledge, fill vacancies to enhance capacity, and then also manage workloads. And then lastly, secure grant funding. We'll look to continue to maximize the grant opportunities to supplement the limited bond funding. By prioritizing these investments, we can enhance service delivery, optimize resources, and position the department for sustainable growth and success. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, and Madam County Manager. This concludes my presentation, and Public Works will now stand for questions.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioners. We're going to try to keep this to about 5 minutes of questions. We'll see how that goes. Commissioner Frank Bach.
Yes, thank you. Certainly appreciate all the. I need a little sign that says. Appreciate all the the responses to my many inquiries that I submit your way or send your way because of many calls and concerns I get from constituents, and I appreciate that because I don't see that as in any way as an interference. I don't see that any way of being difficult. I mean, it is our public servants, right? It's the people that we serve. So appreciate your responsiveness to my constant calls and questions about the status of the project, because that's what we do, right? We're here to serve the public. The two comments I'd like to make. Number one, in terms of the priorities, and you guys have briefed me more than once on your priorities and how you do it, and I don't understand it, of course. It's very complicated in the different categories. And I've said this before, I think just recently. I don't know how public that priority list is. And if it's not, I would just encourage us to consider it very public, because I think that would cut down on some of the many questions we get from legislators, constituents, and even organizations. And then secondly, and this is another topic that we discussed many times, and that is in terms of community engagement. Again, I don't see this as a hindrance or in any way something that we should not be doing. I think that is part of what we are, who we are, and what we do. And so I would just continue to advocate for a very institutionalized program of community engagement at the highest level, above what we are required to do by any particular regulation. again, it becomes, by doing that, it improves the quality of the project and actually ends up reducing staff time and continuing answering questions and attending meetings. So I would just like to continue to advocate for a very institutionalized program of community engagement. But anyway, thank you for all you do. Appreciate it.
May I briefly just say that we are working on exactly that, and my expectation is that we will have something for you to, pardon me, thank you, for something for you to give feedback to by midsummer.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? Oh, look at that. We might beat the 5-minute limit. I do have, really, I just have a list of a few comments. Want to commend the department for having some really clear goals and objectives, you know, things like, hey, this is the vacancy rate we want to target. This is how we want to get to it. Really appreciate that. And the goal of being shifting to a more proactive department. I mean, we're always going to have things you have to react to, climate change, storms, things happen. But as far as, you know, a bridge breaking down or a road crumbling, you know, we shouldn't be getting to that point in an ideal system. And so I know we are resource constrained, but that's, I really commend that goal. Very happy to see the climate plan in there, the sustainability and climate plan. I really do want to work more collaboratively with you all, with county manager to continue to push that. I think that's one area that over the last 2 years, I wish I would have been a little more engaged in. So I just want to commend you for having that on your radar and know that it's on mine. The CIP and asset management stuff ties back in with all those other things, really important. And of course, we met. I'm really excited with where you're going with that, and I'm looking forward to trying to complement your efforts through the ordinance and some changes to that. And then apprenticeships and succession, that's another one that we've been dabbling in, but I've kind of heard that theme across multiple departments now, and I'm sure we'll hear it across more, where I mean, frankly, we have a generation of young people now that are more interested in being influencers and things that are not all that productive, if you ask me, but I'm biased. I'm a trades guy, so that's a biased opinion. But I think this is how we, you know, fight that, right, is trying to build those ladders, bring people in, and show them that these are really careers where not only are they beneficial to you, but they're beneficial to your community, right? You're making an impact, you're making a difference in the world with the kinds of jobs that any department in this organization does, but yours in particular. So I think we have to continue to work on that. And then the last one is the state facilities. I'm really bothered by that, you know, in a very tight resource environment when the state is doing very well and we are not, we just can't be doing things for free. And if we're going to, it needs to be for, you know, our county facilities. So I really hope you'll tackle that and work on that. So, all right, that's 5 minutes. So I'm gonna cut it off there.
Okay.
Thank you all for your great work. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, next up we have our very diverse, a lot of different divisions a lot of different departments within the Community Services Division, and Deputy County Manager Jeanette Townsend.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Madam County Manager. I'm Jeanette Townsend. I have the distinct pleasure of leading a very diverse division known as the Community Services Division. We'll also be hearing from our department directors, Tia Bland from Communication Services, Jake Mirabal from Community School Innovation and Strategic Partnerships, Andre Dixon with Parks, Recreation, and Open Space, Amanda Colburn from Housing, and Nick Ham from Planning and Development Services. I would also like to note that we have in our division about 350 full-time staff, with about 500 during our seasonal times. And I would like anyone in the Community Services Division to stand up. I know there's a number of Parks and Recreation and Communications. And so thank you very much for everything that you do every day. We play with the public on a regular basis. The DCM office is a small but strategic team of 4, including myself. We support our departments as well as we liaison to the Court of Wills, Estates, and Probate and the County Clerk's office. Our proposed budget, our general fund budget is $513,212, which really reflects a slight increase over the last year, as you have heard, just in the shifting of where the funding from the market study landed. And we also received a position as a transfer to help with community engagement, which we greatly appreciate. In addition, we administer the state indigent care funds through a contract entitled Partners in Health, and that supports health care for residents without financial access. Our goals, which I think you've heard before, are strengthening cross-division and departmental collaboration, as well as deepening our community engagement and civic participation across our county. The budget supports, this budget supports continued progress toward a comprehensive engagement strategy. However, as with anything, the depth and breadth of the implementation will depend on our available resources. By next year, our goal is to have a more coordinated and streamlined engagement process, reducing the number of broad public meetings while increasing meaningful participation and building public trust. Our challenges and responses, we are clear-eyed about challenges. Community engagement takes time, it takes resources, it takes attention. And we intend to be proactive about how we address this by adapting our outreach. Engagement isn't a one-size-fits-all. We'll use hybrid approaches, digital tools, in-person events, partnerships with local organizations to reach people where they are. Improving coordination. We are aligning our efforts across our departments and exploring tools to streamline that planning and analysis. Funding for trust building. Sustained community engagement takes sustained investment. We are committed to understanding the true needs that we have with resources, both human and financial, and maximizing our existing opportunities to engage communities respectfully and effectively. This includes maximizing and leveraging our existing investments within our county, the 100% Bernalillo County Initiative, and our community school network of over 70 schools. Our opportunities and innovations we are especially excited about in expanding our digital engagement, including virtual opportunities, AI-powered analytic tools, and real-time feedback tools to increase accessibility, efficiency, and transparency. Strengthening our partnerships, especially those with local organizations, to expand outreach, relevance, and diversity of voice into our engagement efforts. Our cross-departmental alignment is going to focus on streamlining structures, processes, and communications to lessen the burden on our internal staff, but also give us consistency for greater impact. These are not just enhancements, they are foundational to a more connected and connected and engaged county. Our future vision, looking ahead, we are committed to creating a sustainable community engagement framework, one that ensures a lasting, meaningful connection between government and county residents. This vision includes a strong foundation for integrated responsive governance, investing in staffing and digital platforms to expand access, and a long-term budget to support and maintain and grow trust over time. In closing, I thank you for your continued support and collaboration. We truly believe that when communities feel seen, heard, and involved, relationships deepen, policy becomes stronger, and ultimately outcomes improve for everyone we serve. I'm going to now turn it over to Tia Bland, Director for Communication Services, so you can hear about the amazing things that our individual departments do.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, County Manager, good afternoon. I'm Tia Bland, Director of Communication Services. Tracy Dingman is here with me. Wave your hand, Tracy. She's the team lead for website and social media. Communication Services has 12 positions, all filled, and fortunately no trouble recruiting and hiring. Next year's budget is very similar to this year's. As we evolve and grow, we're looking to continue to build the county's social media audience. More and more, social media is where people go to get real-time information. Doing great work day in and day out builds the audience on social media and builds the county's credibility as a reliable source of information. 3 employees are on the website and social media team. 2 employees manage the content on burnco.gov and Burnco Connect, our employee intranet. And 1 employee oversees 5 social media platforms. In the past 5 years, our website postings have increased 33%. Communication Services is generating more content to be posted, and so are other departments, which is good. Our social media engagement over the past 2 years, get this, is up 9,300%, and we have the analytics to prove it. That's because Communication Services was fortunate enough to acquire an employee from another department a couple of years ago that we could dedicate specifically to social media. When I first met with digital content editor Kristen Fox, she told me social media is my jam. And she wasn't kidding, because she has been jamming ever since and is making a remarkable impact, helping increase our followers by 21,000 or 62%. We're proud of that and want to grow it more. Regarding contracts, Communication Services has two: an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Albuquerque to broadcast our commission meetings and other county content on GovTV and cable television channel 16, and we contract with production outfitters, videographers who assist the county's video team as needed with producing videos and assisting with behind-the-scenes technical support to broadcast commission meetings. The challenge we anticipate next fiscal year is maintaining a relevant, up-to-date website and engaging social media presence with existing resources. The web and social media team must be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to post timely or urgent public safety messaging, or simply informing the public that the commission has called a special meeting. And as we all know, the website is the county's public information hub, and social media is a primary vehicle to get important information to the public. We hope in the future we'll be able to add more resources to the web and social media team. In the meantime, we'll continue to look inside the department and elsewhere in the county for talent who can assist us in some way. We will prioritize reassessing and realigning department resources to meet needs and expectations in this area. Two goals will track next fiscal year, no surprise: increasing social media followers and engagement, and creating a county language access plan and guide. Basically a resource for county departments to access translators and interpreters in multiple languages to aid our communication and engagement with Bernalillo County's diverse communities. Individual departments will use their budgets to pay for translators and interpreters as needed. Many of them are already doing so. Our list of goals for fiscal year 26 are: revamp the Bernco at a Glance e-newsletter, create a language access guide, increase public engagement on social media platforms, and launch a countywide video podcast series. Who doesn't love an informative podcast on a topic of interest? Communication Services is already in the process of implementing a video podcast for the county. We're already seeing an interest in departments who want to host or participate in a podcast. Using AI, artificial intelligence tools, create an innovative opportunity for us to work smarter and not harder to enhance our work product to the benefit of county residents who look to us for information that matters. As always, Communication Services is available to work with internal departments, the county manager, and the Board of County Commissioners, leveraging and aligning department resources to support priority projects and initiatives that we hope improve the lives of Bernalillo County residents. Our number one long-term strategic goal is a new website, prioritizing user-friendly design and navigation. We haven't had one in 10 years, so we're looking forward to that. The light's gone on, so I will say I'm blessed to work with a team of professional communicators who like what they do, are good at what they do, and care about the work. And we're storytellers, and we're looking for more interesting and creative ways to tell Bernalillo County's story. Thank you. Up next, Jake Mirabal, Community School Innovation Strategic Partnerships.
Good afternoon, Chair Olivas, Commissioners, Madam County Manager. My name is Jake Mirabal, and I'm joined today by Deanna Creighton, our Deputy Director, and I will be presenting to you the proposed budget of the Community School Innovation and Strategic Partnerships Department. The department has established core values of collaboration, intentionality through data-driven decision-making, and in elevating and engaging community voice and need. You can see that through our budget in the way that we do our contracts with examples when you look at Albuquerque Public Schools as a lead partner in this space. APS, which will be referred to moving forward, which includes the Community School Coordinator Contract, the Summer Food Service Program, and many contracts associated with the full-scale community service federal grant that we were awarded. The 8% variance in our budget is attributed to the salary increases due to the market study. We currently have 2 vacancies that equate to 18% vacancy percentage, but we have already started interviewing for those positions and are currently looking to or hoping that they will be filled shortly. As we think about how our values are integrated into our goals, we have tried to utilize the results-based accountability framework, RBA, to help set up our SMART goals. And that means that we have to constantly ask ourselves to think in 3 stages. How much did we do? How well did we do it? And is anybody better off? This helps set the stage for the specificity and measurability part of the SMART goal framework. And then we utilize the data-driven decision-making and our collaboration with our strategic partners to move into the relevant and achievable components of the goals. Most of our goals are set on the framework of the school year. So the timetable is always going to be loosely based around that. So the goals that you guys see in front of you today are all estimates and will be reevaluated at the end of the school year to make sure that it's reasonable and achievable for next year. Our biggest concern is the unstable federal landscape that has left our partners and our work with a lot of unknown. We have the ABC Community School Partnership Board, our 100% core and action teams in place to start trying to engage in collaborative problem solving and have already begun to have discussions with our partners in preparation for possible further changes to be made. Of course, we have started those discussions internally as well, identifying our most vulnerable contracts, constituents, and work, so that if we need to reprioritize or realign any components, we will do so. Losing positions on our end due to federal funds would be a huge concern for a few of our larger scaled projects. We are excited in the upcoming year to explore the advancing of the 100% community initiative, as this was its foundational year. And we are looking to continue to empower all of the organizations that are closest to the work, as well as the ability to further expand community-connected learning opportunities, such as the apprenticeship, internship ideas that have been floated by multiple times today. These will be helpful to the community because the alignment of resources, perspectives, and opportunities help move towards efficiencies, and then the creation of intentional spaces, utilizing our networks with the schools, et cetera, will help move us towards transformation that is driven by community voice and data, and will help us explore maximizing resources and the impacts of quality of life for all residents. Our intention is to keep building on these goals into 1, sustainable community engagement and policy alignment practices, strategies, and structures. 2, reduce models for community and school reduce barriers and increase efficiencies across systems, and 3, to develop replicable models for community and school transformation. In the future, as this work continues to grow, we will need staff to continue to support the growth of the community school knowledge and network, as well as to continue to invest in the growth of facilitation, research, and tools to help make replicable models possible. Given the current uncertainty at the federal level, it's exciting to address large community issues in a collaborative fashion, but it is also a little bit scary and intense. So we really are, as a unit, excited by the work and looking forward to working collaboratively, both externally and internally within all our spaces. We appreciate your time, and we'll be stepping down for the next presentation with Andre Dixon and Pros.
Jake. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners, Madam County Manager. I'm Andre Dixon, Director of Parks, Recreation, and Open Space. Currently, the Pros Department has 169 positions with 20 vacancies and an 11% vacancy rate. Most of these vacancies are in the offer or interview stage. Recruitment for hard-to-fill positions is challenging in the land management section, especially for seasonal workers due to low wages and high job demands. We have key contracts with the City of Albuquerque, United States Specialty Sports Association, also known as USSSA, and New Mexico State University for senior programmings, including outdoor education and sports officiating. Our major goals are establishing an internal system to schedule games and activities at Mesa del Sol, addressing the rising demand. Developing the Integrated Vegetation Management Maintenance Plan, also known as the IVMMP, for environmental sustainability. Creating a 5-year plan to improve and maintain our aquatic infrastructure. This existing budget allocation sustains operational needs, but won't fully support the growth at Mesa del Sol, which will require additional staffing for programming and field supervision. With this budget, we aim to implement a structured field rental system to ensure access and equity for all users. Complete the IVMMP for environmental best practices. And to develop a 5-year aquatic maintenance plan to ensure reliable operations and public health safety. Also, while expanding programming across the department through community partnerships in fiscal year 26. However, we face some challenges in fiscal year 26. A reduced budget could impact our ability to maintain aquatic maintenance considering rising chemical costs. The increasing volume of capital projects and grants, currently 80 grants and 40 projects, is straining our capacity with only 4 full-time staff dedicated to this section. Increased costs for materials and construction are putting pressure on project completion. To address these challenges, we will realign administrative support to assist with capital projects and grants. Leverage partnerships like the University of New Mexico Public Allies Program to support initiatives. Implement proactive maintenance at aquatic facilities to reduce major repair costs. We also see significant opportunities. Implementing an online facility usage schedule for easier public access. Expanding the mobile rec program and community outreach. Launching the Beauty of Bern Co. initiative to promote our county's outdoor spaces. Expanding water safety classes, especially since New Mexico ranks 9th for unintentional drownings. Mesa del Sol will soon become the largest sports complex in the state, driving tourism and revenue. We're also planning to work with New Mexico Workforce Solutions to add 5 apprenticeships, expanding our service capabilities. Looking ahead to fiscal year 26, our vision includes updating the PROS master plan, increasing sports programs at Mesa del Sol to expand access for individuals of all ages, implementing a succession plan to address upcoming retirements and promotions. To achieve these goals, we need adequate funding for the PROS master plan, additional staffing to manage the increased workload from capital projects. And to wrap it up, we're excited to expand collaborations like the Mountain View initiatives with interactive youth workshops and engage in more community-driven programs. This department is dedicated to directly serving the public daily, ensuring timely assistance, reliable support, and a consistent commitment to community needs. Thank you for your time today. And as we like to say in our department, we work while others play the PROS way. I would also like to thank my staff today for making sure that you guys could stay adequately hydrated. And so they went through a lot of hard work to, ensure that you had big cups in front of you. So thank you for your time. And I'd like to turn it over to Director Coburn of Housing.
Good afternoon, Chair Olivas, members of the Commission. I'm Ada Colburn, Housing Director for Bernalillo County. I'm here today to present the Housing Department's FY26 General Fund Budget and share an overview of our department goals. The Housing Department currently has a team of 41 staff. We have 7 vacancies at time of publication. This week, we were down to 5, and we currently have 3 positions that are in the hiring interview phase. So we are cutting that down pretty quickly. Our proposed general fund budget for FY26 is approximately $1.5 million, which covers some staff salaries and benefits and our operating expenses for our landlord services program. Some of our key contracts include the Community Connections Supportive Housing, CCSH, interdepartmental agreement, which funds the Community Connections program, and our Housing and Urban Development HUD program agreements that support the operations of all HUD-funded voucher programs. While the primary mission of the Housing Department is the successful operation of the various voucher programs, we also have some programmatic goals that are just as vital to the operation. We aim to rehabilitate 3 homes annually for low-income residents in the unincorporated areas of Bernalillo County, utilizing home rehabilitation grants, that is a challenging word today, through the Mortgage Finance Authority. We are committed to achieving 100% occupancy in our existing units at El Centro and Sable Village through ongoing tenant supports and efficient leasing processes and proactive property management. As our only program funded through general fund, our landlord services program provides essential education and property damage supports to landlords participating in all of our Bernalillo County voucher programs. Maintaining our general fund allocation is critical for sustaining funding levels, recruiting and retaining landlord partners, and ensuring the availability of affordable housing units. A primary concern for FY26, like you've heard throughout today, is the uncertainty regarding federal funding. For us, it's HUD and the potential changes to all public housing authorities, not just ours. Potential reductions in administrative fees can negatively impact our department's payroll and operational budget. Currently, 55% of our team compensation is paid for with administrative fees, so that's a huge chunk of our department. Due to budgetary limitations, we are currently only able to issue new vouchers to participants of the Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing Program. Our capacity to move voucher participants under Section 8 is limited due to these financial constraints, but we are implementing cost-saving measures such as temporary halting voluntary moves and capping rent increases requested by landlords. We have and continue to enhance our outreach efforts by organizing quarterly sessions for both our landlords and our participants. In addition, we will provide monthly communication to keep landlords informed and engaged with our department. We also focused on strengthening community engagement within the Family Self-Sufficiency Program, creating more opportunities for participants to grow, connect, and access valuable resources. Growth and education are very important to our housing leadership, and we recently implemented a departmental cross-training program with the intent to provide staff the knowledge and resources necessary for continuity of services, even in the event of vacancies. Our strategic focus is exploring opportunities for additional vouchers beyond HUD-funded programs. We will also pursue additional special program vouchers, including VASH and Family Unification Program vouchers, should HUD opportunities arise. These are the only other vouchers that have specific money tied to them that we can, if we get them, we can fill them. This will allow us to support more Bernalillo County residents. We are committed to collaborating with the Bernalillo County Housing Development Division to align with future HUD regulations and support project-based voucher placements. This partnership will be vital in developing long-term sustainable housing solutions. We are excited about the future of housing and continuing to move our community from homelessness to hope. Our vision is clear: a home for every family. I will now pass the podium on to Director Nick Ham from Planning and Development Services.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Nick Ham, Director of Planning and Development Services. Pleased to be here to present to you all the functions of my department this afternoon. Our department budget for FY26 just over $9.3 million, with the variance entirely attributed to the market study. I want to take a moment to just thank the commission for their recognition of the value of the personnel at the county. It's incredibly valuable for us as far as retention and recruitment, so thank you for that. At the time of publication, we had 6 vacancies. I'm happy to report that all of those are either with start dates, being sent to HR for the pre-employment process, or are somewhere in the posting process. My hope is that before the start of this coming fiscal year, that we'll be fully staffed. So we're actively engaged in that process. Our hard to recruit positions are the ends of the spectrum. So our entry-level positions at the permit technician, we see a lot of turnover there. It's our entry-level and lowest paid position. And then on the other end of that is our very technical position. So planners and building inspectors, having a limited candidate pool, high qualification or certification requirements, and high demand from other entities that need these types of individuals as well. We have a few large contracts. The first one is Excella. That's our permit tracking software. That's a mission critical piece of technology that we utilize. It's not just utilized by PDS, it's utilized countywide for permit issuance and tracking. The next one is our Esri contract. Esri is the sort of monopoly provider of GIS services in the world. And PDS maintains all of the GIS and mapping technology for the county, short of those for the elected offices of the assessor and the clerk. So that would include the maps that you see on our website, as well as the maps that our emergency personnel and our public safety personnel see when they're in the field deploying their services. We have some other contract services. Gray Quarter is a third-party consultant that we use to fix Excella when it breaks or to modify it when we need to do something different. And then we have planning consultants that we will utilize in this fiscal year and in coming fiscal years to address long-range planning needs of the community. 2 and 3 crucial goals for the department. We are big on tracking data in PDS, so we want to maintain our permit review and issuance timelines. Currently, we are beating our internal deadlines by a significant amount. We want to maintain our land use review and decision timelines. We shepherd these cases through the required hearing processes, and they are decided just over the required timeline for a public hearing process. We want to maintain customer and permit count levels. Just some quick information. We issue 8,000 permits a year. We conduct 30,000 inspections. We do 2,000 enforcement cases, and we see 15% of all customers at Alvarado Square. So a significant amount of public engagement here. Lack of not having additional resources would hinder our ability to maintain these levels. Providing the resources that were requested in the needs and wants would allow us to address increasing demand. As we move forward, we want to modernize and expand our customer service options by implementing an online permit platform that expands the current offering of permits you can achieve online. We want to continue to modify our long-range planning documents and ordinances to address current needs. And we want to deliver the long-range planning documents that the board has identified as a priority, Mountain View, North Valley Area Plan, among others. Challenges: maintaining that high level of customer service and administration of our processes in the face of increasing demand. Those numbers that I mentioned previously, those continue to go up every single year. The constraints here are the challenges that if we're not provided additional bandwidth at some point, we may see a suffering of delivering on those customer service metrics and a lack of ability to continue to do things in an efficient and effective way. How to mitigate these: we're going to leverage technology and look at our own processes to find ways where we can be more efficient and better at our work. Key opportunities, I mentioned this earlier, but the online platform, we're trying to bring ourselves fully online at some point. Like I said, we have some offered currently, but we'd like to get fully online at some point so that folks from the comfort of their home can apply for permits from the county for any of the offerings that the department is responsible for. The long-range planning initiatives, that's going to help us to deliver on the health, safety, welfare aspects of our work, to identify areas of opportunity, and to continue to increase the quality of life for folks that live and work in the county. I'm going to go to the next slide here. So we're aiming to do the projects that I talked about. So looking at internal efficiencies, identifying long-range projects that are going to make the county better at serving the constituents that we're responsible for. And we need the resources to adequately retain and recruit personnel moving forward. To close here, I'm most excited about the bright future of Burnco. I see it as a place where there's an abundance of opportunity for development and new development. And I look forward to us finding ways that we can better serve our constituency and find ways that we can administer regulations in a problem-solving and creative way that addresses the needs of the citizens that elected you all. And with that, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I want to thank you for your time today, and we'll stand for any questions as a Community Services Division.
Thank you very much, Director Ham, and to all of our wonderful directors and employees in the Community Services Division at large. Commissioners? Commissioner Frank Baca, and then we'll go to Vice Chair.
Thank you. Again, as with Public Works, I certainly appreciate the responsiveness to the many inquiries that I send your way regarding all sorts of different issues from housing, parks, zoning, and planning. You know, I'm sort of early on when I started here, maybe before I started here, I started talking to staff, and one of the things was regarding the staffing and the need for additional staffing. Because I think some of the things that you do are just so crucial and important, and I hope I've been fairly consistent about advocating for clean spaces in regards to where they are, the streets, the parks, the community centers. I mean, I just think that's a fundamental obligation of government. At the same time, we've talked a lot about housing and affordable housing, the needs. And so I bring this up in kind of in a related way, in the sense that I think there's some opportunities to take a look at houses, at least in my district, I'm sure other areas as well, that are in a very unkept condition, dilapidated, if you will, that could be renovated and in a way that probably would not cost us any money. And I've been floating this idea around for a year now or so before I even came on board, and maybe it's not a good idea because nobody's really jumped on it, but that's okay. But I think there's some opportunities. I mean, certainly there's some opportunity if there was funding, but I think there's some opportunities without funding to identify those houses and to really secure individuals that would be willing to undertake those projects and add to the affordable housing. But I also, at the same time, I would be remiss in my duties as a commissioner if I did not bring up an issue that is of some concern to me, and sort of flies in the face and conflicts to some extent in regards to the rehabilitation of occupied homes. So I see that in various contexts. I see that in terms of our Pajito Mesa, which is a large area that has many challenges, and I get it. I totally get it, that many of them are out of compliance, and yeah, to some extent it's their fault, to some extent, quite frankly, it's government's fault, because to some extent we let that occur over the course of the last 30 years or so. I see it in terms of individual homes as well. The South Valley, the Southwest is such a unique and such a diverse community that you see in one neighborhood, in one street, one block, a beautiful mansion, and next to it, a mobile home that needs tons of work. And that is the district. That is what it is. But it's not totally unique. I've seen that in other communities as well, in southern New Mexico and northern New Mexico. So my concern is, you know, I think we need to be consistent in asking people to keep up their properties. I don't think that's expensive to do for the most part. I think we need to look at those dilapidated properties that are not occupied and really see those as a resource that could be converted into affordable housing projects. But I am very concerned about our approach to occupied, dilapidated housing and the extent to which we are offering services and or pushing them out to the point that they may not be able to maintain their property. And then are we adding to the problem, or are we solving the problem? And that's not all government's responsibility. I get it. And that's why, you know, myself and my staff are looking at revenue, looking at options, looking at other sources, because there are housing rehabilitation monies out there. There are housing rehabilitation programs, both through the county. I know of the Main Street program in my district and others. I know funding is always a challenge, but I think we need to really be cautious how we approve it, how we approach that, and have that balance between compliance with basic zoning and codes, which I understand, versus pushing somebody into an unhoused situation. And so I just say that in full regard for the work of staff and appreciation for what staff does in a very difficult situation at many times. But I would just like to hope that we would have additional conversations about that and that issue, because I think there are some solutions out there if we really kind of get together and work on it. But thank you all for your doing. Again, I appreciate your responses to my many, many requests I send your way. Thank you.
Any responses? Okay. Other commissioners? I think we said we were going to go to Vice Chair. Nick, Director Ham, did you want to say something?
Yeah. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baca, it is incredibly rare that the county, through its code enforcement activities, would displace individuals from a home, even in situations where it does not meet minimum code requirements. The department really does go out of its way to not add to the housing issue through its enforcement activities. So we are very careful about target selection, for lack of a better term, as well as providing an abundance of opportunity and trying to connect them with available resources when we do encounter situations where folks might find themselves in a situation where a structure is, to be frank, unsafe to be living in, but they don't have other options. So I wanted to make sure that it was understood that through the work of the code enforcement that my department is responsible for, we do that with great care to not add to the crisis that we're dealing with across other areas of the county's areas of responsibility.
Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair.
I actually have a couple of questions, so I hope I can. So I think the first is for DCM Townsend. So on the budget overview, and in your presentation, Partners in Health, the $1 million new contract, it says that there'll be a new RFP to go out this year, I guess fiscal year 25, which was last year. So anyway, can you tell me more? And I mean, we had talked earlier about I think it was 5 or 4 projects that were receiving this funding. Yeah, can you just tell me where that's at?
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. We are working on what that RFP will look like. And in reality, it's very prescriptive dollars. So we're just trying to figure out what makes sense for the next RFP cycle to ensure that the agencies that are currently providing those services have access to the funding in the way that they need it and the way that we are responsible to deliver the dollars.
And then I guess just to say to that, not to more of a question or a curiosity, is that, you know, it looks like the county, it comes from GRT, the 1/8 of 1% gross tax receipts for indigent care. So that's not the same as the behavioral health GRT, right? No.
You can come up, Margarita. Margarita's been working with the providers very closely for the 1% for
1/8 of 1% for indigent.
Make sure I understand the question.
Chair Olivas, Vice Chair. So the funding is separate from the behavioral health funding. It is a part of the indigent care funding that is specific for this purpose.
And so I would assume that 1/8 of 1% of indigent care funds has grown since this was first developed. And I guess my question is, why aren't these funds growing with that even incrementally?
So, Chair, Vice Chair, it was a specific dollar amount when this was established that was for this particular initiative. So the remainder of that funding goes to the indigent care.
Which is UNM?
I don't know, to be, I'm just familiar with this particular. Ms. Shirley. Come on, Ms. Shirley.
Thank you, Shirley.
So in one of the GRTs that we received, there's $1 million. It's in the healthcare GRT, the 1/16. A 1/16 goes out to help indigent care, and it's managed by the customer community services team. So every year they get that flat $1 million, and then they divide it out amongst their providers.
And is there a reason why it doesn't grow with I'm assuming that the GRT grows.
It's a state statute.
Oh, it's a
that
state
says $1 million of the 1/16 goes.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. And then if I may, Chair, I'll try to be fast. I think my next, it's communications. Thank you, Tia and Tracy. You always are amazing. I just had I love the goals. I love the increase of social media. Hopefully we can start reaching a younger generation of folks as well. I had just some I don't know if they're questions, but more sort of like even when we say increase public engagement, digital platforms by 10% year over, sometimes I think, was social media to what end or to what purpose? And I don't know if, I guess I would think the work I do as a community organizer is that I would say, like, each of these departments and their goals could have a strategic communications plan based on their strategic goals, and so it gives it a bit of a purpose, right, to engage. I often think of, like, okay, if we're involved in a new community schools thing, then what's the media plan for community schools, or what's the media plan for behavioral health or whatever? Obviously, I talk about behavioral health all the time. So is that how I guess I'm just sort of stating, is there a purpose to just to increase generally, like just the general public, or do we have like sort of a goal of who we want to increase paying attention to our?
Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, it's kind of both. We have our main county social media platforms, and in general, we push out information on just about every department that has any information that they like to share with the public. As it relates to specific departments, behavioral health, parks, a couple of other departments have their own social media platforms, and then they have a specific goal about what they want to accomplish, and we work with them to help with the messaging, to make sure it's the right messaging, and to make sure that there's continuity across not only what they're doing but what we're doing, and that the branding and everything is consistent. So both.
And may I just jump in and say, I just want to give one example of the work that the group did, is that as part of the efforts we put forth, as part of our legislative priority, we worked really diligently with the entire team to be able to tell stories about the impacts of what the money would mean, where the deficits were. In fact, the event that you all did at the Capitol, I forgot the little dog's name, but to really make the point that investing in these kinds of projects has real outcomes for the community. And I think that's a really important opportunity that I want to get even deeper into the community. And then the second thing I would just add is that, Bernalillo County, from my perspective, it has done so much in the community, and really being able to tell that story so that when we go out and we talk to people about why it's important to invest in affordable housing, why should they trust us with that task, we've got to be telling people what we're doing, or we don't gain that kind of traction. So it was a lot of fun to work with them on the legislative process, and I'm super excited about what's to come in terms of how we engage this body of work with the other body of work that Commissioner Frank Baca, that you raised around community engagement, because we are really trying to build deep and meaningful relationships with the community so that they come to us when they have a need, and we can go to them when we're trying to make the world a better place.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I think as a commissioner, we are definitely beneficiaries of the excellent communication skills you all have. And I just think the closer we could grow to what now is a strategic plan for each department, the closer that those meet and help us tell the story, as you say. I love that part. Thank you. I think that's it for communications. Quickly, community schools. I think you had to... when on this, under the goals, there the 2 to 3 crucial goals, high quality implementation of community school strategies. Maybe I need to follow up and just learn a little bit more about exactly what is a community school strategy and partnership. But how does community schools right now partner with like the county behavioral health programs that sort of in-house, or do you currently access those?
Chair Olivas, Vice Chair Barboa. I'm Deanna Creighton. I'm the Deputy Director of the department and the Director for the ABC Community School Partnership, which you have been part of. Yes. Thank you for the question. Congrats. So the high quality implementation, first of all, of the strategy, what we have developed this year is a rubric And we are doing monthly progress monitoring to show the schools where they are at in their implementation. And if you would like to see that, I would be very happy to share that with you. As far as working across departments and divisions in the county, we have been working, the first thing that comes to my mind with the behavioral health division, what is it? Division? Okay. Is the mobile health units. In fact, I met with them this morning because they are at 2 community schools and they are very excited about their interaction and the success that they are seeing in community schools, specifically because of the engagement of students, the engagement of parents. They're able to meet their goals more effectively because of that partnership. And we are talking now, I guess there's a 3rd rig that's about to come online. And so we've been discussing where that might go and how we can duplicate and replicate the success that we've seen in the current community schools. There's excellent data. And in fact, spoiler alert, we planned an event in June that we were going to invite you all to show you exactly what we have accomplished in those 2, with the 2 rigs this year, specifically the partnership with community schools. And then, can you think of other ways that we were partnering? Oh, yeah. We also have a lot of cross division collaboration where the community schools, as you know, are very primed to engage the community. So when there are planning needs, or if we wanted to assess the impacts of any of the county's initiatives, including needs for affordable housing or needs for workforce development or whatever that might be, we have seen a very, very successful initiative at Mountain View that we are replicating, and really excited to see our community schools step up and be the space, that trusted space in the community for that engagement to happen. And we are excited to continue working across divisions and departments in the county.
Oh, I'm so grateful. That's exactly what I'm talking about. We don't have to create new things. Everybody come with their strengths and do really great stuff. Thank you, Deanna. And then I think my last couple of questions.
Commissioner, I just want to let you know we're at almost 17 minutes on question and answer, so just want to succinctly wrap up.
I will succinctly ask Parks and Rec to expand community engagement, identify program and service needs for our participants, ensuring programs and services align with the needs of the community. What does that, I think this is trying to address my point of wanting to expand community services into the evenings or weekends. And I love that we'll do it data-driven, as Director Townsend had said previously. But can you expand to what that means and on how you're planning to do that?
Sure. Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. So as you know, our DCM is very big into public engagement. So we have no choice but to. So really what it's looking like is every one of our current users right now, we're assessing to make sure that we are meeting their needs, as well as trying new platforms to reach out to individuals that are not coming into our facilities to see what does it take to have them access our facilities. Are we providing the programs and services that they are needing? And so we're doing that through SurveyMonkey. Like I said, we're doing that with current populations in our facilities, and just taking the opportunity to conduct it during many outreach opportunities, whether it's through our open space programs and things of that nature. So we have been conducting some information I would love to share with you. And so
I'll follow up. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you. That was very succinct. All right, I want to appreciate your whole division, and I wanted to highlight one quick thing. What you've said about Mesa del Sol in your presentations, as well as the aquatics challenges you're facing, ties back into the work that we talked about with the capital implementation, capital improvement plan, being that we have multi-million-dollar, multi-year investments there in capital. And those really need to be well planned for operating, right? Because we need to be looking at the O&M of these facilities. At the same time, we're looking at their very large and complex construction costs. And so I just think that nods to that goal and the collaboration and the integration of all these different issues. So I want to appreciate everybody from the Community Services Division, and thank you for your presentations today and the good work you do in our community. And next up, we've got our General Services Division with Deputy County Manager Lisa Cedillo-White.
Are we all here? We're all here. Good afternoon, Chairman Olivas and members of the Commission. I am Lisa Cedillo-White, Deputy County Manager for General Services. Joining me this afternoon are the current leaders of the General Services Division, who we will hear from in a few minutes. But first, I want to thank and acknowledge them for their exceptional customer service, hard work, and dedication to the county and all the customers they serve. So they're all behind me.
Great.
The General Services Division is the smallest division in the county, providing the internal and external services to all county departments and the public, and is responsible for the following: a state of New Mexico mandated unclaimed indigent cremation program, the Procurement and Business Services Department, which includes accounts payable, travel, and the management and oversight of the county's credit card and cell phone programs, the Constituent and Support Services Department, which includes customer service, the contact call center, the business center, inventory, sign manufacturing, and printing and graphics, the Risk Management and Records Department, the Real Estate Office, and the Keep New Mexico Alive campaign, which provides prevention, education, and awareness to our community on the dangers of the drugs, how to locate resources, harm reduction, Narcan training and distribution, highlights those who have lost a life to illicit fentanyl and other drugs, and highlights community members in recovery. The General Services budget slide consists of both the DCM budget slide consists of both the DCM admin and also the unclaimed indigent program. We have 6 full-time employees in DCM admin and the unclaimed indigent program, with 4 of the employees providing oversight and management of the county's unclaimed indigent program. The major contract in DCM admin is for Noblin Family Funeral Home, and our proposed fiscal year 26 budget is $1,083,497. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to my team. I want to before that I want to say what we've heard today from all the departments, with all the great work that they're doing, all the great projects that they're doing. My division is the backbone. My division is are the departments that help the departments get their work done. So, in essence of time, I'm going to turn it over to our first presenter.
Good afternoon, Chair Olivas, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Commission, Madam County Manager, DCMs and Directors. My name is Shamar Valdez. I am the Operations Manager for General Services. I'd like to start with goals of the Unclaimed and Indigent Program and DC Admin. Our first goal for Unclaimed Indigent Program is collaborate with the Office of the Medical Investigator, OMI, to process decedent property of those who have passed in Bernalillo County from 2005 to the present while ensuring full legal compliance. We have this unique opportunity to establish a process for unclaimed property, not only in Bernalillo County, but across all New Mexico counties. Critical goals: General Services, DCM Administration, transition the Keep NM Alive campaign and website to the Behavioral Health Division. This campaign and website will be reassigned to the Behavioral Health Division. As we proceed with primary concerns and challenges for the Unclaimed and Indigent Program, leading efforts with OMI to develop a decedent property process that aligns with federal, state, and local laws that can also be implemented in other counties.
As no formal process exists yet, we are collaborating with relevant parties, including taxation and revenue, to ensure compliance. Mitigation strategies. The Unclaimed Indigent Program will collaborate with subject matter experts to ensure a structured and legally compliant process. As mentioned, we will mitigate risk by involving subject matter experts to ensure the program's legality. Moving forward to opportunities and innovation for the Unclaimed and Indigent Program and DC Admin, key opportunities and initiatives for fiscal year 25 with the Unclaimed and Indigent Program. Educate community partners to provide them with information to assist families in need. We intend to take an educational approach to inform community partners such as nursing homes, hospitals, and other facilities in Bernalillo County about the criteria and qualifications. This will guide them in determining whether a deceased Bernalillo County resident is eligible for our services. Increase participation and engagement with Bernalillo County community members. We aim to expand community support and participation in burial ceremonies. In the final hours before the burial, we, as a community, as Bernalillo County employees, regardless of our roles, are the last to honor these individuals. Key opportunities and initiatives for fiscal year 25 DC Admin are engage youth in violence prevention activities by collaborating with the City of Albuquerque on the second annual Summer of Nonviolence Initiative. The Summer of Nonviolence Initiative is already being planned for this summer in partnership with the City of Albuquerque, elected officials, and our Burn Code team. We are refocusing the program to be led by 4 high school interns who will serve as the faces and the voices of these violence prevention activities and events. Now to conclude with our future fiscal year vision of the Unclaimed and Indigent Program. Long-term strategic goals and outlook. Leverage new technology and resources to improve family location services for deceased individuals. Technology is essential, as you heard Tia, in everything we do. We aim to use in-house and/or free technology resources to provide families and others with more accurate location of where their loved ones are buried. Implement innovative outreach methods to raise awareness of the Unclaimed Indigent Burial Program. Outreach methods will include community talks, presentations at community and senior centers, and engagement at special events. Our goal is to spread the word about this exceptional service provided by Bernalillo County. I'd like to turn it over to Annie Baca, the Director of Procurement and Business Services.
Good afternoon, Chair Olivas, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the Commission. My name is Annie Baca. I'm the Director of Procurement and Business Services. Today with me I have Diane Chavez, my Deputy Director, and Robert Martinez, my Accounts Payable Manager. Procurement and Business Services is funded with 27 full-time positions and currently has 2 vacant positions with the 7% vacancy rate. Recruiting procurement professionals has traditionally been a challenge due to the limited talent pool available. The county faces stiff competition from other governmental entities, including UNM, City of Albuquerque, and APS, making it even more difficult to attract qualified candidates. Our 2 major contracts are SAP Concur, which is our new travel management software, and Bonfire, our current e-procurement system. Our proposed budget for fiscal year 26 has a 9% variance from fiscal year 25, and the variance is a result to the county market study and no additional budget was requested. 3 critical goals we expect to achieve for procurement and business services include: Goal 1 is to reduce the number of checks that are issued. Minimizing the number of checks issued through the accounts payable section helps mitigate risk by transitioning vendors to e-payments and ACH. Switching to electronic payments not only streamlines the process, but also provides a built-in audit trail, making payment tracking more efficient and transparent. Our goal 2 is to implement a new travel management system that will automate and streamline the county's travel process. Our third goal is to identify and implement a strategic sourcing and contract management platform to streamline the formal solicitations, contract management, and supplier management that includes a certificate of insurance module. Funding is allocated for our fiscal year 26 goals, and no additional funding was requested. One of our primary concerns is our current ERP and e-procurement software. Our current software is nearing end of life and lacks functionality required to keep up with current demands and industry standards. We are actively working with IT on a resolution for our software deficiencies that may need to be phased in over time for a full upgrade or replacement. Some key opportunities and initiatives that we are excited to pursue in the upcoming fiscal year are implementing comprehensive training sessions and conducting workshops to ensure all departments are aligned with current policies and procedures. These interactive training sessions will help county residents and internal departments adapt to new procurement and accounts payable processes. We are also focusing on advancing skills in drafting, reviewing, and managing contracts and negotiation techniques to secure better terms with vendors and improve procurement outcomes. Our fiscal year vision is to foster continuous learning culture. By offering ongoing training, we hope to build a collaborative and inclusive work culture. And by investing in both technology and professional development of staff, we hope to increase career progression, skill development, and increase job satisfaction and retention. Purchasing and accounts payable staff strive to provide exceptional customer service to not only internal departments, but vendors wanting to do business with Bernalillo County. I want to thank you for your time today and allowing me to present. I would like to turn it over to John Villapando for Constituent Support Services.
Good afternoon, Chair Olivas, Vice Chair Barbo, the Commissioners, and Madam County Manager. My name is John Villapando. I am currently the Inventory Control Manager for Bernalillo County. I am representing Constituent and Support Services right now. We're a very small department, but very vital to the operations of the county. Our sections do include the call center, the business center, the inventory section, and the printing and graphics section. We are currently budgeted for 31 employees. Right now we have 4 vacant positions that could be its recent promotions, and there has been some movement. This gives us a vacancy rate of 13%. Our department has a very low turnover, and we have had no issues in filling our positions when they're posted. One of our biggest contracts that we utilize right now is DSI. It's for our leasing and servicing on our copy machines throughout the county now. Our proposed budget has a 6% increase, and this can be attributed to the continued centralization of the copy machine service and lease agreement expenses and the reallocation of duplicating expenses from the county departments to CSS. Next, our goals. One of our goals is to upgrade our Ring Central to leverage AI and chat features, which would include implementing a 3-digit phone number like the city's 311. The purpose of this is to enhance our services to our internal customers and to our constituents of Bernalillo County. We're also going to establish a single point of contact for all copy machines and reduce the number of leases with vendors. When we started this process, we found out that there was numerous leases and terms, and we decided it made it a lot easier to process these by unifying the prices and to have a single point of contact for these. This will create no budget needs, as these goals will create cost savings. These goals align with the department's mission to enhance our customer service, increase efficiency, streamline operations, and reduce costs without additional budgetary impacts. Our next concerns and challenges. Our primary challenge is the recent tariffs that have been mentioned throughout the day today, affecting our inventory goods and our office supplies. We are taking measures currently to stay ahead of the rising costs. We have increased our inventory levels and consistently researching different vendors that we might be able to utilize. Working with the procurement department, we have actually met with different vendors on certain items that we can look to saving some cost. The budget constraints and external factors are, we're trying to keep focus on the possible price increases and that might require a strategic fund allocation. Also, the supply chain disruption could hinder access to necessary goods at a competitive price. And so our mitigation strategies are we're aware of the business environment and working towards staying ahead of any issues, just like we did during COVID. Our next slide is opportunities and innovation. The expansion of the contact center to improve customer service across the county departments to include AI and chat features to enhance efficiency and response times. We are expanding our business center to provide office supplies countywide and not just here at El Dorado. This will reduce costs by centralizing the supplies at one location, and this will also control overspending. The impact on the county residents and departments, well, with Ring Central upgrade, this will help our department respond faster and streamline communications. The internal efficiencies initiatives like centralized procurement and automation will free up resources to focus on higher priority tasks. And finally, our future vision for our department is continually to centralize the copy machines and office supplies for all county departments. We have recently restructured our Broadway location that will allow our printing and graphics department to start producing envelopes on site instead of outsourcing them to an external vendor. We've also added we're going to be adding a large format printer that will give us 2 to increase our outflow, and as well as printing services for clothing. Some of the essential investments for our success: investments in a centralized service to reduce outsourcing costs and enhance operational efficiencies. And finally, our outlook. Our department is very excited about our future, and our goal, as always, is to provide the best customer service. Thank you. I'm now going to turn it over to Gina Ortega, Risk Management Director.
Good afternoon, Chair Olivas, members of the Commission, and Madam County Manager. My name is Gina Ortega, the Director of Risk Management. I'm here this afternoon to provide to you the budgetary synopsis for fiscal year 26. Risk Management has 18 full-time positions. However, we do have 6 vacancies. Within those 6 vacancies, they consist of 5 non-union, and 1 white collar. Our vacancy percentage rate is 33%. Positions within risk management are difficult to recruit. These positions require a specific knowledge base, skill set, qualifications, certifications, as well as experience needed to perform the essential functions of our duties. While Human Resources has done a phenomenal job in assessing and addressing the compensation analysis, countywide, we are still challenged in recruiting and retaining employees due to the competitive salaries within the industry. Risk is being more conservative in the aspect of our upcoming fiscal year. There are no drastic or significant changes from the previous year, with the exception of uncontrolled increases in insurance premiums received by our insurance carriers. Subsequently, the variance from fiscal year 25 is attributed to salary increases due to the market study, 3 new positions that we added, and contractual agreement escalators. Contracts for risk management include Paul Davis Restoration, Belfour Property Restoration, United Automotive, Reflective Auto Collision, and M&M Body Shops. With regard to our goals for the next fiscal year, we have several, but to highlight our top 3. As you know, risk management is a department of regulation and compliance. We want to strengthen regulation and compliance throughout the entire county. We want to continue to improve and strengthen the safety culture, and we want to use data-driven risk mitigation. To summarize how budget allocations will impact our goals, given the unfortunate unpredictability of insurance costs, medical expenses, and material pricing pertaining to incoming claims, I am concerned what the next year will look like. Additional key challenges that I'm concerned about is increasing insurance premiums and potential nuclear verdicts that could result in adverse financial judgments against the county. With regard to our SMART goals for the next fiscal year, specifically, we want to reduce annual claim expenses by 7 to 10% through regulation, compliance, and risk transfer strategies, and we do anticipate a 2 to 3 year time frame to see a return on our investment. This year, we expect to foresee some challenges as it pertains to increased cost of insurance, staffing shortages, and real-time data access. We see a need for streamlined claim submission processes, essentially technology, and lastly, leadership support for risk management policies and procedures. With regard to some of our budget constraints and resource limitations, again, adjusting to insurance industry concerns, deductibles, staffing needs to ensure that we can appropriately navigate some of the ongoing changes that may occur. Additionally, please take note, I'm also concerned with regard to the unexpected tariff costs that will potentially be affecting material pricing for vehicle and property damage repairs. In short, we plan to mitigate these challenges by establishing an effective, efficient strategic plan with appropriate staffing to meet departmental and county needs. With that being said, key opportunities for risk, expanding comprehensive loss and claims analysis for better departmental engagement. We are going to be collaborating with departments, providing comprehensive in-depth analysis of loss and claims within their respective areas to allow better engagement and buy-in from the respective departments. Increased training and education programs for compliance as it pertains to claims management, safety and loss control, as well as our records section. And to summarize how these impacts will affect our county residents, additional education and training to our departments will lead to fewer claims, lower cost, and enhanced safety. Potential reduction in insurance premiums will benefit employees, the county, as well as our constituents. Employees of the county, as well as our constituents, would have the assurance that we are doing all that we can to control cost and minimize expenses. Risk continues to strive to provide continuous internal assessment to reduce cost and improve effectiveness and safety. One of risk management's long-term goals is being more proactive versus reactive, more strategic in claims oversight, continuing to reduce claim count, strengthening our departmental relationships, strengthening our regulation and compliance within the county, and having a more robust safety culture. Investing and supporting our existing employees with ongoing training and proper tools needed to effectively and efficiently perform the essential functions of their duties, and continuing to seek out qualified applicants for vacancies within our department and also look at succession planning. And lastly, continued support and engagement from county leadership. I'm excited to continue building a sustainable, efficient, and highly reliable risk management department that strengthens the countywide safety compliance. I conclude my presentation and I will turn it over to Ben McIntosh, the manager for real estate. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Levis, Madam Vice Chair Barboa, members of the Commission, Madam County Manager. I'm Ben McIntosh. I'm the Real Estate Manager for Bernalillo County. And on the budget overview slide, real estate has 5 positions. We're currently at 0% vacancy rate. Real estate is focused heavily on staff retention by cross-training professional development opportunities such as real estate licensing, international right-of-way classes and certification, lien certifications, and leadership training, which has led to increased job satisfaction and improvement in staff morale. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget for real estate is $710,642. Proposed expenditures beyond typical spending are expected to be grant funded, which will cover the cost of due diligence for those projects. Current due diligence funding will continue to support non-grant funded projects. The variance is attributed to salary increases due to the market study. Survey, appraisal, and title work are some of the major contracts utilized by the department through our due diligence funding. On the goal slide for real estate's critical goals include working as part of the recently put together Tiger team to assist with the locating and purchasing of low-income housing opportunities and continuing to assist Public Works with major right-of-way projects such as the Isleta Phase 1, 2, and 3 projects, Atrisco Vista, and the 4th Street Diet project. Real estate has already allocated funding to ensure these initiatives can be achieved, and no additional funding is required to complete these goals. The goals that we expect to achieve with our budget include working with the Tiger team to locate and purchase as many low-income project properties as possible, utilizing our current due diligence budget. There is an expectation that funding will be acquired from state legislature to further fund this goal. Real estate is also in the process of implementing a software management system to better track and monitor real estate purchases, dispositions, and leases. We're currently in the implementation stage of the project, and staff have begun utilizing the software. On the concerns and challenges slide for real estate, some of real estate's primary concerns are the allocation of funds from the legislature for low-income housing projects, and has been said multiple times today, federal funding for upcoming and ongoing right-of-way projects. Real estate will provide rapid support to the departments making these requests through timely market analysis, appraisals, and providing project locations and other support as needed to mitigate these challenges as best as possible. On the opportunities and innovation side, real estate is excited for the opportunity to work with the Tiger team and other departments for the purchase of low-income housing and transitional housing opportunities, which is an exciting initiative. This will provide for low-income housing opportunities to help the currently unhoused and improve the lives of those underserved county residents. On the future fiscal year vision slide for real estate, our long-term strategic goals include centralizing property survey work for all departments to streamline the process and reduce costs for the county. The current survey contracts held by the county are with the engineering companies, and a lot of times these companies charge significantly more than specialized survey companies do for the same documentation. By utilizing survey companies rather than engineering companies, real estate will be able to reduce costs by thousands of dollars per request. To achieve this goal, real estate will continue to build a collaborative and inclusive work environment where the other departments feel comfortable coming to real estate for their surveys. This may require some reallocation of existing survey funds to accomplish that goal. Real estate is, again, very excited to be included in the Tiger team or any other county initiative to find opportunities to support our most underserved and low-income members of our community with much-needed housing. Real estate is very excited for this opportunity as it not only improves the lives of current county residents, but can have a noticeable impact on future generations as well. Thank you for your time, Chair Olivas, members of the Commission. My colleagues and I for General Services do stand for questions from the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Commissioners? Vice Chair?
Well, I have questions, but I feel like we should follow up since of time. I don't think any of them. Yeah.
Okay, you want to follow up offline?
Yeah, I'll follow up after.
All right. I just wanted to say thank you.
I did want to say thank you too. Before you can close it out.
Okay, go ahead.
I just want to say thank you. I agree that this is the backbone. You all work behind the scenes, get everything done so smooth. We don't have to deal with this. I just really appreciate every single department, and the indigent cremation services are in my district, and it's such a beautiful ceremony and such an important service we offer. But that's to all the departments and the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I don't think I need to say really anything more. You guys are the backbone of what we do, small but mighty department. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so we'll do a little time check here. We're obviously over time at this point, but we've got one division left. We're thinking that we can probably wrap up within the hour here, but we'll see how that goes. All right, County Manager saying we are going to. So we'll keep chugging along here, and we've got Ms. Shirley Reagan to bring us home here with the Finance Division.
I don't know if their slides hadn't advanced. I'm trying to get there. Oh, I was going the wrong way. My bad.
This is a big and mighty team.
Okay. So, last but not least, and I'm glad some of y'all stayed around to look at us and listen to us. We listen to all of y'all, so let me speed up here. So, I want to say that the Finance Division is an enabling division. The services we provide include but are not limited to providing financing options, managing debt, managing your budgets, and providing technology options so that all of the other divisions can do what they do best while being transparent and prudent with taxpayers' dollars. So it's a challenge. I know all the other ones love me because they call me all the time. So even though they're not here, I'm not worried. So I'm going to be overviewing the Finance DCM administrative Administration and Office of Operations Excellence Office. Our division also serves as the liaison to the Assessor's Office and the Treasurer. So for the Finance, DCM, and Operations I'll say OEO to not trip over the words. We have a total of 9 positions. We have 2 vacancies. The hard to fill positions are our Senior Financial Fiscal Analyst. As financing and everything is getting more complicated, the resources are scarce, and it's hard to compete with outside entities when they offer complete work from home and other incentives that we can't offer as a government. But the folks we have work very well. Our major contracts we have professional services contracts, primarily with the bond counsel, our municipal advisor, our investment officer, and our arbitrage. And then we also manage the county contracts for parking here in Alvarado and all of the customer parking lots. So I'll go on to the next slide. Our goals, again, managing the county's debt portfolio, and we collaborate with the Treasurer's Office on the investment strategies to try to bring more money in, since we are not, as a governmental entity, we are not able to generate revenue per se without taxing the citizens. We also perform the fiscal agent requirements for the MDC Medical Healthcare Authority, and we manage all of the big grants such as the ARPA funds and the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund. We manage the strategic planning and performance metrics that are tied to the strategic plan that you see reported in the budget book as well as on the OpenGov screens. How will this budget affect these goals? The support and operations and continuance of complex financing projects and enhanced reporting and improving transparency and accountability. Our goals in the Finance Division Administration is looking at how we would issue new debt while complying with the debt ratios in the debt management policy or making changes to that so that we can fulfill the needs of the county. We also have to maintain compliance with the U.S. Department of Treasury's expenditures on the ARPA funding. Those are getting really tight, even though all of our funds are allocated and encumbered. They are looking at spending and talking about potential clawbacks beforehand. So we're really monitoring that. In OEO, we're implementing a new software system in Visio for improved reporting and accessibility. Concerns that we have that are challenging in this upcoming fiscal year is increase in expenditures and reduction in revenues, insufficient funding for projects and programs countywide, given budget constraints, resource limitations, and other external factors. Our current budget projections are declining because of the different impacts that are from the state that are affecting it. Our plans to mitigate is we're going to monitor all of the legislation and consult and collaborate with policymakers and stakeholders and engage with departments. Our opportunities, again, seeking alternative funding alternatives, collaborating with the treasurer. Oh, I went the wrong direction. What am I doing? So, yes. So, I'm done. I'm tired. But we work hard.
Right.
We bring home the bacon and we fry it up in the pan. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jackie Sanchez, our Accounting and Budget Director.
Let's see. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Jackie Sanchez, Director for Accounting and Budget. I would like to thank and recognize my remarkable staff standing behind me. We have Jennifer Gallegos, Budget Manager, Stephanie Sanchez,
Deputy Director for Accounting and Budget. Mario, Crystal, Amber, Ariana, Jasmine, Juliana, Alicia, Daniel, and Jennifer Galindo. I will be presenting the FY26 accounting and budget portion of the proposed general fund budget of $5,678,108. This is mainly comprised of positions and major contracts. This includes 37 positions, 31 are filled, and 6 are vacant, with a vacancy rate of 16%. Now, of those 6 vacant positions, 3 are pending offers. Hard to fill positions are at the senior and principal level for accounting and budget. Major contracts include internal audit at $353,871 with 2,400 hours allocated. An external audit at $202,733 with 970 hours allocated. There is an 11% increase from FY25 attributed to salary increases due to market study, 3 newly added positions, as well as contract escalators. Accounting and budget SMART goals include the implementation of Government Accounting Standard Board GASBs and financial reporting standards. We have 4 of them in the pipeline to implement between FY25 and FY26. I can provide details another time if you're curious about GASBs. Accounting and Budget strives to achieve the annual Government Finance Officers Association GFOA Certificate of Excellence for the Annual Comprehensive Financial Report ACFR, the Popular Annual Financial Report PAFR, as well as the Distinguished Budget Award. The budget allocation would provide appropriate resources to achieve these SMART goals. A few challenges that accounting and budget faces are the retention and recruitment of staff, the numerous time-consuming and manual processes performed to meet reporting deliverables, which I will segue into the next slide. Offset from the manual processes, opportunities and innovations that we desire include accounting automation of financial reporting and creation of the ACFR and PAFR, as well as the budget financial planning software for processes and creation of the biannual budget book. Accounting and budget would benefit by allowing more time for analytics, timeliness, and creating efficiencies. The fixed assets section of accounting and budget also desires a new inventory system to promote a more robust method of tracking county assets. The future fiscal vision consists of our long-term strategic goals, which includes the infinite implementation of GASBs year over year, implementation of an automated accounting and ACFR reporting system to be explored, which would require investing in new software applications. And on a favorable note, we are excited and hopeful about an upcoming implementation of financial planning software and budget book preparation tool, which will soon be presented at the Board of County Commissioners meeting on April 22nd. I will now turn it over to CIO Director of IT, Robert Benavides. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. My name is Robert Benavides. I'm the CIO for Bernalillo County, and I'm joined by a group of my team this morning. I'd first like to introduce Ron Clayco, who is our Deputy CIO and literally my right-hand man. Also joining us are Daniel De La O, George Gomez Gonzalez, Daniel Gallegos, and Patrick Paun. And I asked them to come up today because this group of folks was in the back addressing all of our fun technology problems that we found this morning. And the other important thing is they are really the represent the dedication that my staff brings to the job every day. I'm honored to work with them. I'll give you an idea. Daniel got married on Sunday, and he was checking in on Saturday to make sure we were successful taking care of the team's problem that we were facing last week. First thing Monday, or when he returned to work, he was in my office. Is it really done? Or we really got it? So thank you, Daniel. Thank you to my whole team. I wish I could bring them all up here. So in terms of the IT budget for FY26, our total headcount is 120. As of the printing of this, we were at 10% vacancy. I'm proud to report that we filled 2 of them that started just this week. So that takes us down to an 8% vacancy, which I have not seen since I've been here in the last 9 years. So that's really exciting for me. Additionally, a good number of those remaining 10 are in the hiring stage or recruitment stage right now. I think we're going to go to an all-time low vacancy rate here very soon. Our hard to recruit positions really are any of our senior technology positions and our IT management positions. One of the things that's unique for the IT department that makes staffing challenging is we're not only competing with other government agencies, we're competing with private industry for talent, and we're competing with the labs for talent, who are a big taker of some of the best talent in the city. In terms of our overall budget, we're looking at a 4% variance, which is about a $1.1 million increase. The majority of that is coming out of vendor cost increases. We have a little bit more investment in law enforcement technology. We partner with SO for all of their Axon investments. And then some preparation of the county for the impact of artificial intelligence on our future. Our biggest contracts I've listed here. There's a total of 168 contracts in the IT department, but between Axon, Microsoft, and Workday, it represents about $6 million in that investment. So, as you heard from all my esteemed colleagues, we have an ongoing appetite for technology. I think we've discovered what a difference it can make in the way that we do our work. And so really, their goals are our goals, first and foremost. But in addition to trying to serve all of their goals, we have other stuff that we have to do in the background. Examples being we're always on a cycle of eliminating legacy technology and replacing it with more modern technology, trying to improve our cybersecurity posture as we're going along, or at least maintain it. And then like we were doing this morning, trying to improve our reliability and resilience to the ongoing problems. Technology can be both our friend and sometimes not so friendly. So I won't go over our SMART goals. It's just kind of a snapshot in time. Those change as departments bring new things forward. One thing I have on here that was scheduled TBD is the SAP Concur implementation. You heard from GSD this morning. Our goal is to be done by November to intercept the cycle there. So our concerns and challenges, staffing is always a challenge for us, although I feel a little embarrassed mentioning that today because we're actually in a better position than most of my partners this morning, so I'm pretty happy for that. But we have a small consulting budget to help absorb that impact. Vendor increases are ongoing in the technology field, and tariffs are only going to make that more challenging. Unexpected projects, they're unexpected for us sometimes, even though they may be in our partners' plans, just because we don't hear about them right away. So those tend to have us constantly looking at our priorities and adjusting what we can do. As we invest more in technology, the cost of maintaining that technology, computers, network equipment, AV equipment, software, grows as well. So while it's an enabler, that budget continues to increase year to year. We do not see that going down. Quick example, laptops is about $8 million of inventory in laptops. If we were to refresh that every 3 years, we're talking about $2.7 million. So opportunities for us, one of the things we were working on with the county manager and the public works department is ensuring technology infrastructure in all new facility investments, whether they be new buildings or refurbishment of existing buildings. Investment in preparing ourselves for artificial intelligence and what that brings. I have wonderful partners in the SO department, and they've allowed us to partner with them on law enforcement technologies. And I think there's a ton of opportunities, as you've heard earlier, for improved decision making. And I'm done too. Thank you. And so the finance department will stand for any questions you may have of any of us.
Commissioners? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to thank you all again, budget, finance, IT, everyone here doing such great work. Another just such important that we don't get to see all the how the sausage made, but we definitely benefit from it. And I just want to specifically thank IT for I've had multiple computer problems and y'all are always ready for me. But also the like the dashboards that we've have at MDC, now at YSC, and we're gonna have for the opioid settlement stuff. I know that's a lot of work and complicated, and I just they're really they benefit our community, so thank you. And of course, our budget and bacon. Thank you, Chair. That's all.
And I would just add to that, you know, this is another one of those backbone departments, right? Without IT, budget, operations excellence, without all that, the work of all the other departments comes to a standstill. So just absolutely critical to what we do and what the whole organization does. I want to appreciate all of you for what you've done. Madam County Manager, do you want to, who's taking the last slide here? Or am I doing that? I can do that.
We're going to do it in partnership if that's okay.
Okay.
So first, I too just want to say thank you to the staff. I think you got a chance to hear from a lot of folks that you don't always get to hear from today. I am always really just awe-inspired by the talent and what of your team. And what I would say is that, you know, public service is a choice. And for many, many people in this room and that you heard from today, they could be working somewhere else. And we certainly want Bernalillo County to be an employer of choice. And so not just because their talent helps us run smoothly as a county, but because we should be providing services that are excellent. And that's going to require a team really dedicated to that. I also just wanted to say to the commission, I really appreciated your questions and your thoughtfulness, and we will do a better job on the agenda to make sure there's more time for questions. That was one of our ahas from today. And I also just wanted to say to the chair, thank you so much for shaping this in a different way that really allows people to tell their stories and frankly to be very candid about what their concerns are and what the challenges are. Because one of the things that I think each of you made clear to me upon my arrival is that there was a real desire for continued and deeper transparency and communication with all of you about what's happening with the agency and what are the implications of that for the people that we serve. So to that end, as you all know, we have a June 1st deadline to submit our budget to DFA. Our goal is to bring you the budget with some alternatives for the April 22nd meeting. Normally, we would have published today, but we wanted to make sure we had a chance to hear from all of you, and I did get your thoughts and your comments, so that we would be able to make sure that we have enough of a lead time that you all will have a chance to digest the information coming to you, and also so that the public will. I will just also note that we have had, I want to say now 3 meetings on the budget in the form of workshops, and really, again, appreciated your feedback because that's what got us to dig in even more to the information. And in addition to the meetings that we had that were in the workshop format, we also then had a discussion about our fund balances and fund balances and reserves. Thank you. Thanks for helping. We're going to help each other with words right now. But our fund balances and our reserves, which I also think allowed for a much deeper and more complete picture of where we are. So with that, I wanted to see if there were any other comments or feedback that you had. And Shirley, if I've left anything out. No? Okay.
Vice Chair Barboa.
Just to say thank you to everybody for all the work, and I think this was long and a lot of information, but this is the first time I feel so close and informed about the budget, and so I don't know whose format this, so I love that each department had a similar format so I could follow it. I'm just very grateful and thankful to your leadership, County Manager. I'm assuming this was a lot of you and of course the staff, and I just really am very grateful. As someone who was elected to represent our community members, I feel this is one of the biggest responsibilities we have. So I feel so informed, so and just thankful for all the information and thankful for all the folks that gave it to us because I know it's a lot of work and thank you.
Commissioner Barbara Baca.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I guess I will echo that. I'll be brief. Thank you to the chair and to the county manager for choreographing this. It sort of was a big dance, but for the good of the community, and I really want to thank the whole leadership here in front of us. But the seats were full. I mean, you know, this is, what did you say, Shirley? We are us or something like that? I really feel like this has been a group effort and for the benefit of our decision-making coming up soon, and I hope that we can continue this kind of a really open, transparent dialogue, and I appreciate you all. Thanks.
All right, thank you, commissioners. So I too want to just express my deep appreciation, gratefulness to all the leadership, but also to all of our employees, department heads, and folks that are rank and file in our departments, to Julianne. This was a long day. I think we all felt it, but a really good day in my mind. I think I got a lot of information. I think we all did. Learning about what's happening, meeting people that, you know, we don't see very often or maybe have never seen before in their role. And so I think that was very helpful just to get a kind of a better understanding of the whole organization. And because we approved the budget as one document, as the whole organization, I think this made a lot of sense. And so I appreciate the county manager for exploring this format. And I think that we learned a lot of things here today. So I wanted to offer just a few sort of summary thoughts on today and my thoughts going forward. So one of the themes that I saw in almost everyone's presentations was, you know, thoughts about the national environment, right? What's going on with federal grant awards, with tariffs. And I'm usually a pretty optimistic person, but I actually all of that I'm not going to comment on. But I really do think that the probability of a substantial downturn in the economy, aka a recession, hopefully not a depression, is a real possibility in the next year or two. And so I think that has to sort of set the stage for how we approach this budget, and that's a little bit of a sobering thing for us because the three of us that are here right now, four of us have been part of budgets that saw pretty healthy growth over the last 2 years, and that's not where we're at anymore. And again, the optimist in me usually says, well, let's see if we can make it one more year, but I do think that we have to start to batten down the hatches a little bit here. And so I think that it's important as we finalize this budget that we really look for, and I realize this is tough, we need to look for some cuts. We need to look for some strategic opportunities to reinvest in some areas that need investment. I mean, we talked about this today. Our court security deputies, right, is an area where we actually benefit if we're able to fill more of those positions. We save some money. It's not immediate though, right? It takes some time if it works. Our YSC, right? We heard about the challenges there. 50%, almost 50% of the folks in that facility with murder charges. So we've really got to get strategic here. And I'm not saying that we haven't been, but I do think that by and large we have sort of spared any substantial pain. And I'm not saying that we need to do that, but I really do want to encourage leadership to look deeply, because I'm really concerned that we still have a $22 million hole. And last year, I believe we supplemented our recurring budget with a one-time appropriation with the sort of idea that we would catch up this year. And we didn't. And I will not personally support doing that again. I think we've got to figure out how to live within our means, given the probability of substantial economic chaos increasing by the day. I don't think we can count on that again. So that goes back to that. I think we really have to scour for what things can we do without and what things are real strategic priorities, because we do have to keep investing in our community. and producing results that our people want to see. So, you know, I mentioned some of those, what I think are those strategic investments. We've heard from some of the departments what their core priorities and investments would be. But I do think we've got to continue that. And then there's one last comment. This is kind of out of left field, but I heard it several times today that, you know, we couldn't discuss certain things because of ongoing bargaining. And I really just want to encourage us going forward in future years to think about the timing of bargaining and how that aligns with the budget cycle, because I find it very, a little bit frustrating that we haven't passed a budget and we're already in discussions with bargaining units about the budget that we haven't passed. So I just think that sets up and frankly, I want to be able to hear from labor. As much as I love hearing from management, I want to be able to hear from labor too during the budget process and understand what their priorities are and how those align or don't with our departments. And if they're on a gag order because they can't come in here and talk because they're in negotiations, I find that somewhat problematic. I realize that's written into many of these contracts in some cases, that they have to request bargaining by a certain date, but those contracts are under negotiation right now in many cases. So I think, I hope we can look at that, because I think we need to be able to hear from them as we have these difficult conversations going forward. So you know, that's some very high level guidance. I think nothing too specific there, but I did want to bring those home, and I don't know if colleagues have any thoughts on that, but I suspect we'll hear more in the coming weeks from you all. So with that, I want to just thank everybody that stayed here with us for the entire day. I know it's been a long day. Really appreciate you being here and all of the hard work that you put into what you do every day, but specifically what you did today to tell us about what you do. So I hope everyone has a good evening, get some rest, enjoy some time off away from work, and this meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you all.